they don't know. It's where I've been and who I am, all the ways I've grown. Blood and sweat, tears and regret made me hard as stone. On my own, on my own. Put the work in, yeah, I earned it. It's my destiny. Yeah, I'm on top, can't be stopped. Shooting my shot, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm the one, I'm a legend. Get what I want, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm on top, can't be stopped. Shooting my shot, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm the one, I'm a legend. Get what I want, oh, oh, oh. Do a double take, see me on fire, see that I can't break. Knew I'd be great, knew I would rise through all of the pain. All of the love, so within now, keeper of all faith, never change. Put the work in, yeah, I earned it. It's my destiny. Yeah, I'm on top, can't be stopped. Shooting my shot, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm the one, I'm a legend. Get what I want, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm on top, can't be stopped. Shooting my shot, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm the one, I'm a legend. Get what I want, oh, oh, oh. Put the work in, yeah, I earned it. It's my destiny. Yeah, I'm on top, can't be stopped. Shooting my shot, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm the one, I'm a legend. Get what I want, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm on top, can't be stopped. Shooting my shot, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I'm the one, I'm a legend. Get what I want, oh, oh, oh.
We are trying to build the definitive amateur ecosystem for esports here in the United States and beyond. Our mission is to create transformative personal growth opportunities through competitive gaming.
It's important to make Scholastic Esports available to students because it gives them an opportunity to build their skill sets beyond just what's available in school. And so, traditionally you can build those skill sets through after-school programs or traditional sports, and there's a lot of folks that don't kind of align with what's available today. And in reality, like, everybody's a gamer, and so we give everybody the opportunity to build those skills.
For schools that are looking to add an esports program, you're opening a chance for students to really be part of a new culture and to really build something positive for your school. Our team is really focused on building this support system and really having a wraparound service for schools. You're not in it alone when you come to the PlayVS platform.
Our role in the space is to break this stereotype and basically show that there is actually a legitimate career path. You can turn your passion into a career and be successful.
I'd say this is the most excited I've been about PlayVS. Gaming is one of the few things that you can actually compete against other people across the country without having to have the resources to jump on a plane, and people's worlds are going to be expanded.
One of the most important things is not about changing the world, it's about changing one person's world.
We are incredibly excited about unlocking more opportunities for more individuals to compete in competitive gaming across the PlayVS network going forward.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PlayVS Cup 2024. I'll be your host, James Bott, and I'm also joined by the incredible Jorby. Jorby, it's good to have you here.
It's great to be here, James. I'm excited to be hosting the show with you. It's fun to go across where you and I have done Rocket League together, and it's cool to get to do something like this with PlayVS.
Yeah, I'm really excited because I have experience with PlayVS. I coach my local high school team. I actually got into it after seeing Stax, who is another person we know from the Rocket League community who's also a coach. So it's an honor to get to be here for the culmination of a lot of these students' competitive school years. So I'm personally excited.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really fun, especially because I think there's a lot of cool things that you guys are going to see today and tomorrow. There's that cool little video bit at the beginning. There's going to be plenty more of those throughout the show, in addition to the gameplay that we'll be showing you today.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get right into it, Jorby. Let's share with everyone at home the overview of what we're doing and how we got here.
And listen, there's a lot, okay? A lot. Look at that. 200 high schools, over 245 teams, over 1,000 students playing in the PlayVS ecosystem. State and regional championships from the fall and spring seasons got invited to play in the 2024 PlayVS Cup. And this is the ultimate championship for them and their high schools, and they're not playing for nothing.
Oh, you're right. The bragging rights you get for being a state champion or a PlayVS Cup champion is immense, but there is real support for these students available in the form of scholarship prizing. $70,000 in total being given away to the winners and the participants in today and tomorrow's events.
It's super cool to see this. I wish we had something like that when I was in high school, just to be able to have that opportunity, get a little bit of scholarship money and get to continue your education. And that is something that's really cool. It's awesome to see this opportunity come to so many students.
Oh yeah, it's hard to believe. I graduated back in 2008, which was quite a while ago, but back then World of Warcraft was very big, Halo was very big. I was playing those.
It was the Halo 3 days.
If you told me I could get a scholarship for playing, that would have changed the trajectory of my life probably.
That would be pretty crazy. I wasn't as good at Halo as you were, but I would have tried.
I was staying up to 3 a.m. sometimes playing.
Oh, all-nighters.
But it really is amazing to see students get opportunities to play. So excited to see the culmination of their competitive journey, at least for 2024. But Jorby, let's talk about what's going to be going on today. We've got today's schedule of events. We've got today, tomorrow, we're having action, but this is what we're doing in the next few hours.
Yeah, we got 4 games we'll be showing you guys today. We start with Hearthstone. We move on to Splatoon, which I'm excited to watch, Splatoon 3 and Madden NFL 24. And then we end the day with some VALORANT, one of the biggest esports in the world right now. So we get to watch these high school players play for that scholarship money like we talked about. There'll be 4 more games tomorrow, which I believe you'll be seeing what those are here in a moment.
Well, we're actually going to be covering what the matchups are specifically today. So you know that Hearthstone is first, so you can look at the bracket and see we've got a New Mexico matchup there. But these are all the matchups that we're going to be covering both today and tomorrow.
And it's so cool to see all the different states represented here. You have Michigan, you see Georgia, you see Florida, and even a province in Canada, Alberta, is participating here. They made it the whole way to the grand final in their game. But you can see the other games that we'll be showing you tomorrow. Rocket League, that's our home, our bread and butter. But we also have Overwatch 2 and Smash Brothers Ultimate. I'm really excited, not just for tomorrow's games, but for today's games, James. And as we see Hearthstone, we'll take a quick look at all of the brackets that will be participating today. You see East Mountain High playing against La Cueva High School to start the day.
That's what we'll be starting out with, and then we'll be moving on to Splatoon, where we have a rematch of the Georgia State finals. So that's going to be a treat, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that one. And you can see some of the journeys that went on here. You see 5 games, like you go in the distance to get to the grand finals. That was not an easy Splatoon bracket at all. And of course, we have Madden NFL 24, and then rounding it out at the end of the day, we have VALORANT. We'll be learning more about those stories and the paths on how those teams got there as we get closer to those titles.
If I'm not mistaken, Novi has had a remarkable season. They haven't dropped a game.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, they are on a tear right now. So but it doesn't matter when you get to the championship. It's just that one matchup. You know, if you have an undefeated season but lose that one, you know, it's tough. So you can't go in there thinking that you've got it in the bag.
And, you know, the Hearthstone format's really interesting because it's similar to a crew battles format. It's not a 1v1 constructed, but 3 players participating for each of their teams, and a couple of different crew battle formats for the grand finals on a couple of these titles. So I'm very excited. You know, we were kind of talking before the show. This is almost like a GDQ for competition, where instead of speed running and celebrating all the different types of games that people speed run, we have literally 8-9 different titles that our competitors will be playing in, and I think that's so cool. Every single game you're going to see today is a grand final, and I think that's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, and with the scholarship money on the line, and also just the fact that for these students, a lot of times they will look back at this as, you know, a very formative moment in their lives, and they're never going to forget it. I mean, you make it to a state final for any game in esports, you're going to remember it for the rest of your life, Jordan.
I mean, especially like, you know, growing up, like we had kids that we knew that did state championships for whatever sport that they played in. That's something that still sticks with you for a very long time. So esports definitely catching that torch and carrying it on. I'm really excited to see who gets that memory. Honestly, being in the grand final, you probably already established that memory.
The passion is there.
Yeah.
If there's one thing that we've learned working in the esports industry and the gaming industry, is that people get into it because they love it.
Yeah.
They just love it, and they want to be around other people who love the game as well. So if you're a parent who has a kid who loves to play games, or you're a student in middle school or high school, well, I've got some good news. It's easier than ever to compete. PlayVS is now free to compete. Middle school and high school students now have the opportunity to participate in the highest tier of scholastic competition. Type !fall in the chat and check out the schedule for the upcoming season.
Such a cool pipeline that is being developed, not just high school now, but also at the middle school level, being able to compete, and it being free as well. Literally, all you have to do is go to a faculty member that you know that loves video games and see if they're interested in starting that esports program. There might already be one as an extracurricular that you're not aware of. All you got to do is ask the question. It's that easy to get signed up on PlayVS.com, excuse me.
You know, and we've got new games, Jorby, but there's also some older games. Are you ready to dominate the digital chessboard? Chess is coming to PlayVS this fall. Gather your classmates and get the chance to compete for free across the country in both middle school and high school leagues. Enrollment for fall season is now open.
That's cool. What's your favorite chess move to go? What's your go-to
You asked me
opening?
this before,
Yeah, I know.
and I'm gonna butcher this, but I think it's the en passant.
The en passant. It's not an opening, but
Oh,
it
you
is a
said-
move.
I thought you
I
said
did
the
say
move.
move
You
it
said
first. You're right. I
Okay.
put you in a bad
For
spot
the
there.
opening, I don't know. I always just go like the pawn to E6 or whatever.
E4?
E4. I can't
Okay.
remember.
Well, it depends what side you're
I'm opening
on.
it up to let my queen out.
Got you.
I'm
You're an
not-
aggressive player.
I like to go for cheese strats.
Nice.
Like if it was StarCraft 2, I was the person going for Baneling bust strategies.
Yeah.
Or 7 Roach Rush. I'm just a cheeser.
I see
So,
that.
you know.
I definitely know that. I played a couple games with you. You're definitely Mr. Cheese Man. We got to get you. We got to get you the little cheese wheel.
You know, maybe not. Please don't give me that. But so anyway, we've covered a lot so far, but there's even more to talk about, Jorby. For the first time ever, PlayVS is having awards that they're going to be giving out, and so we'll be covering all these different awards, or announcing who the winner of these awards are today and tomorrow.
Yeah, you'll see the timestamps there on your screen throughout the day. Before the games start, we'll be going over today, at least District of the Year, the Level Up Award, which highlights an outstanding student, not just for their gameplay, but also for their participation and their role in helping develop the esports program at their school. And of course, Coach of the Year for the exact same thing. James, you being a coach as well, you know how much goes into it. You talked about it at the beginning of the show. But those are today's awards that we'll be talking about. And tomorrow, Esports Team of the Year and Community Trailblazer. So you definitely want to stick around for that. A lot of people voted on these awards. I'm excited for everybody to see just how much passion is really put into this ecosystem for all the people that play and develop these things at their schools.
Well, being a coach myself for Byron Center, I've learned a lot just seeing firsthand the amount of work and dedication it takes, not just from the players, but also from the coaches, but also the district administrators, the buy-in that you need, and the amount of effort that it takes from so many different people. So I am excited to see who gets those awards, the work that they've done, because it serves as an inspiration. Like when being a coach, I can go and say, look at what this district has done, or this player has done. I can show my players what a player has done, and it gives people something to aspire to. And so it's really awesome that PlayVS is just recognizing the excellence of all of these different contributors in their local esports programs.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, not just, this isn't something limited to a couple of states that happen to have a cluster of people interested in esports. We're seeing states across the board and in Canada participating in this ecosystem, and it really gets broadcasts like this and games like this will inspire other people to start that program at their school, and it will just keep on snowballing. The fact that middle schools are being added to the program as well is only going to accelerate that. And I'll say it again, definitely get involved in esports. Video games are the coolest thing in the world. There's a reason I'm sitting up here. I mean, I love video games my whole life. I graduated in 2011, not far after you, and I mean, I spent all of my free time playing video games. So this is just so cool.
I love playing games, I love competing, and I also love seeing the competition take place. But another thing that I like to see, Jorby, is all the people who are either participating or supporting someone who is in competition show that love on social media. And we are providing the opportunity for everybody at home to show that support using hashtag PlayVSCup on social media. If you want to show support, whether you're playing and you're getting hyped up, you want to include a video, a picture, whatever it may be, even just some words of encouragement, if you use hashtag PlayVSCup on social media, we'll be looking for those posts, and there's a chance that we could feature your post on the broadcast today and maybe even tomorrow.
I want to see a parent post them just dancing. They're so happy that their kid. Why not? The excitement. They're cheering, or they're going like let's go. I want to see that. Like parents, faculty. I don't care who you are, but I guarantee you, if you do that, we're gonna find a way to post it on this broadcast. So be sure to use those hashtags.
That's a guarantee. What if there's hundreds? We'll have to.
Oh, you're right. If there's hundreds, then I might have to put down the guarantee a little bit. I'm sorry. I get a little excited.
All right. Well, maybe you can give us a percentage. There's probably maybe a
92% chance.
Okay, between 80 and 92%.
Yeah, those are XCOM percentages.
We'll have to revisit the statistics after today's show. But again, that's PlayVSCup on social media to get your posts potentially featured on today's broadcast. But Jorby, we are getting ready to ignite. We're going to be announcing who is the District of the Year, but also be crowning our first ever our first champion of this event today with Hearthstone. The PlayVSCup 2024 Championship for Hearthstone will be coming up right after the break.
Welcome back to the 2024 PlayVS Cup. We're at the championship mark and we're about to get started with our first game. Hearthstone is coming up soon, but before we do that, we talked a little bit about the awards we'll be talking about throughout the day, both days, and we'll get our first award and talk about our first recipient now. Now, this year, PlayVS launched the inaugural PlayVS Awards. Esports programs were invited for the first time to nominate players, teams, coaches, and school districts from the United States and Canada for the chance to be considered the best of the best as chosen by you, the PlayVS community. Out of hundreds of nominations in each category, 5 to 6 semifinalists were selected to move on to the voting round. In 4 weeks of voting, over 15,000 votes were cast, and in the end, we were left with our 5 finalists. Throughout the PlayVS Cup broadcast, we'll be announcing and sharing with you all the winners in each category, and additionally, our first annual Community Trailblazer recipient, an individual chosen by the PlayVS community as the embodiment of scholastic esports excellence. We are excited to present the first PlayVS award of the show for School District of the Year. For the District of the Year, we looked for true champions of scholastic esports, those administrations that fully understand the benefits that esports can bring and go the extra mile to bring that opportunity to every student they can.
From Nebraska to Florida, these districts lead the charge in advancing esports in education. First, Omaha Public Schools under John Krogstrand's vision sets a standard for inclusivity and innovation statewide. Second, Atlanta Public Schools, guided by Rendell Jackson, harness esports for student engagement. Third, Fairfax County Public Schools commits to excellence under Fernando Belli's support. Fourth, Como ISD, led by Sarah King, fosters teamwork and skill development in Texas. And finally, Orange County Public Schools, led by Stephen McHale, ignite passion for esports in Florida. Now it's time to reveal our winning district.
To legitimize and grow scholastic esports across the country requires some incredible advocates and champions within the districts who are willing to go the extra mile. In Texas, Comal Independent School District's commitment to fostering esports opportunities for students across the state is why they are the PlayVS District of the Year winners. Under the leadership of gifted and talented director Sarah King, Comal ISD ensures that every high school in a district in a rural part of the state has access to esports programs, promoting teamwork, skill development, and the growth of esports in education. We first thank you for all that you do to bring esports to more students, and a huge congratulations on winning School District of the Year.
Where we officially announced that Comal ISD has been our District of the Year winner.
Oh, so excited. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're really excited. I've been very vocal about it around our building and really trying to pump it up. So really excited to have this kind of recognition on this scale.
You've taken a district like Comal and made it a huge progressive district for esports and really championed esports in the district and in the state. You've had 2 students go on to get scholarships, $90,000 each, while competing on our platform.
The scholarships are a definite added bonus. I actually just had one of the dads of our first scholarship kiddo email me, and he graduated 3 years ago now. But he was competing for a conference title in League of Legends. And so, just the fact that he's trying to get that national first place now, and it wouldn't have happened without all of y'all and all of the work that, we can partner and do together.
Sarah, you're willing to do anything and everything with us. You came out to our event in San Antonio and we're on a panel, and it was just so special hearing you talk both on the panel and when we interviewed you later about your students, your commitment. The scholarship piece is something that really stuck with me for all the hard work your kids have put in. It's just a really big testament to you and your district. So thank you, and we're so excited to celebrate you today.
I want to just thank you for being able to work with you over the last few years. Whenever I talk to the coaches, they're just always quick to sing your praise and just to say how much support they have.
One thing I will say is you can really see the district support just at that level. When you're onboarding coaches and getting them ready for the season, it speaks volumes when they aren't hard to onboard, right? But another thing too is just the investment that the district puts in. Getting them hardware and all the resources that they need is just absolutely awesome.
Ooh, this was really fun meeting. Thank you guys. I don't know y'all. This meeting might be my favorite meeting so far.
You know, so much of what's possible and what can be done in schools across the country and in Canada comes down to the people that lead the districts for these schools. So it's so cool to see that passion, not just at the student level, not even just at the teacher level, but also at the district level, because so much becomes possible thanks to so many people out there and players helping their school districts to have these esports programs. So huge for Como ISD, and definitely an award worth having.
Oh, certainly. And I think, like you were touching on, Jorby, you know, schools may not know what they're even sitting on when it comes to student passion or even potential esports coaches that are working in those schools. I think when you get that district support, that is when it has a cascading effect across everything else. And so it's awesome to see Como win this award and show everyone else that, you know, if you unlock that potential of esports, it can have a real impact on student lives.
Well, congratulations to Como ISD and Sarah King for that award. But James, it's time to move on to the gameplay. We got Hearthstone coming up first. We saw it in the pre-show at the start. We're going to talk about it a little more. We got East Mountain High versus La Cueva High School, a matchup I'm excited to watch.
Oh yeah, and just looking at the head-to-head, this is a New Mexico showdown. These players, these teams, and it's 3 versus 3 as well, which is another interesting thing. I've watched so much Hearthstone Constructed where it's just one player that has many decks going up against another player that has many decks, but now you make it even more interesting, adding more players into the mix.
In La Cueva High School, their coach has been running their esports program for 5 years. He's collected a lot of state championships in that time, not just in one game, but across many different games. League of Legends, NBA 2K, Madden, Rocket League, Hearthstone. He pretty much has every single game that PlayVS offer in their competitions in his state championship book. Also coaches the boys soccer club, so he's very involved in multiple departments at his school. So La Cueva certainly have a passionate coach behind them. But is that enough to take down East Mountain High School? James, I want to know what you think. Who do you got here?
Well, I mean, after talking them up so much, Jorby, I have to go with La Cueva. So many titles. I think they might have a PlayVS Cup title in their future as well. So give me La Cueva.
All right, you got La Cueva. You know what? Give me East Mountain High. I think they'll take this one. I'm pointing the butt of my pen at you, not the actual point. We'll figure that one out as the show goes on. We'll see how the predictions go over the course of the day, James. I am excited to get this started. I believe that we are about ready, so I think we can throw it over to the casters. Let's throw to Raven and Sottle to begin Hearthstone.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Welcome, everyone. We are going to be covering the Hearthstone finals of the PlayVS Cup. 2 incredible high school teams based on their records so far. As you mentioned, of course, I'm Raven. Joining me is Sol, as usual. And what an honor, Sol, at least for me, at least. This is such a cool event. It's so great. Like when we got, when I got told about it, it was awesome to hear about such an in-depth program, not only across Hearthstone, but also just multiple esports for like such a robust high school program. It's such a cool event, and I'm excited to cast the finals.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Hearthstone being involved, first and foremost, but also just the existence of programs like this. It's great. It's a real honor for me to be a part of it. I think it's a really important and noble thing for people to do, to get kids involved in esports ecosystems early on, like going through high school, going through collegiate stuff, and then obviously the availability of scholarships as the prize pool for this is a very, very big deal for some of these kids, I'm sure. So really looking forward to it.
Yeah, sorry, I just had a little trouble hearing for a second there. But yeah, just to go over it just for a second as well, in case you guys are just joining, if you've just tuned in and just about to kick off with the Hearthstone stuff, the format is going to be Conquest, but as the guys just mentioned then, there are 3 players on the team. There's the coach, there's some backup players as well if needed, but there are 3 players on the team. Each player is going to be piloting one of the decks, and then the other players can of course help them with strategy and some tips and stuff as the game gets played, but it will actually be one player per deck in terms of actually piloting, and there are no bans, there's no fourth deck. It is just going to be best of 5, first team to get those 3 wins in total, which means win with each of their unique decks. So even if they lose, they're not out with one deck, they have to go again if they want to take it. So a lot on the line for these players right now.
Yeah, and if you're not particularly familiar with Hearthstone, if you're not familiar with card games in general, there's a lot of lingo to get to grips with. There's a lot of mechanics. We'll do our best to talk you through it. If you are familiar, of course, if you're looking at 2 familiar faces in myself and Raven casting competitive Hearthstone, things here will be pretty familiar with you if you're up to date with the current meta, because in terms of the deck lists overall, we got a couple of Highlander Warriors, we've got a Highlander Priest, we've got some Hand Buff Paladin, Insanity Warlock. Like, definitely you are looking at some players here who have their fingers on the pulse of competitive decks, because there are no real great surprises in terms of what you consider to be some of the strongest decks on ladder and in tournament play right now.
And let's get into game number 1. We've got East Marin on the top and La Cueva on the bottom, and it looks like, Sol, they're both going to be on the Highlander Warriors, and that means they're going to be playing both warrior decks, and they have they basically have unique cards in their deck. There's no multiple cards, there's no 2-ofs in this deck at all. It is all singular cards, so a little bit less of a sort of a, what's the best way to phrase it? It's less of a cohesive, like, guaranteed strategy in terms of your average curve, which you don't get by running one-offs of cards, but it does open up some extremely powerful cards.
Yeah, so in general in Hearthstone you can have, it's a 30-card deck, it's up to 2 copies of any individual card, apart from legendaries, which are unique and have to be one-offs, but Highlander is a mechanic that allows you to run extremely powerful payoff cards that have text on them that say if your deck started with no duplicate cards in it, then do this incredibly powerful thing. But in order to enable that, you reduce the consistency of your overall deck by only being able to play individual copies of cards. Decks that run this kind of thing tend to be a little more on the control side, a little bit on the slower side, because having reduced consistency is kind of punishing to something that wants to curve out early and be aggressive. So what you are seeing here is 2 of the strongest control decks in the game, or one of the strongest control deck in the game, being played 2 times on opposing sides.
Yeah, and we are seeing this reinforced plating get hovered here and get played, so it's going to gain some armor for La Cueva and also use Excavate, which again, something this deck has more recently sort of jumped into, is focusing on a little bit more on some of the Excavate outcomes, where basically you get, every time you Excavate, you get progressively stronger sort of bonus cards in your hand. The one in hand now being, I think, one of our favourites, Sol, which is just a rock that you throw at your opponent and it deals 3 damage. Nice and simple. Yeah, and that is literally the animation. You just throw a rock at someone. It's great. But the more you excavate, the more powerful those cards become, until basically you get to the legendary form for each class. And it's pretty good for the warrior. Basically, it's just summoning more powerful minions in the late game. But you can see now, La Cueva using that slam on their own minion, which might look like a mistake at first, but it's because if slam doesn't actually kill the minion it's cast on, you get to draw a card. So La Cueva really prioritizing card draw over killing off their opponent's 2/2 that's on board right now. And to me, Sol, it just shows they have a good understanding of the matchup, because historically, control style mirrors have been more about saving resources, you know, really trying to prolong the game, whereas in the current sort of era of Hearthstone, this matchup is more race to your big win conditions and get there before your opponent does, because if they get there first, the game escalates out of control.
Yeah, for sure. You want to be able to get your brand down, you want to be able to drop your Zilliax, and then you want to be able to follow that up with Inventor Boom, which will put massive amounts of pressure on your opponent, as well as massive amounts of damage immediately, base damage in a lot of positions. So you do want to be cycling through as aggressively as possible. There you see the brand being picked up from the ETC on the La Cueva side. ETC is a card that allows you to create a sideboard of 3 cards that you can pick one whenever you play ETC to add to your hand. A lot of people in these decks we're talking about, the Highlander decks, they'll use that to put second copies of powerful cards into that sideboard, so they can have access to a second copy without breaking the deck building requirements that go from the start of the game. But you can see here kind of a new development that I'm not sure how I feel about yet, where actually one of the big payoff cards of the deck is concealed within that ETC.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's one where, like, if you draw the ETC, you can force it into the hand, and it's kind of safe versus certain things, but it also isn't at the same time. It's a little bit odd, but we'll see how it pays off, because one of the problems that you can run into in this matchup is actually Boom Boss being played, which is going to shuffle some cards and start blowing up cards not only on your opponent's board but in their hand as well. And if, for example, if East Mountain did not respond, being able to just play their Bran as well to sort of just answer at the same time, if one of you is delayed in getting that Bran active, which both teams have active now, and that gets blown up, it can be a big problem.
Really good draw for Lacueva. So again, if you're not familiar with what is happening now, this Deep Miner Bran is one of those payoff cards that I've been referring to earlier. This now means that any card that says Battle Cry on it, Battle Cry being a mechanic in Hearthstone that basically just means do something as you enter play, those effects are doubled for the rest of the game. It's unstoppable. You can kill the Bran, it does not matter. Those effects will be doubled for the rest of the game. So that's why when you heard Raven talking about how like drawing cards and getting to your win conditions is important, that's part of the reason why. Because if one player gets access to this and the other one does not, it's going to be a very one-sided matchup. But good news for fans of a competitive environment. Both teams were able to drop the Bran on curve, which means they are on relatively level footing right now. But I would argue that Lacueva has a small advantage just because they've been able to follow up that Bran a little more effectively.
Yeah, and also just even though, again, this matchup can be a bit of a slower matchup and a more drawn-out one and a lot of sort of decision-making, especially on the back end, just the fact that Lacueva just has minions on board, right, to start punching away at this armor means that they can pressure East Mountain's health total, because sometimes in this matchup, both players are kind of just not doing much in the damage sort of zone scenario in the early game, and that all comes later, and that allows the players to stack a lot of armor, as you can see, so it's like additive to the health total, whereas just having these minions for Lacueva on the bottom just chipping away, even though it's not tons of damage, it's enough to keep that armor total down, and then that naturally applies pressure throughout the rest of the game when you just have way more health than your opponent. Badlands getting dropped down now, which means that East Mountain is going to be able to clear this board with that guaranteed brawl win. However, sort of like, what do you think of that? Like, was that a dangerous enough board to brawl away, or do you think that was more of a I need to start making armor as opposed to getting it chipped every single turn?
Yeah, it's tough. There's a few guaranteed boards that are going to come down in this matchup, right? Where there's so because the excavate is happening so quickly, you're going to get the reward for that, which is the Azerite Ox, which is going to come down, and its battle cry is summon 2 8-cost minions. That battle cry is of course doubled as everything else is. So with one card, you'll be able to summon 4 8-cost minions to boards. That's 32 mana's worth of creatures that you can put in play with one single card. That's something that you need an answer for. Likewise, Inventor Boom, when that comes down, that will summon a whole bunch of Ziliaxes if you've got a Ziliax play before. Very similar thing. That's something that needs a board clear. But East Mountain does still have access to that Reno Jackson, which is an unconditional board clear of anything that comes down on your opponent's side. But it is a little interesting to me that it was chosen to be the Brawl clear that was used and not the Reno, because the Reno could have actually quite heavily limited the follow-up as well, which could have been a very big deal.
Yeah, speaking of big deals, there is again, because of all these battle cry effects happen twice because they've played Bran, Lacueva now has double 10-cost weapons, which will hit very hard and be a ton of value over the course of the game, and they've also used Fizzle now, so what that does is shuffle a card into your deck that when you draw it and play it, you basically get a copy of all the cards that were in your hand when you played the Fizzle. So it's just an almost infinite amount of resources right now.
Alright, here we go. This is what I was talking about just a second ago. So you get to Discover, which is a mechanic in Hearthstone that just means pick one of 3 options. And East Mountain are going to get to do this 4 times.
It's so strong, isn't it? Oof, there's Rag, an absolute classic. Didn't go for it though. I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, a little surprising not to see a rag there. I think with the one color gun coming out, probably good enough just to be able to justify the rag going face. Which I think getting the rag to deal some damage face here is a very, very big deal because it will carve away some of that armor, which means that potentially sanitize wouldn't be such a automatic clear to this board state. Like without the rag, your opponent's going to have massive amounts of armor here pretty much no matter what.
Yeah, look at this value again though, because now this the collar gun steals the card it goes to attack, which means that there's another fizzle that's happening twice. The value between these two teams is pretty filthy right now. And how much of an impact at this point do you think the first team to draw Reno is going to have? Like, is Reno themselves gonna propel the game forward, or is this all about the bombs at this point?
Well, as I said, Reno was in hand and has been in hand for East Mountain and was available in the previous
I couldn't even
clears,
see it. They had so many cards in hand on the top.
Yeah. So that was it. Chose to go with the Badlands Brawler as the clear instead of the Reno on the previous turn, which was a little bit surprising to me. Which, you know, the clears are available, but of course the added value and the added tempo sometimes that you get from those Reno hero powers after you transform can be a big deal.
Oh,
so
the
we'll wait and
nice,
see.
though.
Yeah, Tolan's good. I'll get him
work.
access to presumably a boom boss here with I think every other more expensive minion already in the hand. The Brand's already been played. The Venter and the Yogg-Saron is already in hand.
Yeah. Now, is this the moment where it's equip a weapon just so you've equipped it? Because there's 2 weapons in hand. There's another Ignis in hand, which is going to make 2 more weapons. I think these should start being swung now, and I think looks like the team from La Cueva agree.
Yep. Yeah, I think on the previous turn, the Sanitize play was pretty straightforward. There was a colossal board on the other side that needed clearing up. Actually ends up being the Ziliax drawn on the other side for East Mountain. I believe that was a 50-50 with the Boom Boss. But regardless, yep, sure, you could have done some plays to clear up some of that board state. But yeah, with this massive weapon value in hand, I think you just got to start swinging as much as possible.
And now there already needs to be some kind of play here.
It's got to be the Ziliax, right? I think so. This is a 2-turn setup now for East Mountain. There's another hand, second from the left inverted in their hand, which is the Inventor Boom, which re-summons any mechs that have died over the course of the game. Ziliax is played as kind of that unique mech to be able to do that. So if this gets cleared, that means that East Mountain can then just follow up with the Inventor Boom to re-summon another massive board.
Yeah, Collapse plus Blade Storm going to be pretty nice at getting the majority of this work done.
No, chooses not to go with the Aftershock here to clear that up. Just could have used the Aftershock and got 10 to go face with the weapon. Choosing just to chew away with it a little bit, I guess wanting to make sure that they still have some clears available, but they do still have that Badlands Brawler on the far left, which will be able to clear up the Ziliax board if it comes back here from the Inventor Boom. So I would have liked to see just a bit of damage being pushed face here. Just capitalize on this massive health lead that you have right now.
Yeah, I wonder if the view is just save a few more resources because there's so much damage and because there's such a massive health difference, and just say, I will just get there anyway, regardless, and just hold on to the Aftershock. But I guess it gets to the point where, like, there's not that many boards that get cleaned up by Aftershock soon, right? I guess Inventor Boom's going to come down and have something to say about that, though, as the new Ziliax hit the board and cause some havoc.
Yeah, but it does just kind of go to the point you were talking about, right? Where, like, Aftershocks isn't really a relevant card against this board state, right? You're just going to Badlands Brawler it away anyway. So I kind of struggle to see what kind of relevant situation Aftershocks would have. I guess pushing 10 to face seems like the best use of it to me.
Yeah, that's true, But having the Brawler just locked, loaded, ready to go, this is the opposite of the scenario we saw earlier, where East Mountain used their Brawler to clear... It was a threatening board, but not a truly dangerous board.
But it wasn't this.
Yes, whereas La Cueva have their Brawler to deal with this bush, which is normally, as you mentioned, what you save it for. And there's the snapshot, which that's the card.
I don't want to harp on about it, but there is such a thing as too much value, right? Like, we're reaching a point where there is no world where LaQuaver gets through all of these cards and all of these weapons in hand
but is
anyway.
too much value something you can say to someone who plays Highlander Warrior?
No, it's a great point. It's a great point, well made, Ray.
But yeah, that snapshot that's just been drawn.
Sorry, just to cut you, but because of the unique way the Badlands Brawler works with double battle cries, it's so it brawls the entire board, everything gets thrown into a pit and someone wins. It always wins, because that's what it says on the text, and then because the battle cry goes off twice, it does it again and kills all the reborn stuff as well. So it really is the absolute perfect answer to that board state with all of the reborn Ziliaxes that come down.
Yeah, and I guess, going back, was this also the flip side where, because East Mountain used the Brawler, is this now they have to hold Reno to use it on the opponent's boom turn because they don't have the way? They don't have the Brawler?
Okay.
Oh, okay, there's the TNT. I'm ready. Oh, it's disgusting.
East Mountain is going to need several of these to come off the top here for LaQuaver. So what each of those cards do, there's 6 of them now shuffled into LaQuaver's deck. Every time one of them is drawn, a card will blow up on the board, in the hand, and in the deck for LaQuaver. So each one that is drawn will just destroy 3 cards total for LaQuaver. Incredibly powerful as a win condition, especially in slow matchups like this. But of course, there is a little bit of a roll of the dice as to if and when and how many of them you do end up drawing.
Yeah, immune on the attack's going to be pretty nice there, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know what? I'll take 4 extra damage to face, thank you. That I wasn't planning on having this turn. Yeah, that's what LaQuaver must be thinking right now.
Yep.
Yeah, look at this.
Well, 7 extra damage to face, right? Because technically the Magtheridon's hitting face as well.
Yeah,
with the,
true.
3 damage.
But look at this, 74 health on LaQuaver's side, and 19 on East Mountain. Now, do not get me wrong, if you're a bit newer to card games, health doesn't really matter most of the time until you're on 0, right? Like, you can win on 1 health, but it has an impact in the game, and right now it means that LaQuaver can play a little bit more free and a little bit more pressure against East Mountain, because East Mountain are definitely on the defensive right now, and they really need to hope those bombs start going off soon.
And I just want to mention, I was talking about this earlier when we were looking at the deck list preparing for this. It is a slightly unusual ETC make. Oh, unusual isn't necessarily the right word, because it's a common ETC setup, but it's not one that I'm a huge fan of. I don't think it really gives you
Saul doesn't like it, therefore it's wrong, basically.
Correct, yes. That's exactly the point I'm making. But I just kind of felt it there, right? Where the ETC came down, I was just looking at the options and thinking, I don't really like any of these options right now. The boom boss is lost though. That is huge. So you just saw one of those bombs got drawn. A card got blown up in hand and a card got blown up in deck. And the card that got blown up in deck was the other boom boss on the other side that would be able to shuffle those same cards back into the opponent's deck.
Okay.
So there will be no TNT explosion coming out here from LaQuaver. Just not a thing that will be happening this game.
Yeah, there won't, but this is probably the next best thing. The Ziliax draw, right, was probably the literal next best card if you weren't going to draw the boom boss for LaQuaver here. So they do get the Ziliax. They are going to be Reno'd away, though.
Yep. And that Reno clears up everything, including the dormant minion. The Magtheridon being taken out as well.
Wow. Decided to trade
bomb.
the Viper away when there's just a 4 durability, what will probably be 2 durability weapon.
That's another bomb! The snapshot's gone!
Oh no. Okay, the
Reno survives though. Yeah.
Is it just swing, equip weapon? I think.
Okay, if that one has... I'm glad that there's some mousing over going on right now, because I think, if this one has Wind Fury, you just get this one down and start dealing 10 a turn. Because right now, LaQuaver is very much designated as the aggro in the remainder of this matchup, because their resources are currently melting away to those explosions. They do not have the tools to be able to win this game if it goes massively long, so they need to put on pressure and get the damage over the line.
Okay, safety goggles coming off the snapshot. So East Mountain do have some extra resources to play around with. The blast charge is going to be able to clear off this big boy on the board. Get an excavate as well, but it is going to be the one drop. There are the Ignis, but the it's still very slow, isn't it, when you're getting smacked for 10 every turn?
Yep. It is slow, but you have to set up something to help you survive long term, right? Like, you're kind of looking for the opposite, the yin. You want the yin weapon to LaQuava's yang weapon here. You want like double armor gain, like Wind Fury armor gain or Lifesteal armor gain, just to be able to survive all of this long term. But I think this is getting very, very close now. Yeah, double summon back, so you can see the Ziliaxes did not come back from that Inventor Boom because they were just removed by the Reno, which doesn't kill minions, it just straight up wipes them. But there was still that one Burrow Buster, which came back twice because of the double Battle Cry effect, and just about got there over the line. You can see that 2-turn setup. That's why getting that Wind Fury weapon down on the previous turn was so crucial. Really, really good recognition overall. And I do think, just in general, you may have picked up of a couple of complaints during that game of both sides playing a little too value focused, which is natural. It's a control versus control matchup, right? Those instincts can take over, but I do think the matchup is quite tempo based in general. I think like a couple of decisions like East Mountain, for example, taking double Corganon just to get more cards into the hand to then get a better snapshot instead of taking something more aggressive like a Rag, for example. Those kind of decisions, I think LaQuava just made them a little bit better. And even though they kind of got the worst end of the rub with the Boom Boss going off and destroying their Boom Boss and completely ripping away all their value, the fact they were so far ahead on tempo and aggression through the early game, that's kind of the most important thing in Hearthstone, full stop, really, and just always will be. It's a very initiative-based card game, and I think that's what LaQuava did a little bit better in that game one for me.
Yeah, it's really tricky, isn't it? Where, because we're just talking about that matchup specifically, there's multiple routes to win, and those routes, like, change, right, based on what's going on. As we saw, one win condition was taken away from LaQuava by the bombs from their opponent. However, even with those TNTs, like, going off and deleting cards from the hand and the deck, if you just create tons of 10-cost weapons that hit for 1 million over the course of a few turns, well, it's unlikely the bombs are going to destroy them all. So that was kind of, potentially the plan. And that, I did feel like for the most of the game, they were that sort of half step ahead, which can happen in these mirrors, where one team, in this instance, as opposed to player, does just get that slight edge. And then as long as you can keep hold of it, that's the difference often, when these teams are pretty evenly matched. Because, I mean, as the teams are getting ready for game 2, I think their runs through this league sort of / knockout stage as well have been incredible. We were looking at it before, we came on to cast this. Both teams kind of just beat everyone else. I know that sounds silly because they're in the finals, but their records were ridiculous, like absurd, of like what 80-90% win rate records across like obviously multiple matches throughout the league for their PlayVS system. So it was really impressive. So I expect to see this matchup being very, very close between the two teams.
Yeah, regular season, I think East Mountain in particular have an incredible record. 9-0 in match score, but then also 27-1 in game score, which means they won 8 matches 3-0, straight sweeps in Conquest, which are rare-ish, and then one series was won 3-1 as well. So that is an incredible level of dominance through the regular season. Then when it came to playoffs, a little bit closer overall. Still 3-0 match record through the playoffs, but they did at least lose twice as many games in those 3 matches in playoffs as they did in the entire regular season. So yeah, sure, LaQuava put up a pretty solid record as well, but it certainly looked like East Mountain were the more dominant team coming into this, but they are going to have to now fight from behind, having lost that Warrior Mirror in the opener.
Yeah, just to remind you, because this format might take you by surprise a little bit, each team has got 3 different classes, so we just saw both teams' warriors there, and they have to win with each class once. Is how it works. So as an example now, LaQuava cannot queue their warrior. Their player who's a Paladin warrior they're at least piloting done for the day. They've done their job, they've won their game. They can still help out their teammates, of course, but it means that it'll be a different class from La Cueva. And then East Mountain, they will be able to re-queue the warrior because it lost, or they can change to any of the other classes as well. They don't have to stick on warrior. They can queue any of the others as long as by the end of the match, at least if it goes in their favor, they have won once with each class. So we will definitely not be seeing a warrior mirror again because it cannot happen. But we'll be interested to see if they're going to re-queue the warrior or if the pilot's going to take a bit of a break and say, you know what, someone else take the next one. I'll jump in a little bit later on.
Yeah, and those remaining decks that we have, so we have on La Cueva's side, they have the Warrior that they have won with, so via Conquest that deck is now out of the series, and so left to win with they have a hand buff Paladin, which certainly at most ranks reporting across the spread on like Hearthstone ladder. Hand buff Paladin is the best deck in the game, just in terms of average win rate. I think when you get to the absolute top level of competitive play, that drops off a little bit, but certainly an incredibly powerful deck, and I think there is room. Sometimes you get these decks, and sometimes these decks tend to be Paladin decks, which massively overperform at lower ranks, but there's no, we call it skill expression at the top end, so when it comes to high level play, their win rate falls off a cliff, because better players are better at beating those decks, and there's not enough expression,
This game, the Inventor Boom, well, that's in La Cueva's hand, it's not in East Mountain's hand right now, so you can start to see just this this weight of pressure building up, where the Priest is just a little more effective at doing what this matchup is about.
Yeah. No, Elliot, gonna be really nice at clearing up this board as well. Gonna pretty much clear everything off.
It's a full clear.
Yeah.
It just always is.
Yeah, it's just a good card.
It's a very hard card to process. I think a lot of people, until they have like significant experience actually using the card, they either forget about the cleave or they forget about the death rattle.
Yeah,
they never quite process that it does both.
Yeah, it's one of those cards where why does this do both, right?
Yeah. Sides. Well, yes, I mean the cleave on its own already clears up the side. Like you're fine. You're big chilling.
Wow. Okay. Big dragon coming down here. Gonna be able to refresh some mana crystals and again
okay.
to basically redraw. Okay. Well, no bash. Not gonna try and defend the dragon here. I'm sorry if you can hear the doggo in the background. She's seen something out the window.
Having a full menagerie invasion here. Oh, one mana bottled Shade Leaf.
Yeah,
disgusting clear. I feel like this could have been a good time for the... Ooh, okay, Elise, nice. Could have been a good time for the bot phase there, just because we actually had hand space to be able to get those minis chucked into our hand a little bit, which would have been nice.
I was even thinking about the Reno for a second, but I can't remember whether the boom was stolen or copied.
I believe it's just a copy. I think the boom is still present somewhere.
Which is fair. Which is then sure keep the Reno in hand, right?
But you did delete the Ziliax without it being killed.
Oh,
so
true. Yeah,
the Inventor Boom on the other side actually is not all that effective. You can still get the Burrow Buster going on in there, but
TNT dynamite.
It's dynamite.
Yeah. I mean it's a card that can do something. The only unfortunate thing is Bran has not been played yet. And if Bran was played, we could actually start talking about this game being a winner for East Mountain, right? Because if you just start chaining those TNTs, you could just delete your opponent's game plan completely. But without Bran, I respect the holding on. I'm not sure exactly how many cards are left for East Mountain, but it's still too many, I would say, in their opinion. Here comes Elise, though. Gonna start
Here comes
the
Elise, yeah. There is still another raw copy of Amanthor in the deck. Yep, there it is. So we can now activate a Titan ability as well. But with the board full, some of those Titan abilities are not particularly useful. I think you might just want to use one of them anyway, just to get the legendary shoved in your hand, honestly. Because you'd be expecting Brawl or Reno or something coming out here, right? So it may have been worth just clicking the Armenthal just to get something.
And Reno off the top rope there from Team East Mountain, like drawing it right off the top, was about as good as it was going to get at this point in the game, let's be honest. Ooh. Time to either get the bot down or go for a big weapon this turn with Ignis, do you think?
Well, so the thing is, the Benevolent Banker just got drawn, which it's such a miserable turn to just play it this turn because it'd be your only minion.
But you steal.
For those of you who don't know. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, the turn after your opponent plays Reno and clears the board like this weird like sand swept effect on the other side means that you can only play one total minion. You can only use one board space for that immediate turn after the Reno. But that Benevolent Banker, strictly on the turn where you draw it, it's a mechanic called Quick Draw in Hearthstone, you can actually use it to steal a card from your opponent's deck, which, as mentioned, very, very powerful in this particular.
And we can see, because there's Bran still in the deck, right? Like, it would be a big deal. Oh, we've got 2 Window Shopper minis from that. Okay. Oh, Armenthal. Again!
It's back!
That's, what, 4 this game?
Yes, yeah.
One was from Elise.
Two copied from the creation, 1 summoned from Elise, and the natural one has been drawn. Just so we're all on the same page, by the way, Benevolent Banker is spells only, so cannot get access to the Brian.
Thalan. Worth a little look. There's a Boom in hand. There's the Shoppers minis.
Sure. Well, not less than 1 though.
Effect,
so
yeah. It's right. Oh, what?
Wait, did they just get double Demon Hunter mini? That's kind of sick.
Yeah. I also just lose. One of the difficulties in commentating this kind of matchup with Priest especially is it's very difficult to keep track of what's been created and what's not, and what's actually in the deck, because both, especially this matchup, both players play similar neutral cards, so it can be a little bit tricky.
Ooh, Double Mage Secret. Okay. So this is a weird card. So we have to go several layers deep here. The bot phase gives you 2 minis in your hand. Miniaturize is a mechanic from the newest expansion as well, where you play a card, it puts a 1/1 copy with the same effect, essentially with the same card text on it, into your hand. That card is designed for Demon Hunter, which has access to a bunch of demons, unsurprisingly. It allows you to discover a demon from a fairly wide pool and then get a copy of it with the same cost and size as the original minion, in this case a 1-mana 1/1. But because Priest doesn't have any minions in their class, as Raven was talking about earlier, you only get to look at the neutral minions because you're not allowed to discover things from outside of your class. So that's why you just kept seeing the same 2 options come up over and over again.
And then an absolute staple of Hearthstone since day 1, Tyrion Fordring. When that guy dies, he's going to basically auto-equip a 5-attack weapon to Team LaQuava to be able to swing a few times and deal a ton of damage. So Tyrion, even though may not look threatening as an 8/8, will actually put a lot of pressure on this, even with this play, so I'm going to be able to clear it up, because I do not see a Viper in East Mountain's hand, which means there's no way to kill off the weapon right now. The old Ashbringer.
No. Perfect hero power, though, to be able to clear this up with Bladestorm. Bladestorm just deals 1 damage repeatedly until something dies. So with all of those 1/1s in play, kind of irritating for East Mountain to deal with, because Bladestorm would have just gone off once, killed the 1/1s, and gone, okay, we've killed something, we stop going now. But the hero power was actually able to clear up all of the 1/1s, which then allowed the Bladestorm to take care of the Tyrion problem. But you can take care of the Tyrion problem. There is still a laundry list of about 9 other problems that East Mountain are encountering right now.
Kolaghan not really as good because there's no minions on the board for him to rush into. Ugh. Just not the best, eh? Not the best at all, option-wise. Again, East Mountain still just waiting and waiting for this Bran.
Oh, Shadow Word Ruin drawn. It was a pretty easy Reno as the turn started, but now with Shadow Word Ruin picked up, we can just clear that up. There comes the Viper out of the deck. Thunderbringer summons a beast from your deck on Death Rattle, which is actually kind of a drawback for East Mountain right now, because that Viper would be quite useful to just destroy this massive weapon on the other side.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I was saying earlier, where in this game, if cards get like summoned or pulled onto the board and not played, their battle cry effects don't go off, which means this Viper, if East Mountain played it, they would have destroyed the weapon. That's the Viper's ability. But because it got pulled from the deck, it doesn't do anything. It's just a 3/4 that sits there. So yeah, as Salt said, really brutal overall. And they are gonna pick up the tradable. Maybe going fishing for that Bran.
Desperately holding on, trying to get this deep miner Bran down. Yeah, just drawing as many cards as physically possible.
They've
here.
definitely had the rough end of the stick here, right? Just Bran being so deep, and this is kind of the problem with the deck sometimes. Is like Bran has such an impact on the power level of the deck. If it's one of your bottom cards, it can be very tough to actually pull out wins.
Copy a card in your opponent's deck and add it to your hand. Oh, okay. I was waiting for the Bran. I could smell it. I could taste it.
To be fair, look, whoever can get Bran with the location. Okay, is there a way they can bounce? Never mind.
Is that Divine Shield, Rush, Wind Fury, Lifesteal?
It's just everything at this point.
Oh, you get that back from the boom now. That's clever. I like it. I hadn't even thought about that. Greeding the boom as hard as possible. I like that a lot.
Oh, look. It's still not Bran. They can go for Yogg-Saron, another Titan, an absolute classic character from Hearthstone as well. And he's probably going to, what do you think, take control here? Yep, I think so. Get some more value.
Really? Okay, interesting.
Well, I think the trading
still
might
leaves
cause
a
some
lot
more
of pressure
trouble,
on
right?
the other side.
I mean,
you can just Reno and push here now.
I think
and if your
so.
opponent is, see, here's the problem, right? Because now, because there's still so much pressure left up on Laquava's board, if East Mountain draw Bran off the top this turn, they can't even really play it. It costs 8.
Yeah.
They can't afford to just slam Bran and move on from that point. So if they can just keep loading up pressure, which it looks like they might be able to do, they've got a lot of weapons to be able to play out for the rest of the game now as well.
Yeah. There's what, 16 damage on board? Not anymore, of course, as that is the fire bullet. Very nice pickup, honestly. That is again, we've not really touched on this, but Reno's hero power basically shoots bullets for 2 mana, but the type of bullet changes randomly each turn, and they do different things. So for example, you can discover a spell, the bullet can like deal 2 damage and then deal 1 to the board, which is what East Mountain just had. But what bullet you get is effectively random, outside of you can't get repeats, right? You can't get the same bullet twice in a row. But other than that, it was just a very fortunate way, because otherwise they might have struggled a little bit to clear that board. Ignis is going to come down now for Laquava, and they're going to probably go for a very large weapon that does the most damage.
10. Yeah, interesting. I was kind of wondering about a 5 there, just because the rest of the turn is not all that powerful.
Right.
Like, you don't really have a lot
And
else
they have
to
another
do,
Ignis.
so... Yeah, they have another Ignis, exactly. They even still have power chord synchronized, so they can just keep on rolling with weapons if they really want to.
Wonky ordering as well, or was it just me?
What happened?
Well, they had the hero power to discover a spell, and they did that last, right?
Oh, okay, sure.
If they were going to shoot the minion anyway.
There was a moment, I believe, last turn as well, where they, I think they healed their face and then attacked into a minion. But I'm trying to be kind here, Raven.
Oh,
okay?
I mean, you understand why. Bear in mind, like, even though we've been talking about it's more about...
What's the literal last card?
Bran literally last. But there's a lot of pressure. If Laquava lose this, they've lost, right? Second place, done. So there's definitely a lot of pressure on these players to make sure they're making the right moves. And although in this game, you can not make perfect plays and still win, right? That's very straightforward. And Laquava now are piling on the pressure. They're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Here comes the TNT, a little bit late to the party, but we're here. But is it too late, Sottle? That's my question. There's still armor, there's still Ignis. You know, there's something.
No draw. No draw, and I think that spells absolute disaster because now you can just puppet theater the boom boss. You can play it down. That is 3 copies that go in immediately. Drew the Ziliax as well, so you can just clear this up, and that is going to say goodbye to the majority of the remainder of this hand.
Yeah, and
East
honestly,
Mountain. And I think from here, East Mountain are just dying to fatigue no matter what they do.
Even if they didn't have the Ziliax, the bombs would actually have cleared the board anyway. Right?
That's true.
Each bomb kills a minion on board, a card in hand, and a card in deck. And because there's no other cards in decks apart from the bombs, all 3 go off, so it would have cleared up to 3 minions. And look, there goes the hand, there goes the board, there goes the game at this point. As it looks like LaQuava are going to be able to even up this series, and it went pretty much as you said, Sol. Priest just outmaneuvering the Warrior at all edges, basically.
The last hurrah with the Inventor Boom. Even goes face. There's freaking 5 minions in play, and you're just going face. Come on, Burrow Buster.
Hoping for a bomb chain.
Yeah, I think if 6 of them just come off the top here, I still just don't think that is going to be enough to win the game.
Well, there's 2. And there's 3. Okay.
There's 3.
They're going for it. Killed off the location. There's 4. There's 5. There's 6. Oh, it was all. Oh, they actually just. I didn't know they were down to nothing. That's actually really funny.
Well, so it's not. It becomes increasingly more likely, right? So you have to hit the first one, and then the first one hits a non-TNT card in your deck, right? So then it's more likely that the second one comes out.
I just didn't realize they were that low on cards. I thought they were a lot.
Right. And then when the second one comes out, it hits another non-TNT card in your deck, so it becomes incredibly likely that you're going to hit the third one, and so on and so forth. But those first 1 or 2 draws, that's where it can actually become just a little bit sketchy.
And the spell options are horrendous.
Yep.
Those were not the spells you want. East Mountain fighting till the end here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And again, the big deal here is the value potential. Because LaQuava have the big weapon equipped. If they play that 2-drop, by the way, in case you're wondering, it draws 2 cards that turn, which means they take fatigue plus like twice and die.
I could almost hear the argument though of whoever had them out, like, but come on, look, we're dead anyway. We're dead 100% of the time. Like, let's just play it and be over with.
Yeah, lesser Spellstone. Now, what I can tell you now, Spellstone, really, really powerful. Just like full stop here. But someone sat doing the maths if Holy Nova wins this turn, right?
It doesn't hit face, so it wouldn't change the clock.
Oh, sorry, regardless. Yeah. Again, shows how much I played Priest recently. Or at least I played fully. Highlander Priest. Give me the Dragons and Zarimi every day of the week. Gonna use it to heal themselves and heal their own minion up. Means like it's a little bit more defensive. Not that it matters, because this is...
Hey! Oh, no! Enter too quickly!
That's so funny.
Oh, imagine it mattering. Oh, come on.
It never. To be fair, the last few turns of the game pretty much did not matter at that point. But both teams just playing till the ultimate out. LaQuava, though, are going to even it up. And just like we predicted, this Warrior is proving to be a bit of a problem for East Mountain getting it over the line. It struggled. Now the Priest is gone, but I believe there is it Rogue that's left?
It's Excavate Rogue, yeah.
Rogue, isn't it? So that's going to be a spicy one to finish off this series. But great job so far for both teams. I expect nothing less for the 2 teams that have come this far in the competition to take us all the way into the final game of the series. Regardless of everything that's happened up until this point, from way back when the competition started, it comes down to this last game, Sottle. I feel like the pressure on both teams is about as high as it can get. But I want to ask you, what do you think the pressure's like for the player who is piloting the Warrior? Because they have had a bad day. Let's be honest, it's not been going too well. And also, although it's a team effort, the teammates can talk and suggest plays. You're the player, you know, one of them is the one holding the mouse, making the actions as the Warrior deck. And they've lost, what, twice so far? Or was it all 3, actually? I think No, sorry, twice. It's not 3, of course. It'll be over.
Three would mean the series was over. Sorry, Raven, we've been doing this for like 9 years, okay?
Look,
you know how long a Hearthstone
Do you know how long a
is?
matchup of these Highlander decks takes?
Yeah, true.
But yeah, so they've already lost twice. Like, how do you think the player's feeling right now? Because you understand matchups and likelihoods as a good Hearthstone player, which this team is, but like, it must be rough, right?
So this is where a good coach can actually come into play, right? Because managing morale of a team and recontextualizing context and all of these various things, managing the mental state of your players is a big deal, right? People management is a huge aspect. And yes, this has been a grindy series, and yes, playing Warrior has been largely a miserable experience in this series so far. However, all you have to do is just, pat the guy on the back, pat the person on the back, and just say, look, this is the matchup now. Warrior versus Rogue. This is the best matchup that you are going to get in this series. And now you have it. And now the series is on the line. You now have a favored matchup to win this series and win this tournament for your team, for your school, and for yourself. Forget about the terrible matchups that you've had to go through. Forget about the emotional torture of having to play against Control Priest for the last 30 minutes. You reset, you go again, and this is one game of Hearthstone with everything on the line, and before a card is drawn, you are favoured.
Yeah.
You brought Warrior, you're on Warrior, time to show everyone why you are on Warrior and win this game of Hearthstone. And it just doesn't matter, right? Like, it just absolutely does not matter.
Yeah.
And anything that's come before up until this point.
That's definitely the way. I like. Not that I would be good enough to be a coach for a team, of course, but that is what I would want to be told. Maybe is nothing else that's happened now matters. There's one game you're playing. If you win, we win. Done. None of the rest matters anymore. It is completely unimportant. It all comes down to this one game. Let's go. And that's, I think, what the players should focus on, right? So I'm excited for this one. It's going to be the final game between these two great teams, these two great schools, the coaches, and all the players and people that have supported them as well. And it all comes down to this. Again, just to give a quick shout out as well, both teams have earned, I believe, like some form of scholarship prizing from getting to the finals itself. But again, no one wants to come second, right? You put people playing at this level, playing this type of competition, they are playing to win. So that's what they're definitely going to go for. So is this where you land, sort of? Do you think the Warriors finally going to take it over? The Rogue is going to sort of defeat these struggles they've been having?
It's a tough one to say. I was talking earlier about skill expression, right? And I think if you put this matchup in the hands of the best players in the world, of like world championship caliber level players, I think the margin is very, very fine. If not, it might even be ever so slightly Rogue favored. But if you look at widely reported stats of all games that are played across Hearthstone Ladder, the Warrior has a very strong edge in this matchup. So that's what has to be focused on for East Mountain, and for particularly the Warrior player of East Mountain, to be able to get there. However, there is a VALORANT in the opening hand, which is one of the most powerful effects in the deck for LaQuava, so that will be looking pretty promising for them as well. But Town Crier in hand as well for East Mountain, which is pretty much one of the only plays available for them on turn one. So decent mulligans on side already for both players, even before they have chosen which cards to throw away.
And as we kick off the final game of this series and of the Hearthstone segment of this tournament, again, if you've just tuned in recently, there are plenty of other games coming up. I'm going to be tuning in to catch the rest if I'm still awake by the time they're on, especially the VALORANT, which I'm looking forward to a little bit later on. But for now, do you just want to give the viewers just a bit of a rundown? We've seen this Warrior a lot today, so I think we kind of know what's going on there, but what is this Rogue going to do? What is the game plan?
I mean, anything you can possibly think or dream of. So this is another Excavate deck. We've seen the effects of Excavate in Warrior throughout the day, where you play various cards that say Excavate on them, and the effects of the rewards that you generate from that become incrementally more powerful until you get a specific payoff card tailored specifically to your class. So for Warrior, it's that card that we saw that summons 8 drops. You discover 8 drops, they summon to the board. We saw that played multiple times throughout the various Warrior games. The Rogue equivalent of that is a card which puts 4 spells in your hand, which are discounted usually to 1 specifically. And they can be any spell in all of Hearthstone. On top of which, there are various other effects that can generate cards from other classes. As I was mentioning before in the pre-game, it's generally very hard to get cards from other classes in the game. Rogue breaks that rule specifically. You can see specifically the text on that Kajamite creation that was just played says discover a spell from another class. And then the eventual big payoff for all of that is the card that you can see second from the left in LaQuava's hand, Tess Greymane, which replays every single card that you have played from a different class throughout the entire game. And Rogue has the ability to replay that card, Tess Greymane, 3, 4, 5 times over the course of the game. So that is what LaQuava will be trying to do. East Mountain will be trying to A, survive, but also B, disrupt. We've seen cards like Dirty Rat, for example. If Dirty Rat comes down and rips that Tess out on the board, and then East Mountain is able to kill it, so it's just gone from the game, that removes that effect from the game for the rest of the matchup, which is one of the biggest reasons overall why this is such a good matchup for Warrior.
Yeah, that has got to be priority number 1, right? Draw Dirty Rat, use Dirty Rat, win game. That's level 1. And then if that doesn't work, then you've got to start pulling other things out the bag. As we saw, the TNT can also blow stuff up if Tess is a little bit, coming out a little bit later on in the game, of course. But we'll have to see how it goes. For now, though, LaQuava are actually doing a decent job at not only progressing the game plan, but putting a bit of pressure on as well, right? Making East Mountain actually have to react and do stuff, as opposed to sort of just freely armor up, draw some cards, dig to those answers like Dirty Rat that they want to get to.
Yeah, and just to pick up on that point you're talking about with the TNT as well, like that can be very relevant, even if the test chain has started early, because what you'll generally do is you'll play Tess and then you'll use either Breakdance or Shadow Step to return it to your hand, but it's still then too expensive to play it again in the same turn, so you then do have to hold it in your hand for a turn with the intention of then playing it again on the following turn, and that's when a TNT draw can potentially come out and punish you for that, particularly if you've got some card draw effects in your Tess, right? So where you play Tess and you start drawing cards and then you start pulling out those bombs, and then your Tess can even get like blown up on the board mid-cast. There's lots and lots of ways that things can go very, very wrong for you in the Rogue in this one.
Yeah, there's definitely a huge chunk. I mean, it's a fair few classes in Hearthstone like this at the moment, but a huge chunk of this Rogue deck is adapting on the fly to what's going on. Drilly the Kid coming down. If you're wondering why the card looks a little bit strange, those are called signature versions of the card, which don't change the card text or their abilities, but it's just cool sort of full art cards that you can get as like a cosmetic, like a nice bonus card basically in Hearthstone. There's a fair few of them and they do look fantastic. So yeah, just in case you're wondering why that card specifically looks a little bit strange compared to the others. Still nice.
And AC already, the Azurite Scorpion in hand for LaQuava. That is that payoff card that I was talking about. That will add 4 spells.
Yeah, if there's something Rogue likes, it's stuff, isn't it? Rogue just likes stuff.
Gonna hold on to Ogre-Fist Boulder here, I would imagine, because you have a 1/1 next turn that you can turn into a 6/7. Raven gave you a good breakdown of locations in the previous game, I think it was, but one thing that wasn't mentioned, yes, you can use locations multiple times. You can use them the amount of times that you see the number on the bottom, in this case 2. You can't use them on consecutive turns. So if you use them this turn, it then goes on cooldown. And this ability to turn any minion into a 6/7 is a little bit more powerful on this 1/1 that might come down here than it would be on that 4/3.
Yeah, weapon being picked up as well for LaQuava. Going to be nice just to start sort of getting those swings in and maybe put some more excavate. And we are going to see Azurite Scorpion drop down now though. And what do we have here? And as you can, that is a perfect example of what this deck's like. The Scorpion comes down, and then the team instantly like, okay, what are these 4 cards? And you sort of just like, have to look at them all and go, right, let's make a game plan of these 4 cards now. And that, honestly, we've not really touched on this too much, but this deck must be even trickier to play as a team because you'll have the two teammates being like, "Oh, do this."
Oh,
no,
100%.
this
100%, yeah.
Honestly, if you would have to ask me, I would take a guess that whoever's piloting this is probably said, "Unless I am missing lethal, do not talk to me," right? And just let me just do something, because I know from when we co-op, right, that it's like it can be havoc trying to pilot a deck where like there's a lot of random outcomes you have to adjust to.
Raven is the most impulsive co-opper you have ever met in your life. If you say anything out loud, even if it's just musing or you're presenting it as a possibility, Raven has then already done it and clicked enter.
I just think that's a great partner, right? It's just like, "Oh, we should do this." Okay. We just do it.
All right, send it with full chest. There we go, I've done it.
Sounds great to me. Here, though, again, there is that Azerite Scorpion, of course, was bounced back to hand for Team LaQuaver, so they still have a sort of go-again option. When they free up their hand a little bit, there is something, again, we've not really touched on if you're not used to Hearthstone, but you can only hold 10 cards in your hand at any given time. If you create more or try to draw more when you already have 10 cards, they just burn away into nothingness, so they don't go in the deck, you don't get them, they're just gone from the game. So generally speaking, you want to make sure you have hand space.
Was this good? Did a good thing just happen? I kind of want my weapon back.
Something happened. I can tell you that.
Yeah, so this card basically just absorbs your weapon and just gains the stats. So attack as attack and durability as health. And then when it dies, you just get the weapon back again.
Yeah, and one thing I will point out is the weapon that was equipped on the Rogue doesn't do much, and because it is focused around its death rattle, right? So like killing it, like, or at least it's not there for damage, generally speaking, right? It's not like the Ashbringer we saw in the earlier game, where it's like a 5 attack weapon that's going to start pumping out tons of damage.
Oh,
hey,
Bran.
Hey,
it's
he's
a
early.
Huge Bran.
I thought he was supposed to
It
be the
is
last
a
card in the deck.
huge Bran, and there's not a significant amount of pressure in play here for LaQuaver. That was a very, very low tempo turn
and
for LaQuaver specifically. So now this Bran has been allowed to play freely, and this might be something that can just come back to bite you here. You know, location could have been used there potentially, or that was it on cooldown? Yeah, it would have been on cooldown actually, so you wouldn't have been able to use it. Yeah.
Most importantly, though, with the brand down, it means that so much TNT is going to be shuffled into the deck, which, as we said earlier, LaQuaver with the Rogue opening did look strong, and they can do powerful things. However, if those cards start getting deleted and blown up by the TNT, it's definitely less impactful. Being able to create tons of cards in hand has a semi-protective property, right? If the more cards you have in hand, the less likely one specific card is going to be destroyed. So Tess, which is again the far left card in the hand for Team LaQuaver right now, is probably the best card for them. The more cards you can hold in hand, the less chance of it being sniped.
Do you feel like there's a little bit too much of a value game?
Yeah, it's a bit manic
going on here
from
Shadow
Step as well. Yeah, Shadow Step on the
This is a Shadow Step as well, yeah.
So Shadow, do you think this is too much focus on the Scorpion versus saving stuff for the Tess?
I do. And not even necessarily saving stuff for the Tess. I think at this point, you know, you've already allowed your opponent to play an 8-mana 2/4. Which they've done without dying, right? That's step number one. You don't really want that to happen as much as possible. And then you know the things that you fear, right, are things like ETC, Fizzle, and most importantly, Boom Boss. Those are all things that don't actually react to your board immediately. So for me, the most important thing you can do is just put massive pressure on the board and hit face, so that if they want to start doing their greedy battlecry stuff, you're then pushing 20 the next turn, right? And then suddenly they're on the verge of death. I think if you sit back and play into this value game, that's a game that the Warrior is going to end up winning.
Yeah, just because they get to delete cards from you, you don't, right? That's the sort of simplified version of that problem. And now, a Bran and then ETC Fizzle turn, this is a problem because the East Mountain are winning on board, and that shouldn't, as you mentioned, that shouldn't really happen, right? These are low-tempo plays, but somehow East Mountain are ahead. Flint Firearm is going to come down to maybe generate some additional answers. Well, okay. Speaking of which,
Sunspot Dragon is back.
Back again. Okay, I mean, sure.
Yeah, why not?
Did you like the dragon to the face, though? I think this is the way. Just all in.
Yes. Again, I absolutely do think this is the way, but I kind of think this is a spot that we should have seen a turn earlier as well. I think last turn was a little too value focused.
If my eyes don't deceive me, the brawler is in hand, which means this board is going away.
Yep.
Oh, someone said stop. Hang on, what if we did this? Right? You know that exact sentence has been uttered, right? But what if we did? And then whatever.
Big outcome for LaQuaver as well. Very, very favourable outcome with Sylvanas and Scorpion both in... sorry, not Sylvanas. Tess and Scorpion being both in hand there and neither of them being hit by the rat. That's a very, very positive outcome for LaQuaver.
There's the weapon back.
And now Brawler is just going to have a second brawl all by himself.
Okay. So Cult Neophyte is gonna make spells cost 1 more for the opponent, so it's gonna get some pressure down. Empty some of this hand space to play Scorpion again. I'm really surprised Tess isn't just being jammed. Honestly, there was a lot of cards that could be summoned. Oh, Deadly Poison.
Deadly Poison is huge, gets a second copy. That's actually massive. We can use the Funnel Cake to cheat a little extra bit of mana. Rip back Creation Protocol, hopefully find something cheap enough to play. Okay, Velorock at least represents charge damage. That's huge on the following turn. This is much, much better. This is what I wanted to see a couple of turns ago. This is just stacking up damage in hand.
Yeah, and also...
You love to see it.
Look at the options that East Mountain have. They do have the pig in hand, I think. That is the pig, middle right. But other than that, there's not actually great answers. Yogg-Saron can help clear the board, but it doesn't feel that reliable, and everything's very expensive. Oh, imagine the Sonya with the Deadly Poison. Nice.
Yeah, that's a whole different deck, which is, a very, very different story. Gotta be the Ziliax. Yeah, gotta be the Ziliax. The Yogg, I think, just left you too vulnerable in terms of your ways of clearing up this board state. What do you think? What's the pig? I don't know.
The Azurite. The Excavate Warrior.
Oh, okay.
It's a pig, isn't it? I've not been lied to all my life, have I? Looks like a pig.
Ox? An ox?
Is it an ox? Sorry, yeah, it looks like a pig. It looks like Hoffa. It looks like it's a pig.
Okay.
It's going to be Yogg-Saron's Titan. One of Titan's abilities is to steal and your opponent. But that was... Oh, yeah. I think okay is the right word because this is a ton of pressure. Are they going to burn this?
Illidan's Gift? Yeah, okay. You can just, like, showdown and just trade them off on board just to get a card out of hand?
Yeah. Oh?
Oh, no. Just gonna chill. Well, now East Mountain get to steal this back.
Yeah. and then wait, and then LaQuaver can steal it back again. Or do they steal the Yogg? I'm not sure at this point. Oh, Master's Call.
Okay, Breakdance actually kind of a bad burn for the long term for LaQuaver, but again, I don't think this is necessarily a long game that we're interested in playing.
I hope the team has a really good handle on what cards have been played for this test.
This is good, I like this. Just use the Fell Barrage to dig through and just start getting that Velorock damage to go face instead of messing around with the Yogg. It does mean that the Ziliax has, however, gone in the death pool, which means now if a boom were drawn...
Yeah. Look at this, though.
Then it could be big heals, but there have been lethal outs here with these discounted cards.
Oh!
Tempest Hammer is at least some damage.
Oh, if they had a bit more. Because that hits Yogg, right?
That hits Yogg, yeah.
One more damage, I think, on the thing had a chance to actually win.
Yeah, one more damage would have been a 50-50 for the game.
Still, though, 4 health.
2 more damage would have been lethal.
Shield block coming out for Eastern Mountain, trying to go as defensive as possible to just not die. Bladestorm, because of the minions' symmetrical health, is going to be able to clear off this board at least, but it's looking so close, honestly, because again, LaQuaver feel ahead, but they can't kill yet, right? Like, that's the problem, and each turn you don't kill, you're opening up to this big weapon coming down. Heroes gain 8 armor.
Wind Fury 8 armor comes off the first one. It's never 10 again. Yeah, I think
one,
that was a
right?
1 on the
Yeah,
second
I think
one.
it was a
I think
1.
that was a 1 on the second one, which
Yeah.
I do think is smart. Yes, absolutely.
Because they can, play it now, right? If they just want like if they went for armor and stuff, they can just play it now, load it up, and go. Yeah. This is really nice. Just that little
Now,
bit
if they
of
don't
drama.
die this turn, I think they'll feel like they're in a pretty good spot because they have an answer to basically anything that can come from LaQuaver on the following turn. There is another VALORANT, though!
Okay.
Plays the Shaman card, yeah, to
Clear it off.
Transform the
And now
VALORANT,
the
give it
weapon
charge,
hits
so it can go
face.
face immediately. Gets Collapse! That's more damage!
Alright, the weapon's gonna deal what, 4?
Oh, no damage, though!
So is it Conjurer?
Conjurer's free, so they can choose to take a free roll at it. Like, maybe your opponent took another 1-mana weapon, or even a 5-mana weapon, actually, you'd still be able to play here.
Oh yeah, but this weapon's dealing 3, isn't it? 4. Sorry.
That's true.
Yeah, this weapon's dealing 4 this turn. This weapon's
So
pretty
it'd have to be
nice.
like a 5-mana Wind Fury weapon or something, right, to be actually worth it. But I think it's still just the best pick, right? The other cards don't really do anything.
Yeah, why not just get another card, right? And they got... Okay. More
Excavate?
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
fine. Yeah, that's kind of what the deck wants to do. Why not?
Back to the Scorpion again.
Yeah. Gets to push that extra nice damage now, because it deals the extra damage to the lowest health target on board, and the hero is the lowest health right now.
Ooh, gonna go straight for the weapon, okay.
Yeah, this is gain armor on swing, right?
Yeah, Wind Fury gain armor.
Yeah, makes sense. It's like the defensive option weapon, basically. What's
Up
that,
to 15.
So there's already 5 on board.
Yeah, 10 is a lot, though.
Honestly, this is where I would just... My brain would melt, and I'd just play Tess and hope I win. Like, honestly, I'd just be like, Tess, go. As right, Scorpion, of course, coming out again with that Zilliax, though. Oh!
Okay, that's 4 damage. That's 3 damage! Hold on!
Yeah, hold. Hang on a minute. Is that... I mean, that's a lot, right? Gonna draw with spread. Okay. Another Yogg, sure.
If Harmonic Disco hits Deckhand, that still has charge because you have a weapon equipped.
Yeah.
But that's on. Oh, it's on 5 cost. It's on the wrong way round. It flips back and forth between Discover a 5 cost and Discover a 1.
Leroy.
Cost. Sure. Yeah. That's simple.
Leroy Lethal, go.
Scoundrel is.
Huntress, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Basically, what we're saying, as you can hear me and Sol get excited, is there were outs to win the game that turn. Still, though, piling on the pressure, LaQuaver. This game is really going down to the wire here, and although Reno off the top,
It's just Reno.
gonna nope all those cards. The weapon's gonna swing,
And
plus
then
the
gain
5
16
armor.
more.
Yeah. Oh no! There's still the Tess Soul. Tess could just randomly win. Who knows?
Yeah, there is damage being built up in the test now as well. That's the thing that was coming before, is that the test actually wasn't that exciting from what we've seen go in there so far.
Yeah, although not to be played this turn since there's only that one board space, so you kind of want to hold off pulling the trigger on that one. Chaos Strike go. Yeah, just push as much damage as possible. There's Sonya. Pretty late to the party, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, no dagger. Pressure building up on these players, and I can understand why.
Surely now it's Boom Boss time. After all this time, it has to be.
Bring in the explosives.
1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Again, only a couple of cards left remaining. So if this first card is a bomb, LaQuava are in trouble.
It's a bomb.
And it is.
Oh no. And look at this. Like, East Mountain went down to 2 health, but they now have 45 armor. And all of these cards are getting burnt away now. Another TNT going off. That's going to hit. What was that? Oh, some of the burn damage. More TNT. This is just going to wreck the deck.
Sonya gone. Tess gone. East Mountain will be fist pumping and high-fiving right now as they see that Tess go down. That's what they were waiting for. The Yogg survives, but I don't think it is going to be good enough. There are 2 random spells that are going to get cast here after the Yogg, and they are going to have to do everything!
Oh no!
That's not it.
Oh no. It was
And that's the game.
It was so close. Both teams playing their hearts out, but it looks like East Mountain are gonna take the victory here. LaQuava put up one heck of a fight, but Sottle, the warrior, finally got there. And for the player on their team that has been piloting this warrior, redemption, right? It has happened and it has paid off at last.
No cards, no minions, no way to answer, no way to develop, no way to survive. Dagger up, take the honourable face attack into the 2-6. LaQuava are going to go down here, and East Mountain are going to be walking away with this series, with the scholarship, with the title of PlayVS Cup Hearthstone Championship winning school. Very, very nicely done in the end. Extremely fine margins, and we can break down I think some of the talking points and decisions that may have mattered here. But East Mountain now just on a victory lap more so than anything else. Ragnaros will do the job quite nicely.
Insect.
That is just straight up lethal, I believe, with the Dirty Rat attack and the Rag going face here.
Look how many times it goes.
Mascot Brand! Come on, you have to take the Mascot Brand. Oh, come on!
No, I went for Symmetry instead with the bodyguards for the Ox. But yeah, Die Insect, an absolute classic card, taking out an absolutely classic series here. Congratulations again to East Mountain. Fantastic performance, and honestly, Sottle, what a match. I was excited going into this series. I'm really looking forward to, casting some Hearthstones, 2 high school teams going against each other. But what a match. About as close as it could possibly get. I think both teams, very, very, very well played. And it really did get as close as you could possibly make a best of 5 in Hearthstone.
Yeah, incredibly fine margins, right? It looked miles away when we got to the end because there was like 40-50 armor stacked up from all of the weapon attacks at the end, but the crucial number was that 2 health.
Yeah.
That means at some point the warrior was at 2, and that was the margin. You needed 2 extra damage over the course of the game, and I think once the disappointment and commiseration and everything has happened on LaQuava's side and they go back and they look at this and they try and learn from it, I do think it was that one turn where they went extremely value focused in the face of the Bran on the other side. You could have seen something like, for example, Flinger on the taunt just to get it out of the way, massive damage getting pushed to face, everything straight up, and then you would have done easily more than 2 extra damage over the course of the game. As it happened, they went very timid. The Bran came down, and then there was the Dirty Rat turn with the ETC and everything on the other side, and that was kind of an allowance that LaQuava made to East Mountain by playing a very low pressure turn. They allowed them to kind of do those disruptive things without punishing them for it. So I think if they were to go and look back and think, like, what could we have done differently to try and turn the tide in our favor, that would be the number one turn that I would look at if I was on LaQuava's side, if I was their coach, if I was trying to break things down for them. But regardless, you know, I'm sure they've both been extremely pleased with where they've got to. They put on a fantastic showcase, Hearthstone at the PlayVS Cup, and let's focus more so on the winners and the victors with East Mountain and that Warrior, as Raven was mentioning, finally getting across the line at the third attempt. Yes, 1-2 record in the series overall, but winning when it mattered in Game 5 and taking home the title for your school.
Yeah, and as you know, we both competed in our younger years in Hearthstone, let's say, and I think we can both recognize the relief you can feel at that point as the player who was piloting the Warrior last game. All or nothing, went down to 2 health. I can imagine how loud it would have got over comms, but managed to claw it back and take the victory. Really, really impressive overall. And I think, honestly, for people watching that have maybe not seen too much of Hearthstone or haven't had the chance to play it, it is free to play, so you can give it a try. But I just think this one matchup we got to put on stream, the big finals, was a great display of the game. Really showed the ups and downs, showed the different classes and the different play styles that you can go for, and also showed what teamwork can do. Because even though it is its core a 1 versus 1 player game, so much of Hearthstone is sitting with your friends and almost arguing over the best players, right? We've done it enough times ourselves, and that is a really sort of big point. I think even though it is that sort of 1v1 game, it is a very social game when we're talking about how to build decks, what plays to make, what the matchups are like, what lineups to build, and I think that was displayed greatly for these two teams. But that is the finals just for Hearthstone. As I mentioned, this PlayVS Cup, there is plenty of other games coming out through for the rest of the day, but it does mean we are done, as our specialties do not lie in other games, so you'll have plenty of other great commentators take you through those. But any last words, Saul, before we wrap it up and get back with the rest of the matches?
No. It was great to be here. Great to be a part of a project which I think is very, very noble in its goals and in its execution. I'm looking forward to the rest of the event as well. And as Raven was mentioning, you know, if you've watched this and feel like checking out Hearthstone, I think the game's in a pretty good place right now in terms of being welcoming to new players. The developers have put a lot of work in recently in trying to allow people to catch up, right? So if you're thinking, well, I can't get into Hearthstone now, there's been like 45 expansions already. How would I ever catch up with everyone else? There are literally things built into the game now as catch-up mechanics that allow you to do that and build a collection quickly and start being competitive. So if you do feel like checking out some Hearthstone, come check out some Hearthstone. And if you feel like watching some competitive first-party Hearthstone, you'll see plenty more of me and Raven as well calling the action for you in the future. So hope you enjoyed it. Hope you had a good time. Congratulations once again to East Mountain and commiserations to LaQuava. It was a great series. And thanks for watching.
Yeah, huge congratulations to the team. Thank you to the guys for bringing us on to cast this tournament. It was a great moment to cast those finals. But that means we are going to be done for the day. Remember, stay tuned because there's plenty more coming up. But for now, thanks a lot for watching. We'll throw you back to the hosts. Have a great day.
Congratulations to East Mountain High School, your 2024 PlayVS Cup champions for Hearthstone. James, you and I were watching the whole entire series, and I mean, like East Mountain going up early, but then LaQuava crawling their way back in the series.
There were so many great moments to see it go the distance. I'm an arena fan when it comes to Hearthstone. Love watching and playing arena. Constructed is a different beast altogether, but even not being a constructed expert, seeing how close, like Raven and Saddle we're talking about. Fantastic job, by the way. That was such an entertaining series. They did a great job covering it. But the margins were so small. Like, especially going into that Game 5, seeing the moment where you just didn't know which team was going to come out on top, and East Mountain going down to 2 health. Obviously
I was squeezed over here. I'm like,
he's got with the TNT, like the boom boss from East Mountain taking out LaQuava's boom boss. You're thinking maybe that's going to have a big moment. And then also the brand being the literal last card in the deck the game before, and then getting it at pretty much the perfect time the next game. It's, just sometimes with the way Hearthstone goes, there is that little bit of RNG. And even with that, seeing how close the series was, you could tell that those were two phenomenal schools. And they both deserve to make it to this point. It's a shame that you can't have two champions, but for East Mountain, this is going to be such an incredible moment to look back on.
It really is. The winners take away $4,000 in scholarship prizing, I believe $1,500 to the runners-up in La Cueva. And like you said, congratulations to both teams to making it to this point, especially in the Hearthstone bracket. It was not the easiest route for either of these teams, but definitely worthy of that grand finals appearance. Guys, we got so much more action. What a way to start the day. PlayVS, they've partnered and they've worked with a lot of schools in North America. So before we go to break, we got a couple of nice videos to show you guys what PlayVS does with these schools across the country and in Canada.
Hello, I'm John Chapman, CEO of PlayVS. I'm truly excited to share with you today that we're expanding our esports network to include middle schools across the United States. Starting this fall, tens of thousands of middle school students will be able to experience the excitement of esports as they represent their schools and communities. Esports provides so many incredible opportunities for students to learn about teamwork, build important communication and technical skills, while also developing new friendships and experiencing the excitement of competition. At PlayVS, safety is a critical priority for us. That's why our middle school program will have a unique feature, a required parent registration portal. This ensures parents are informed and involved, creating a safe and supportive environment for every student on the platform to thrive. We have many more exciting updates to share on our middle school rollout, including the announcement of our full game lineup, details on the schedule, and new ways parents can be a part of their child's esports journey. On behalf of our whole team here at PlayVS, we're incredibly grateful to be able to partner with you to introduce the next generation to the transformative world of esports. Thank you, and see you this fall.
You're not in it alone when you come to the PlayVS platform. And we really are just focused on giving the most opportunities for your students to play and have success. We really help coach and build and develop these programs with the teachers and really having a wraparound service for schools.
Our platform is best of class to power esports, and we do that because we look at what the community wants and what the community does, and we build software to make sure that is really efficient. When you show up to play, we want to make sure you have the best experience possible, and so we build tools to make sure that we get the most out of the publishers, we connect you with other folks on the platform to play the best matches, and then we celebrate you on the platform as well.
We are where the rubber really meets the road in the operations of the league and driving for that best overall player experience. People are going to encounter problems, but my team's at the forefront of trying to prevent those problems before they happen, or if they do happen, how do we triage and really repair that experience to get the kids back in the game to where they're playing each other and they're walking away having fun.
The big thing is this is an industry that's growing across the entire country. So what we're seeing is there's a lot more career opportunities, there's college opportunities. I mean, we see a lot of people that have that love for video games, and we are building a space that enables that to continue past high school. So we're really building that pipeline, which I think is really great.
Welcome back to the Play vs. Cup 2024. I'm James Bott, joined again by Jorby. And Jorby, we saw maybe, hopefully that is not the most hype series that we'll see in the Play vs. Cup. But how do you get more exciting than that Hearthstone series? That was so insane.
I really don't. It wasn't just one game that went down to the wire. It was multiple of them. And honestly, we could probably sit here and talk about what happened in that game all day. Yes. But we do got a lot to talk about. We got another game.
And also, we have another Play vs. award to announce. We are proud to present the next Play vs. award, the Level Up Award. The Play vs. Level Up Award is presented to the one outstanding high school player who has shined not just in their dedication to competition, but the vital role they play in helping shape and define the esports program at their school. Our 6 nominees embody the spirit of leadership, dedication, and excellence in esports. They've led their teams to victory, shattered records, and fostered camaraderie within their communities. Now it's time to reveal our Level Up recipient.
To be considered for our Level Up Award, a nominee has to demonstrate that they have gone above and beyond in some way within their esports program. Despite being relatively new to the scene, our winner has shown remarkable dedication to her training, impressing her teammates with her skill and commitment to excellence. Emphasizing the importance of fostering a supportive and inclusive environment, she actively engages with her esports friends, whether it's through spending extra time together or organizing special events like the annual Christmas party. That is why I am so happy to share that Kara Polite from the Alabama School of Cyber Technology and Engineering is our winner of the inaugural Play vs. Level Up. Congratulations, Kara.
After all the votes were tallied and a lot of votes came in for this award, it was definitely a heated battle. I can officially say that you are our Level Up Player of the Year.
Yay!
Let's go!
Congrats, Kara. Thank y'all.
You did get a lot. I think you got over almost 1,500 votes.
Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! I appreciate a lot for my community, and at school they put they were willing to put a slide of me in voting, and then my parents would share the link on their Facebooks, and people were sharing it, and I'm just proud that my local community could just come together and support me and representing them.
Thank you all for being here, and thanks for recognizing Kara. She's just always giving it her all, which her all is over 100%. So that's awesome, and always supportive in the school, running into other players, gathering players for trainings and stuff like that. So way to go, Kara. Very well deserved. That's really exciting.
Let's go, Kara. Awesome. Congratulations. That is a well-deserved honor. It's my honor to be on this call and recognize your award, the way you approach both, the spirit of competition. You can still have a lot of spirit of compassion and love. That's the beauty, of sport, and esport is no different than any other sport. And it's always really gratifying for me to hear wonderful leaders and players like you that are really creating that type of environment. So you should be really proud, and we are really proud of you, and we're honored that you're representing this award this year for us. And so from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the entire Play vs. organization, congratulations.
The nominating committee was going over the stuff, and you really stood out as a great person, because not only are you a fierce competitor, but also you're bringing that joy to the game. So it's not just all about the competition, you're also creating a great environment. So just that really stood out, and really excited for you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Kara, on the Level Up Award. And that's a cool story. And I appreciate that Kara took the time to share the strategy as well.
Right? Yeah.
But it was...
My parents shared it everywhere.
No, it is awesome, though, seeing the school support her, putting up that slide, and then also the support from her family and friends. It's clear that Kara deserved it.
I mean, look, there were over 15,000 votes cast in total, and the fact that she alone got 1,500 of those votes is absolutely insane. There were tons of people that were up for nomination. Obviously, only a couple did, but Kara, another example again, and we're going to keep seeing them throughout this week. Just, esports, it starts in the basement, right? It starts with the people that are playing the game, and the fact that you're out there and helping to get people and train and get them in the esports program, keep them in the esports program. That's building that sense of community. That's huge. Congratulations.
And a lot of esports team games as well. So being a good team player and fostering that camaraderie. So really awesome to see that. But now we have to shift focus to the next game and the next competition. We have Splatoon is the next title.
Oh boy.
That we are looking for a champion for. And this is a rematch of the Georgia State Championship.
I mean, look at this bracket too. Again, these games in the quarterfinals, these are not easy. You had 2 5-game sets in the quarterfinals, and then another 5-game set in the semifinal. FCS Innovation Academy up against Brookwood. And like you just said, James, as we look at the head-to-head, this is a Georgia State Championship rematch between these two squads. FCS Innovation Academy, they won that first series 3-1. So with Splatoon 3, this is a chance for Brookwood to get some revenge here in the 2024 PlayVS Cup.
And I think for Brookwood, they have maybe a bit of an advantage here if they can go back and look at the tape and learn what to do differently this time and maybe come with a counter strategy, which we do see quite a bit in many games, many competitions. If a team does take the time to review the tape and find the weaknesses and make plans. But FCS, they took the title. They right now, I think, are the favorite just simply from that fact.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see it. And like Splatoon 3 is a game that I personally have really loved. It's one of those unique titles. You don't really see anything else like it on the market, right? I mean, we understand that with Rocket League being one-of-a-kind games. Splatoon kind of fits that same category. You just paint at each other, capturing towers, and at the end of the game, that cool overview showing you how much paint has been doled out.
And all of the different paint spitters as well that they have there. It's you get to see a lot of strategy. I think Hearthstone, it's a different type of strategy where you plan that deck and you plan what cards you want to put in it, whereas Splatoon, so much of it is that fast-paced, on-the-fly decision-making. And, I'm just excited to get into it. But, Jorby, before we throw it to the casters, let's get our predictions in the book.
Yes.
Who do you got?
You know what? Look, last time, it didn't work out for him. This time, it's working out for him. Give me Brookwood. I think they've got this against FCS Innovation. They lost in 4 last time, but I believe they can take it, I'll say in 5.
All right, you go Brookwood. Then I am going FCS Innovation Academy, the reigning champs for the state of Georgia. But we've got a rematch. So who will be the PlayVS Cup champion for Splatoon? Well, let's find out and send it over to the casters.
Thank you so much to James and Jorby for the pass-off. As I said, we are getting into the Splatoon 3 side of things. It is a bit of a revenge match from that Georgia State Championship back. I believe it was on May 1st, so just over a month ago. That's going to be fresh in their minds. We got Jobin, we've got Fundy. I mean, it's championship day and nothing more you could ask for.
Yeah, Splatoon 3, little bit of a fresh, title for the both of us here, Jobin. But the thing about Splatoon is you come in and you get a shooter game, but it's a Nintendo shooter game. So Nintendo always going to put their own spin on the genre, and I think Splatoon kind of just encapsulates that perfectly. The hosts were talking about it a little bit there. Throughout the best of 5, because this is going to be a best of 5 format here, we get 5 completely different game modes. So every single map is going to be a new game mode, and they're all kind of, their own take on a capture the flag or on like a zone control kind of hardpoint type game mode. And then, you get Clam Blitz at the end, which is collection and kind of drop off based, almost looks like Pokemon Unite type, like a MOBA almost, working around the map and, working for that overall goal for the team.
Yeah, that's why it's a very interesting game, because it's a game where map control gives you the ability to kind of mobilize yourself. You go under the ground, you're able to swim. So it's a weird game, because fighting for map control is not typically, it's not, you fight for map control in other games, but not in the traditional sense in this game. You're actively fighting for map control, not just to kind of hold space or hold a head glitch or hold some kind of corner. You are actively fighting to give yourself a lane, to get onto the objective, to set up a route, to try to get onto high ground, to set up some of these objectives, get some of these super abilities off. So it should be a very, very good game. The bracket looking back, at least a couple of games, we saw it just a couple of frames ago with Jorby and James, but FCS Innovation, the ones that ended up beating Brookwood about a month ago, they've had a tougher run to the finals so far. Brookwood has pretty much 3-0'd every single team that they have played up to the finals. So I wonder if FCS getting that extra little rub on top of, hey, we beat these guys a month ago, we beat them 3-1, we watched the VOD maybe an hour or two ago just to kind of refresh this. Wasn't super close in some of the games, so we're going to see if there's any adjustments to be made. I mean, hey, this is championship day. This is for all the money. This is for, I think, 6K to first, 2K to second for this game. So quite a big disparity. I know those kids would love to get their hands on that cash.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, regardless of what happens today, or regardless of this series we're headed into, both of those teams met in the finals. FCS Innovation clearly seemingly stronger in that state finals, but like you mentioned, Brookwood has been tearing through this PlayVS Cup bracket. A lot of 3-0s. I think there was a 3-1 or a 3-2 in there, but that team is just looking very, very strong. And coming into this grand finals, I mean, both teams going to be happy. An $8,000 prize pool, $6,000 going to first, $2,000 going to second, to be split amongst the teams there. It's a big one regardless, but you definitely want to shoot for first. Looks like we do have game one getting underway. Starting off with Turf War. This is exactly what you expect from Splatoon, that classic game mode there. You're trying to cover the whole map in your team's colored ink.
Yeah, we talked about, just like you said, this one is going to be all about map control. You're trying to spray as much of the map as possible, and at the very end of the game, which is why these game modes can be very tricky. They're in some of these other party games as well, because sometimes these games, if you don't get a super early lead and you find a way to snowball, it feels like it really does come down to that last 5 to 10 seconds where you have to kick in that clutch gene, really start firing on all cylinders, get that high ground, start finding some of these splats, and then you can try to win the game that way, because obviously a game where the pace is constantly fluctuating, the score is going to constantly change. You have to be on the ball literally until the last second.
Yeah, 100%. Unless you're sitting there with a 70-80% lead all around the map, but it's also something you can't necessarily just take a quick look at and tell where your team is at. Sometimes it comes down to that final decision at the end of the game, and you know, it could be a 51 to 49% type of deal. It can get very, very down to the wire, especially, you know, with teams of this caliber, teams that we know have played each other before. They kind of have a little bit of intel to work around. So far, this yellow side of, I believe it's Brookwood there in the yellow, they seemingly strong, but then again, it flips in an instant, especially towards the center of this map.
Yeah, and this game mode is going to get I mean, this game in general, extremely mixy across every mode. Obviously, small maps, high octane, high action, but this game especially, because there's not one central objective, it's going to be a lot harder, like you said, to find where your teammates are. Try to coordinate as much as you can, as we are going to see a nice elimination there coming out of it. Looks like one of these, the side of Brookwood. So right now, I mean, only a minute left in the game, and that's the thing with Splatoon 2. These games are so damn short that you don't really have a lot of time to come back if it's needed, but you also have to make sure that you are on top of your game. And I mean, yeah, look at that as a very good explanation. This is looking at completely yellow with 40 seconds left. So if you're FCS right now, you've got to find a way to try to fight back, because it is not looking good.
Yeah, basically the super moves, the actual term is evading me right now, but the charged up moves do come through from the side of Brookwood. They pretty much grab control of that entire center area, and now it's FCS kind of just fighting out of their own base here, trying to cover as much as possible, starting to get a lot more control of the middle, and they do have their own charges, their own supers available. Could be something to just pop off at the last second and try to get a jump on them. You've really only got 5 seconds to play. We're gonna have to see what the final decision comes down to. Couple are popped. Was that an Elam right at the end? I couldn't really tell.
I think it may have been, but I think the game might actually be a little bit closer than I think it looked like we saw.
I think that's
FCS
orange,
fighting back at the end. We are going to see exactly. No, it is eventually. It is going to be at the side of Brookwood grabbing that first map. So it looked like it was maybe possibly going back to FCS toward the end there. But honestly, when there was a minute left, seeing that boat basically all in yellow, that's got to feel bad. That basically is going to signal not necessarily the end of the game, but it's like, man, we have a long ways to go. And the thing with Splatoon as well, basically on every single map, you can get spawn trapped and you can really get stuck in your spawn. People can play this high ground and really try to, you know, cut off any oxygen that you can have from spawn. So if you get that early push, that early spawn trap in a 4-minute game where the clock does not stop, you have got to be so damn good getting out of your spawn and then trying to regroup.
Yeah, they do. The games do go by in the blink of an eye there. And, you know, we saw, I tried to touch on it in game. Things were just moving so fast. Really, though, the crux of that win for Brookwood there was the special weapons there, charging up those moves and being able to use them to absolutely dominate the center of the map where all the action is going to come down to, because off of the spawn, you're kind of expecting to just cover that whole side of your own base, essentially. You're expecting that to be covered towards the end of the game. You need to fight for the no man's land out in the middle, the real contested area. And when you've got 3 players popping their special abilities all at the same time, being able to cover that whole thing, and then, as you said, it kind of converted to a trap in the base of FCS's side, of FCS Innovation's side there. For 40 seconds, they couldn't really do much, and it just looked like more and more yellow-orange was just covering that map, and the blue side fell short because of it.
Yeah, if you're stuck in the spawn for 40 seconds and basically a 3.5 minute game, I mean, that's 25 to 30% of the game where you're just not really able to get active on the server. You're not really able to go play anything. So like you said, trying to get these special abilities chained up, all you have to do is find 1 to 2 really, really good, well-executed floods. Like you said, pop everything at the same time, send it all maybe 25, 30 seconds left, because you also said it good too. Basically, each team, let's give them each 40%. You're fighting for that middle 20. Obviously, you want to get more, but you're fighting for that middle 20. You're trying to fight for that line of scrimmage. So great job by BHS there, though. Brookwood pulled it off in game 1. We did say they ended up losing that series 3-1 back in May. So are we going to see the same thing happen again, or is FCS going to find something to pull it through? So we should be getting into game very, very shortly.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some replays too from that last match. And you know, while we're taking a look at these, I guess we can touch on really the rest of the series here. Moving into game 2, it is going to be Rainmaker. That's going to be the game mode coming through. Similar to like a capture the flag objective base, you're trying to grab this weapon in the middle. The Rainmaker there acts as a bit of a rail gun, but you're also a target when you do pick that one up. There's a bit of a barrier you got to break through. You know, there's complexities to it, but in the end, grab the Rainmaker, bring it to the opponent's base, and you're essentially trying to take your points like that. And you kind of do got to move it slowly throughout some checkpoints throughout the map as well. But it's pretty much just team play to capture this objective and kind of march it forward closer and closer to the opponent's base.
Yeah, and similar to like a CTF kind of game mode, the person that does have the Rainmaker, you're not going to be able to switch to all of your weapons. You're not going to have access to your full kit. So, you know, you do have to get a slight nerf. You can't just run around with the Rainmaker and start popping on everybody. But we also have seen the Rainmaker can and will be used as a weapon if somebody holds it too long. Every single player gets sort of a timer on it when they pick it up. Typically, you're not going to see that timer run out because you saw the action and the pace of game 1. This game doesn't really allow for any breaks, and that's kind of what's really, really cool about it. It is so high paced. There's so much going on all the time, fighting for map control, trying to find these swimming lanes, popping off with the specials. But BHS would love to repeat that game 1 performance, and honestly, I expect we're probably going to see a 4 or 5 game series, especially from 2 teams that have already met. But maybe one of these teams said, hey, it is time to win this championship. It is time to lock in the prize money. It is time to get a 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot. Speaking of the prize money, that's a nice first place prize staring them down. It could be all the motivation that they need. I mean, we saw specifically from Brookwood, we saw the amount of 3-0s throughout this playoffs bracket, even moving. I think they had a 3-0 in semifinals as well. That could have been the closer match that I'm thinking of. We'll have to double check on that. But I think game 2 is pretty well ready to get underway soon enough here. Rainmaker gonna be a nice kind of shakeup as well, because these teams now, they're actually gonna be fighting over an objective rather than just kind of, you know, scattered parts on the map. Yeah, it kind of converges to the center in the turf war, but here, you know, there's an objective to play around. There's an area that we're expecting all of the action to converge around, and it kind of changes the strategy too, because you're fighting almost 4v4 most of the time with the teams.
Yeah, I think a game mode like this is going to tailor more toward the team that has a bit more better strategy or can more well execute a game plan, because Turf War, obviously, you can kind of just make it ooga booga as long as you're running routes. If you find a couple of picks and set up a spawn trap once for 10-15 seconds, you can really turn the tides of a game. But a game mode like this, where you're constantly spawning, you constantly have to cycle players to the objective, you need to make sure that somebody is protecting the Rainmaker carrier, make sure that everything is battened down, all the defenses are lined up so you can constantly escort the objective. So this is going to be a lot more team play. Like you said, There's going to be a lot more coordinated pushes, a lot more coordinated attacks, and less kind of these, maybe one-for-one duels. Ultimately, though, the players, they might do whatever they want. They might say, screw it, we're just going to go for the one-on-ones. We're going to go gunny all day, all long. But I think the better team, honestly, will walk out. The strategy will prevail in these next couple of game modes.
And one of the things, too, is, I guess we can kind of touch on, you'll see it soon, but on some of these maps, the Rainmaker itself has a bit of a shield on it, and when one team actually builds up enough paint and inks it enough to actually pop that shield, it'll do a big explosion of paint in that area and will take out anyone on that other team. So it gives you a lot of control in that area. Like we said, the paint is really the key to movement in this game, and movement, of course, is the key to really outplaying your opponent in most of your engagements here in Splatoon.
And I feel like the average video game meta is honestly, like, if you can move in video games nowadays, I feel like movement is honestly the biggest skill difference that we see in any modern shooter, any modern game. It feels like everyone is kind of getting to the same level of, like, mechanical gun skill, but the ability to find these little nifty ways to move around the map, craft these creative angles, sort of catch people off guard, ultimately looks like it is going to be the way to win a lot of engagements. And right now, BHS immediately grabbing a couple picks, did grab the Rainmaker as well, but obviously this game, there is going to be a lot of contention back and forth. There is going to be a lot of fist fighting, and it looks like it is actually going to get flipped.
Yeah, and that's the toughest part too, is actually keeping that Rainmaker in hand. You see,
it's so hard.
FCS, they grab it back, pushes it up just a little bit for the blue side, but you're immediately taken down because it literally paints a target on your back, a nice bullseye for everyone to know exactly where to aim that blaster, that splat cannon. Really dependent on what you got. They even got katanas in this now. They got splatanas here in Splatoon. That's a Splatoon 3 thing that we were just learning about here before the cast. Not sure how
very,
popular.
very recent. Yeah,
not sure how popular
too, right? Depending how new it is.
But it's
wow.
Cool. Is that it already?
That is unironically, that is already the game. I saw it getting close to being over potentially, but I thought that FCS was going to be able to battle back, but BHS with potentially a world record any percent speed run in map 2. I mean, I knew they were being dominant. That run looked good. I assumed FCS was going to find a couple of picks. They grabbed the Rainmaker back for a few seconds. I was like, okay, game stabilizing. Lost a single team fight and lost the map.
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's only, what, a 5-minute timer on the map, 3-minute
4.
timer? Yeah, in some of these game modes. I think it changes depending on the game mode there, but just domination in the Rainmaker side of things. Now, from what I understand, not a lot of Rainmaker games do end up going to time, basically because of the checkpoints and stuff like that. Eventually, one team is going to march it through, but that was just quick.
That was crazy.
That was swift, and it was just targeted annihilation there on the objective. And yeah, like I said, just not expecting it to go that fast. You did see FCS Innovation there. They had a good hold on it for a little while. It was a very back and forth towards the center, but it only takes 2-3 players falling to be able to move that Rainmaker so far, and they're able to just drop it right on that objective. A quick win and a quick 2-0, putting the backs against the wall of FCS Innovation here. It's Brookwood. They want the run back. They want the 3-0 here in the finals.
I respect it because even not having a ton of Splatoon games under our belt, if I see any game end in, let's even call it, there's a 4-minute timer. If it ends in it maybe even less, that is absolute insanity. I think BHS right now is on an all-time revenge tour. They very much remember that 3-1 for a Georgia State championship. I mean, it was a month and 3 days ago at this point. It was on May 1st, so that is fresh in the back of their minds. They're trying to finish off the school year, trying to grab that first place. And I mean, game 1 definitely was, I don't want to say it was a lot closer because they did have a massive lead that just kind of slowly got eaten into, but they were never really in danger of losing. In game 2, I mean, if you blinked twice, you would have missed the entire game. That was absolutely clinical, as we mentioned earlier. And right now, if I'm BHS, I am feeling so good about the rest of the series. And if I'm FCS, I mean, what can you even take away from the first 2 games? Do you feel like you didn't play well? Did you feel like something didn't work? When a game ends that quickly, it's honestly sometimes hard to find what's wrong. Sometimes you just look around and it's like, we got splatted 7-8 times, and I guess we just lose.
Yeah, and then you have to look towards the rest of the series, and that's the key, is constantly just looking towards that next map. Okay, you know, it was a quick loss in Rainmaker. It was a quick defeat there. There's no way you can kind of beat around that bush, but you can go back to game 1 and say, okay, we kind of lost the special battle towards the end of the game there. Maybe we just need to, you know, rotate ours a little bit better, be a little bit quicker on that communication and kind of fight back when that does happen. So when you go to game 3, when you go towards this other game mode, I believe we're looking at splat zones is going to be the one. So more similar to a turf war where you're kind of controlling specific parts of the map, but it's also a designated part of the map, and the rest of it doesn't really matter how much ink you have down. You're just looking to control those given areas. So it's going to be a little bit more team-based. Once again, I think turf war is the closest thing to just like a free-for-all. It's team-based, but you're really just trying to put as much value on the field as you can for your team. Whereas a lot of these other game modes have more of a focused objective that every teammate is kind of pushing towards, and you do have to work together to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I said that FCS was getting tested by Iron all the way through the bracket. They had a couple times. I don't want to say too much. They still had a lot of 3-1s, a couple of 3-0s, but they got pushed to map 5 once or twice. They went in a couple knockdown, drag-out series, so I gotta think they have some level of resilience in them. I mean, you won the championship last month. You've had a relatively tough bracket run in some of these stages, so now you're down 2-0 in the finals for the PlayVS Cup. It is basically going to be now or never, but I do think this game mode might help them a little bit because this one's going to be a little bit less momentum-based, where that last game mode in the control, or in the Rainmaker, sorry, it feels like, right, they lost 2 fights and the game just completely fell out of their hands, where in this game mode it feels like maybe you don't get control of the area right away, but you have time to flood, set up these abilities, try to get the break on the point, at least try to buy some time back in that fashion. So maybe it's one of those game modes where it's a little bit more forgiving if you make a couple of mistakes, but granted, make a couple of mistakes in a 5-minute game down 2-0, the way BHS has played, I've got to think that is a recipe for a swift 3-0.
Yeah, and depending on the map here, you might not even be fighting over multiple zones. It could just be 1 or 2. That seems to be kind of the consensus in these maps here. And if it's just 1 zone you're fighting over, you could see another repeat of the, you know, that Rainmaker type map where you just see splat after splat, elim splat, and then it just keeps kind of snowballing there. And yeah, you have a little bit more time, especially there in splat zones, but once that timer starts ticking, once the control is there, you really have to fight for it because there's only 100 points to tick down for each team. And you also got to kind of get your own points in here and there, trying to chip in as much as possible because you don't want to be down 70 as the main timer is kind of ticking away, getting closer to like 30, 40 seconds left in the match. And you could just be down, and even if you're not going to get taken down by the full 100 points, you could just be down enough that when that timer expires, it might not mean much. So you have to get your jabs in where you can.
And if you're FCS Innovation, if you start this game and you get taken to town immediately, then you look, it's easy to tell players, oh, forget the last game ever happened. That is not possible to do as a human being. Everyone says it to players. It's like, I was just playing in that game. I'm very well aware that we're down 2-0. You can't really shake that. There's no way to properly shake it. So if you get off to a slow start this game, it could manifest into something much more dire. It could manifest into that 3-0 in that Brookwood High School Championship.
Yeah, you can already see action converging towards this main zone is going to be one of the single zoned maps here. So really just fighting around. You see right now it's got the blue outline there. It's a little faint, but when the players are fighting there, you can kind of tell the zone that we're kind of working with. And already very back and forth in terms of controls. I mentioned, you know, you want to keep the score as close as possible. Get your little strides in, even if it does get taken away. A nice 15 to 20 point chunk off of there can mean a lot. And Brookwood already so much control. 25 points up. Blue, very tough time from FCS Innovation to move back here.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough, and the fact that because you do get that time penalty added, so they are going to have to play a little bit further through, but when you're already at 80, you have that small time penalty on yourself. Brookwood is more than happy with the start of this game so far, because obviously once they lose this point, FCS is also going to be burdened with that time penalty as well. So Brookwood right now, they are in control of the game. They're able to grab the point back. They can start away on this time penalty, and I mean, if you're FCS right now, 3.5 minutes on the timer, we always mention how fast these games are because it is a core part of it. You've got to make sure you control this point, get a nice long stand of control, get this time penalty gone, and get yourself right back into this game.
even some of the special weapons, right? You've got the ink strikes ready in the back there. There's a few things from the side of FCS Innovation.
Ooh,
They pop most, if not all of them there, and might have someone who popped out of the game for a second there, but keep playing nonetheless. Still a lot of control over from Brookwood here. Actually, I don't know. Do we have... Is that 2 DCs at the top? Well, we're gonna have to check this out, I think, but
I think that
right
might be the case.
Yeah, I think FCS though, control of the point. We're gonna see exactly what happens. They can. I'm not sure if they can join back in once the game's already started here, but we do have a lot to work off of in terms of analysis, kind of figuring out these teams here. We do know that Brookwood, when they're on top of things, when they do have, you know, the player numbers to back it up, they can have insane runs on a lot of these maps here. But I wonder, they may just have to take the loss on this one. We'll have to get full confirmation later, but
I was gonna say, imagine if you're Brookwood, if you could win a 2v4 for the 3-0 in the championship, if the map actually counts. But obviously, that's gonna be basically impossible. You can't fault them. It was honestly a dead even game up to the point of the disconnect. So this was a fantastic game. This was the closest game, obviously, by far. I give a lot of credit to FCS because even before the disconnects, they actually had broken the point 2 to 3 times. They were in control of the point before the disconnect. So this was a much better game 3 out of them. Assuming it is going to be a 2-1 scoreline, but obviously you have to wait for confirmation on potential resets. And assuming, right, it's a Nintendo game, I don't think you're going to be able to join back, even with the custom lobbies in modern games and other consoles.
Yeah.
There's usually not a way back into like ranked or custom lobbies. So we are going to see if the map count is going to be 2-1. If you're FCS, you can wipe some sweat off your forehead. Even if it was a bit of a gift, you will more than happily take that in the championship.
And it's something, too, you kind of started to find your stride as FCS at the end of that map there. Even before the desyncs or the disconnects there, whatever you want to call them, you did see them grabbing 20, 30 points. Brookwood had a very strong, I think it was like a 45-point kind of run there that really did put themselves in the lead, and it made FCS have to fight back. But of course, we did start to see that from them, part of it coming from charging up those special weapons, using them on the site. You get nice 10, 20 points. You know, any points is something when you get that control there, especially when you're playing catch-up.
Yeah, I feel almost cheated for that map. We finally had like the unstoppable force and the immovable object. We finally had a 50-50 game. Everybody started to pop off. We were seeing really good team fighting, really good map control, which I was assuming would benefit FCS in the long run because things hadn't really worked out. So it's like, okay, maybe we bring it down to the fundamentals, bring it down to the basics. Everyone try to get on this point, watch each other's backs, try to handle our angles, fight for map control. We're going to try to find our way back into map 3 that way. So still going to have to wait till decide what the ruling is going to be. Obviously confirmed 2 disconnects, I assume, because when the players get eliminated, you see like the gray X's, and I just saw two black
empty
spots,
squids.
Like, that doesn't look good anymore.
Yeah, the empty squids did not inspire confidence, to say the least. But yeah, they're still figuring out exactly what's going to happen here. I assume regardless, the lobby has to get reset. We got to get back into this, whether it be another playthrough of map 3 or we just move into map 4. Game 4. Looking through the rest of the series, because we've kind of been going map by map here, but we do have, you know, a few minutes here now to kind of talk about this. Moving on to a possible map 4, map 5 situation. Tower control for that map for game 4 game mode. That's going to be almost like the closest thing I could say is like a push in Overwatch, if you've ever played that, where there's a main objective and both teams are trying to move it along a path back and forth. In this game, it literally is just a tower.
It literally is a tower.
Moves along a track there. But you do have, there's a little bit of area on the tower to put ink down, which allows for some cool movement and close range fights specifically on the tower. And of course, if there's anyone from both teams, it's kind of contested and it just stays in place there. So trying to just escort that one to the end. And that one, similar to Rainmaker, could be one where you just see, you know, one dominant run, one fight or two that goes very, very well into one team's favor, and they just bring that sucker all the way to the end. And then, of course, we've got game 5, which is Clam Blitz, which is pandemonium, to say the least. Everyone's collecting clams around the map. You can splat your opponents, take their clams. You're trying to drop them at specific goals around the map, one for each team. And I think that goes up to 100 for each team as well. I believe 100 is like the magic number for scoring here in Splatoon.
Yeah, I think usually because it counts down in this game a lot, I think it counts down from 100. And like you said, if we get to that map 5, which I will be very, very hopeful to do so, because I think honestly, the farther we get into the series, obviously the more hype. FCS obviously has to pull off the reverse sweep, which would add another layer to this story between these two schools that might carry on into next year, into the fall leagues, where it's like, hey, we got the Georgia State Championship. Hey, we got the PlayVS Cup. We're going to bring our 2 best teams forward, create a nice little rivalry for ourselves in that PlayVS network. So 2 great teams, FCS. I think we're still waiting on a ruling to possibly get confirmation, but we are going to have to see how it is going to be played out. But FCS, you at least potentially got a map, and if you didn't, you got some confidence, at least got a building block to go on into the rest of the series. And as you said, I really hope we get to see these 3rd, 4th, and 5th game modes, or I guess 4th and 5th, depending on the restart of map 3. I think we are actually going to have at least a couple of replays to bide our time while we do some yapping.
Yeah, for sure. Take a look at these past few maps here. We do have a little bit to go off of, and a lot of what we've been seeing, a lot of what I'm expecting we would see in replays there. I'm not sure if we're getting them through or not, though. This is just, you know, gears got to turn in the background, but nonetheless, we've been seeing a lot of just Brookwood carry, honestly. Domination, Rainmaker, we can talk about how swift that map was and the precedent that it kind of sets for the rest of the series. And then, of course, you know, we've got the 4v4 part of what we saw there in Splat Zones, which was all Brookwood once again. So even though that grand finals, that state grand finals, the Georgia finals there was only about a month ago, a month and a week maybe, already it looks like there has been a large shift in terms of just these teams, how they're matching up against each other. And because we looked at that VOD, it looked like FCS Innovation really kind of just had the number of Brookwood for most of that state championship series. And now we're here in the PlayVS Cup, you know, kind of our final send-off for PlayVS here. And Brookwood is back, and they're killing it.
And I think we are replaying the 3rd map, if I'm not, or potentially, no, we are going on to game 4. So a bit of unluckiness if you are Brookwood High School, but this also gives you one more reason to win in game 4, exact your revenge, show them that that map was indeed a fluke, and see if you can end up locking this one down.
Yeah, so actually, I believe this is a replay of
We are
the game
replaying.
here.
It is a replay. The map threw me off for a second because I thought it looked different, but we are definitely replaying.
Yeah, it's definitely the same map. Well, I saw this balloon in the center. I thought we were seeing the tower, and then I realized there was, you know, no track for the tower, nor is this a map for that game mode, I believe, which is a whole nother thing, but I believe they're staying on the same sides here. Yeah, Brookwood still sitting there in the orange, which means we've got FCS Innovation handedly in the lead there. And, you know, we saw it before a few of those disconnects. FCS, they had control of the zone. They were playing quite well. A couple special weapons popped, keep their control for now. And they might find their own 40, 50-point lead here before anything changes.
Yeah, we saw BHS popping a couple of those airstrikes just to try to maybe see if they can get some zone control, try to see if they can fight their way toward the center, because right now, it has been all FCS all day long to open up this map 3. And I mean, maybe the restart cheese isn't going to be enough for Brookwood High School to battle back in this one. FCS was looking like they had the slight upper hand in that first go-around, but round 2 definitely looks like it is definitively going to them. I mean, look at 40 remaining. You're already cutting into that time penalty. It is going down second by second. You still have mid-control. You've got high ground control. Everybody is firing on all cylinders. I mean, this is absolute domination out of them.
Yeah, I look at the score. This is the complete opposite of what we saw at the starting of last game, and I think it just shows, you know, the key of getting a good kind of team positioning setup. If you see where everyone is right now from the side of FCS, look at the splats that are coming through. Nobody can kind of, you know, break this point necessarily and really gain any control, get any ink down.
That might be it.
That's the game. Basically from start to finish. I think Brookwood had about 9 points there, was it? Oh no, they got more than that, but still an absolute knockout, as it says there. completely flips it on its head. And now, you know, our overlay's looking pretty correct right now. We are moving into game 4 with a 2-1 scoreline. FCS really pulled it together there in Splat Zones.
Listen, had a little bit of restart cheese, but the script is already written. Once the overlay says it, it is destined to become true. In FCS, I mean, there is not a better way. I think they're honestly happier after the restart because they won so much more dominantly. That gives you just a breath of fresh air. It's like, okay, Rainmaker didn't go our way. This map, though, restarted. We handled business to a T. That is exactly the way you have to get back in a series. You have to reverse sweep them. You had to start with one map. Now, hey, you're playing essentially in a best of 3, trying to reverse sweep in that to get your way in. So you're 33% of the way there, and they looked infinitely better on that map than the first 2 combined.
Yeah, it gives you a moment to breathe. It gives you a moment to relax. Yes, you know, you're still on match point in the series. Brookswood can still take us into tower control and find the series there, but reverse sweeps, they go one game at a time, and FCS Innovation Academy, they've started it. They have, you know, the building blocks of that reverse sweep, and a dominant game 3 is exactly what you want to see to start that. You've got 2 more game modes ahead of you. All you have to do is, you know, keep playing like this, keep playing with, it looked like it was communication, really. The rotations of players and the special weapons there throughout that game just kept nearly 100% blue ink on that splat zone for basically the entire map.
Yeah, it's just the way they were able to control the map, control the high ground. We could even see them kind of, not necessarily baiting, but forcing Brookwood to kind of just pop the special abilities early because they were so desperate to fight for mid control. They had no way, no angles, no routes to get back to that mid space to try to grab control of the point. So it was a clinical effort out of FCS, and you imagine how happy that they would be if they're able to reverse sweep after winning 3-1 a month ago. They said, listen, 3-1, we handled it. Second time, up to nothing, that's a fluke. We're going to come handle business once more. So there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams to try to close out, because if you're Brookwood, it's like, if this goes to a game 5 and you're like, we had these guys on the ropes 2-0. We had started to dominate them in the series. We were this close to revenge. Now we got to play a game 5 with 4 or 5 minutes to decide a lot of money into that first and second place. So I think this is going to keep ramping up as we get further and further along. And FCS, one more chance to force the game 5. It is still championship point for Brookwood, though.
Yeah, I think for a bit, you know, even me and you, Jobin, definitely had, you know, quick series for Brookwood in my head for sure. I know after the first 2 maps, especially after that Rainmaker, I was thinking, okay, Brookwood's got it. They just have to go into game 3. We get the game 3, you know, we get the little fluke, little mix up. They replay the map and it's completely turned on its head. FCS Innovation had, you know, a couple minutes to breathe and kind of figured out. I think it really dawned on them necessarily the situation that they were in. Backs against the wall, reverse sweep needs to happen. You're running back the Georgia State Finals. This time it's for the PlayVS Cup. You've got $6,000 on the line for first place. You gotta go down swinging regardless.
I wish there was that money in high school esports when I was growing up, when I was in high school maybe 9-10 years ago, because I would have been grinding any game I could. If I saw this prize pool for any game, I would have so much motivation to be the best that I could possibly be, especially for the high school level, where it's like, usually you're grabbing a group of your friends, maybe some of you are high ranked, maybe some of you are not, but when you have one common goal like this, that it's like, this is what we're working for the entire year. We got denied a championship last month, but this is the kind of stuff that we work for all year that can get you to play possibly in college later on, or get you looks, get you some offers, and have a successful career going through the rest of esports that way. So both of these schools, always a lot to play for. And map 4, we said earlier, it is going to be tower control. So we're going to see if this kind of single objective game mode is going to tailor more toward FCS again. It definitely looked like it in that game 3. Brookwood definitely has to make some adjustments, or maybe up the communication a bit. Honestly, maybe sometimes you just get hand stiff. Maybe they just couldn't get any eliminations, couldn't really get any map presence that way. But now you're going to have that single objective, trying to push it back and forth to the end of that base. So we're going to see if Brookwood can close it out here in 4.
Yeah, and if I'm understanding it correctly as well, tower control, another one with kind of progress checkpoints built in to the game mode as well. So you kind of move it forward, get that checkpoint. You're trying to reach a further checkpoint than the opponent. Obviously, they're going to push it back, but you at least get to kind of set your progress in stone and then move towards that next milestone. But like we said, these game modes can often just take themselves very quickly to the end of that objective, and you're typically not waiting for the timer to run down unless it's a really, really back and forth, really scrappy game. And it honestly could be, but this series so far has really just shown us either one team or the other is taking this map win, and you're gonna know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of how the series does feel. We had one or two competitive spots and one or two maps, but other than that, it's been one team just absolutely starting off the game, dictating the pace, controlling the course of action, and then working their way through there to get things going. So right now, Brookwood looks like they might have the slight potential advantage fighting through the mid, though. I think that might actually be the katana. So
yeah, the
might actually be
katana.
seeing some of the melee weapons. Yeah, so the new weapons are going to get added. They're going to get active right now. And this point, though, still being fought over until eventually FCS. They're going to break the line.
Yeah, I believe there's a specific one that we looked at, a specific version of that katana that did come out, I think, on like June 1st, like literally with this new, I guess, season or patch that came through for Splatoon there. I'm not sure if that's the one that he's using. I don't believe it is. So this could be a more legacy one, might have a little bit more experience on it. But that's the cool thing too about a lot of these weapons is there's multiple versions of them that have slightly different variations in the pattern of the attack, the speed of the attack, and things like that.
If they can't get their supers going, they're going to lose the game in under 2 minutes. That thing got 74 out of 100
close.
It did for FCS. That run was absolutely magical from them. We did see a couple of the supers coming out of Brookwood, trying to at least stop some of the bleeding, slow down some of this push, because it has been all FCS innovation all day long into this map 4. They've got map 5 set in their sights right now. Point finally going to be stalled out for a couple seconds, but once they get to that last checkpoint and they get that one across, I mean, this is going to be a very hard game to fight back from, because we talked about when you're able to get the paint and get map control. Now BHS is going to have to fight all the way back across the map, replace all that blue paint with yellow if they really want to start to swim and get some of that control. So this is going to be a very, very hard 3 minutes.
Ah, but the double splat in the backside, look at how fast that was moving. They weren't able to get any further progress, but some of these special weapons coming out from FCS Innovation, the multi-splats are really what's kind of giving them the opportunity for this progress, and they're looking to bring it right back into the same situation here. Look at how fast that tower's moving. Couple more down from the side of Brookwood. It's tough right now for them. There they are. They're at the checkpoint. Have to keep it moving.
Yeah, and the checkpoint also counts for the time, so it's going to go down right to 18, and this is essentially going to be the last stand for Brookwood in Game 4. If they would have tried to stop and win the championship, they will stop it. They saved it at the 1 yard line, dropping in a couple of airstrikes to try to see if they can at least keep map control. But you've got to think that was only a flash in the pan. I'm not sure they're going to be able to ride this momentum. They've only got 2 minutes left. FCS stopped quite literally on the goal line. It is going to give Brookwood a chance to get back in this game, but you see how much work they have to do. Are they going to be able to find the angle?
It was actually such an explosion of both colored paint. I could not tell what was going on until I saw all 4 players from FCS down. And now it's Brookwood who has control of this tower and is actually finding fairly consistent elims to go along with it. One opponent down here, another over there. The long-range weapons from FCS aren't really dealing with Zell here on the tower. And they've got 2 players on it. From what I understand, the tower always moves at a fixed speed, but multiple players will count down the checkpoints faster, which is something of note. So when it does get stopped, you want to put multiple players on there, but you're also sitting ducks on the tower. Look at the flip.
Yeah, they were able to find a clean break onto the tower, so looks like FCS could potentially swing this one back in their favor, and for them, all they have to do is play out the last minute of this game. As long as they don't get beat, they are surefire to win at this game, although we are going to see 1 dead for both sides. Is Brookwood able to just continue this momentum? Try to see if they can swing this one back. FCS, you only need the 1. You still have the lead, but you see now, Brookwood, they are finding some of these splats, and they are starting to march down. This tower is going to start to hit this next objective checkpoint, and if we're able to get through checkpoint 2, this is going to come down to 1 more team fight to decide the entire game after FCS was stopped at 1.
Oh, the Splatana is no joke. Did you see them getting close range with that thing? very fast attack speed. You've got the little charge shot as well that's going to actually be used for putting paint on the ground, putting ink around the map there, and some crazy movement you can do with the sword for sure. So far, though, we're seeing a lot of engagements go the way of Brookwood, but the early lead, the 99 points from FCS may just mean the end of it unless this overtime,
this is the last push,
can mean the clutch. It's all down to this. You cannot drop off of that tower, not for a second.
Brookwood 15 for the championship, but they get instantly broken. It is a wombo combo out of FCS. Brookwood with a great stand toward the end of the map. They fought back as hard as they possibly could. They were down basically 99-0 in essence. They brought it back, ended up winning it out. Just couldn't finish the map at 1. They would have loved to have avoided that last couple of stressful minutes where it was like, is Brookwood really about to break us down? They win 3 team fights in a row, get it down to like 14, I think it was in the end. But game 5, we are going. And now if you're Brookwood, I know that sweat is starting to build up, but you've got to dial it in. 1 game, forget the other 4 maps. You are playing a best of 1 for all the marbles.
I'm sweating for them for both teams right now. I mean, we're taking it to game 5. The reverse sweep is on the board for FCS here. And Brookwood, as much as they had the rally in that game there, I mean, they got to 85 points towards the end. The last 2 minutes were all in Brookwood's hands.
Yeah.
But 99 points off the rip, off the starting of the map, and saving yourselves by the skin of your teeth. It's hard to come back from, and in the overtime, the special weapons are available. FCS is going to shut that down in an instant. They saved everything for it, and you saw that, the quick shutdown as soon as they hit that checkpoint. They were ready and locked in to take this to game 5. And what a treat. I mean, game 5, grand finals, not even the state finals, both of these teams went to game 5 there. So it's all or nothing. It's Clam Blitz for $6,000 and just the Play versus Cup prize here to be the grand champion.
Yeah, nice little playback here of that previous map. And honestly, it was just absolute domination out of FCS. And I'd love to see,
look at that,
even when your back is against the wall, I'd love to see a team that is willing to come out aggressive. You see the nice little 3-piece in the feed. You want to see a team that's down in the series come out aggressive, immediately put their best foot forward. Then you can then at least it affords you the opportunity to make a couple mistakes here and there and not get severely punished, especially in a game like Splatoon, where if you get it almost the entire course of the map, that means they've got to fight you all the way back tooth and nail to get you back into your spawn. So you can afford to get splatted once or twice. You can afford to kind of slip up here and there. You're going to have 2 to 3 more chances to recover, get back with your teammates, link up, which FCS did a fantastic job of just finding ways to get the break every single time. Brookwood getting it really, really close at the end of that map, and they're finally able to put those specials together, find a bunch in the feed, and lay it on the line for game 4. And I mean, like you said, Clam Blitz, 1 game for a $4,000 disparity is absolute insanity. I can't even imagine what the players are going through.
Yeah, they got to put their all into this final one. We've been seeing the strategies develop. You saw there in tower control, there was a lot of the paint wall, I believe is what it's called, where you kind of just toss it down. It slows down any projectiles, shuts them down. You can't move through it. It's essentially just a deployable wall, deployable shield almost, that you're forcing the movement to be fought around. And, you know, it ended up with some exciting plays for us. Something like that is what caused, you know, the Splatana to have that cool 3K at the end for Brookwoods, even though it wasn't enough to take them through the overtime. You're seeing those flashes of brilliance even in the map where they were down so far, and that's why they were 2-0 in the series to start. That's the kind of play that is going to take them for the game 5 victory, take them to the championship, to winning that championship.
Yeah, and I don't want to be a Brookwood hater, but based on what I've seen, I really think FCS is about to pull off this reverse sweep. I really, really like what I've seen out of the last 2 maps. I even liked what I saw before they ended up getting the restart. I feel like now if the last 2 games have felt like that first series we watched from last month, where they look really, really dialed in. They know exactly what they're looking for. They're able to execute. They're able to plan things out. So I would have to lead FCS in this game 5. I think a reverse sweep would be absolutely crazy, but the fact that we are already in game 5 makes the first 4 games irrelevant besides momentum, which is obviously going to be on the side of FCS, especially after, I don't want to say dominating win. They were dominating and they just got a little bit close at the end, but they tightened it up. But I mean, I would think FCS is going to walk away with this game 5, but with all the pressure on right, it's who is going to rise to the occasion and clutch up.
Yeah, 100%. I think we've kind of both got our ideas of how this map is going to play out, but of course, it's one map, one game, a 50-50 chance to see who's going to be able to take it. We do have the map to come through. It's going to be the Inkblot Art Academy here, so that's going to be the Clam Blitz Showdown for number 5. It makes me chuckle every time. It's such a funny name for a game mode, and you're literally collecting clams the entire time. That's the objective, but in the end, it still comes down to objective-based game mode. It's going to be a little bit more tailored towards those team fighting, because if you have one player with 8 to 10 clams on his back, you want to make sure that deposit goes down, and you're going to kind of do everything in your power to support that teammate who's going to make that big play and take a big chunk off of your score. So kind of what you're playing for. I assume most of these teams, it always makes the most sense to kind of have, 1 or 2 players kind of stack up the most. But, you know, we did see in some games that we were watching earlier, there are a few players, you know, just drop 3, 4, 5 points in the goal when you have the chance. And if you have the opportunity, take it by all means, but you're definitely looking to kind of make those big installments of points and use the time a little bit more valuably around the map.
Yeah, your teammates are the objectives in this one. As you said, in this game especially, you might have somebody, if someone plays a more supportive role, not necessarily as good at getting in the mix, winning out on some of these engagements, some of these firefights, you're going to have that person maybe be on clam duty, just try to set them up, give them a big weapon they can contain themselves with, they can play a little bit of defense, but they've got those slayers in front of them that can go out there, gain all the space they want, that can really be that tip of the spear and be that perfect engage tool. But game 5 of the Splatoon 3 Play versus Cup Finals, FCS Innovation, Brookwood High School, a rematch of the Georgia State Championships a mere month ago. All the prize on the line, and this is for everything.
Oh, and I actually am familiar with this map. I'm pretty sure this is literally the training mode that you get into, or where you're kind of like a practice range, if I'm not mistaken.
That makes sense, right? Inkblot Academy?
Yeah, I could be completely wrong as well. Don't get me wrong here, but already seeing that ink wall, very useful in the close range engagements there. And look at all the clams kind of being stacked up. You see how fast some of these can be traded kind of back and forth, but you do see that number on the top there is kind of the amount per team right now. So a little bit more.
There's the barrier.
20 points dropped into that one. You can already see FCS taking the lead there.
They've got 7 more too.
That's a big one to look at. Oh, a ton of points just being dropped on. And yeah, you will have to break that barrier, or break it down once again, once it actually runs out of time, and to be able to get those points and start scoring once again. So it's one of those things where momentum can stack up very, very fast, and then, you know, you get 38 points dropped on your head before the barrier even comes back for yourself. This time, though, it's Brookwood to make a bit of a stand here.
Yeah, they look like they've got a couple more that they could possibly cash in before the barrier goes down, but that is going to be popped back up. So we've got a relatively even game is kind of a loose definition, especially when it looks like FCS is stacking a lot of clams on that opposite side. If they can break down this barrier, maybe send in a couple of those special abilities, they might be able to absolutely put a capstone or at least increase this lead by a rather large margin. But both teams, you can see how patient they are now. They know it is game 5. They know if I get picked here, if I drop any of these clams, or if I'm out of position, this can genuinely be our entire season forced into second place. So I'd love to see the patience, the change of pace right now from both teams. Neither barrier has gone down for the last 30 to 40 seconds, but it is mixy in mid.
Oh, all of the special weapons popped. Huge splats down in the mid side, but it's not even converted into anything. You see the footballs down there as well. That's a little thing that's part of this game mode as well. You can kind of just use it to disrupt and kind of charge up and hit at enemy players there. But it does mean when you're carrying the football around, it kind of takes the spot of any clams there. So once again, it kind of just enforces the game plan of stack up the clams on a few players, and you don't really need to have it split up between everyone. But then again, it's that risk reward.
That movement.
If your one tank with all the clams goes down, it can be very easy to flip the game on its head. So far, though, we have not seen any points scored since our initial bursts for each team here.
No, and both teams are reaching with their specials. I'm seeing a lot of fancy footwork out of that FCS innovation right now. They are dodging a lot of these booyah bombs, a lot of these strikes, a lot of these big abilities, and they've been doing a really good job understanding that they have the lead. As long as they play for mid control and they don't let the other team break that barrier, they do not have to score another point. It's great that if they can try to get one more run in, try to see if they can stack up a lot more of these clams and get a lot more points, but realistically, if they just play team deathmatch for the next minute and 30, they are going to walk away the champions.
Yeah. And if you continue doing that, if you maybe break the barrier, find one more opportunity to score, something like that, you can really hammer home that lead. And I think that's what they're kind of looking for.
I think they're just playing for picks.
You can see just how reserved this team is playing right now.
They're playing for picks.
They have a fairly sizable lead. Yeah, it might only be 18 points, but that's a lot when you're looking at the grand scheme of things. There's only 15 on the side of Brookwood right now to even be able to score.
I don't think Brookwood's... I honestly don't think they're going to be able to break through the front line because it looks like all this patience is now going to turn into a counterattack potentially. It looked like FCS was trying to make an advance on the base and try to break down the barrier because they were playing stalwart defense on the back line. They had 3 players positioned in basically sniper towers, waiting for anybody to walk up, just holding on to those specials for that right opportunity to wipe everybody out, reset them at that 10-15 second spawn rate. And when it's 25 seconds left in the game, you only got to do that 1 or 2 more times. And right now, Brookwood, they are trying everything to break through mid, but they cannot find an answer.
Yeah, they really don't have it within them right now. I want to see it.
My.
They have so many clams stacked up. You just need to find something in this last 10 seconds, or FCS is going to complete the reverse sweep. They're going to take their crowns as the play versus Cup champion, and there's overtime on the board, but you got to see some elim, something to come through. Look at that, 3 down. Respawns maybe come through. The barrier is down. There were points to be grabbed, but it's not enough, Jobin.
They all got taken out. They got 4 men taken down at the end of the game in as dramatic a fashion as you could possibly cook up. FCS Innovation, Georgia State champions, 1 more to the belt, add another notch, play versus Cup champions as well. What a performance by the squad. Down 2-0, had to battle back, win 3 unanswered maps, that last one coming down to an 8-point difference in the end. They played perfect defense once they got that first big break, got the big lead, locked down that back end, and there was nothing that Brookwood could do. They had a great run at the end of the map there. They got 8 out of the 18 necessary, but you just fell a little bit short. And FCS, I mean, talk about grit, resilience, and talent.
Yeah, I mean, FCS right there. Hopefully enjoying their well-deserved pop-off right now. All 4 of those players put in the work towards the end of that series. You took the 2 modes, the first 2 games that were a little rough for you, a little tough, but you kind of just put it all together for the rest of the series. The team play looked a lot better, as we mentioned, rotating those specials or stacking them up when you needed a nice 4-player just team wipe. And then you give yourself 5 seconds to breathe as you wait for the other enemy team to really be back up. But FCS Innovation, man, all of them just deserve that victory. You completed the reverse sweep, and you get to kind of cement the legacy that you are most definitely the best in Georgia, and now just the best in this play versus Cup as well.
Yeah, it basically for them says, listen, there is no rivalry. This was a great series. You guys had your fun. It was a fantastic back and forth, but ultimately, ball don't lie. We got both series. First one, a little more dominant. Second one, though, I really love to see, because the game is so fast-paced and so mixy, I love that the second FCS got a lead, the ability to just refrain from running it down and trying to get excited, because when you're in a championship-winning moment, I know the comms have got to be going crazy. You've got to start to feel the excitement. You can start to feel the championship. When you've been in a big game, you can start to feel that. You get the chills. It starts to get under your skin. You're like, okay, we are like 30 seconds off winning a championship. So to kind of reel that in, contain that emotion until the end of the game, and just play a very, very smart, detailed game plan, understanding exactly how you have to win this game, which is draining this clock, because the only way they could lose, go for a break, risk it. If you have 3 or 4 end up dead, guess what? That opens up the counterattack and you could get absolutely flooded. So perfect game plan, perfect execution, and I mean, what a way to cap off your season. A reverse sweep and grand finals in a rematch of a team you already beat in another final. I mean, that is a storybook season for this squad.
100%. Congratulations to FCS Innovation Academy, and big round of applause to Brookwood High School as well. You put it all on the line in the rematch. You still come second in the Play vs. Cup, still have your claim at $2,000 there as your second place prize. But that's pretty much been all from me and Jobin here. It's been a blast to bring you guys the Splatoon 3 finals here for the Play vs. Cup. Once again, congratulations to FCS Innovation Academy there. And without further ado, I think we're going to send it back to the hosts, and they'll come back to you with some Madden action coming up right after this.
Thank you, Fundy, and wow, what a series, a reverse sweep, especially after that game 2, which was an any percent speed run. The game ended in like a minute.
Like 7 seconds.
And
like, I looked away, and then it was over.
And you're thinking, surely Brookwood is going to be able to do this, and then the grit and determination from FCS Innovation Academy to turn it around. That another banger with two
game 5s in a row.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I mean, that's crazy. And even for FCS Innovation to come back from the reset that they had in game 3 after the disconnect happened from Brookwood, they had to replay that map, and they still ended up winning it, and then just straight up on the table. And you know, Jobin and Fundy were talking about it at the end, but for them to just hold, it could be so easy to be like, oh, we killed all of them, you know what, let's just dump those clams in. Wow. But no, they just held right there. They kept getting the elims. That was awesome gameplay. I had a lot of fun watching that.
So fun. But as the casters mentioned, we are now going to shift gears towards Madden. But before we go to the break, just want to highlight an awesome event that happened before the Super Bowl. PlayVS held the Gridiron Challenge at HyperX Arena in Las Vegas with local Parks and Rec students to celebrate football and to explore the connections between traditional sports and esports. Students got the chance to compete in Madden NFL 24 mini games with the likes of The Real Sketch, Donnie Jones, and other special guests. And a lucky student even took home a pair of Super Bowl tickets. Check out the recap of this incredible event as we gear up for our 2024 PlayVS Cup Finals for Med.
Today, we're here at HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Today's event is a really important one, and we're really excited about it. It's the inaugural PlayVS Live event. It was important for us to establish PlayVS Live, to create opportunities for more kids to experience the excitement and benefits of esports and competitive gaming.
When I think about the world of esports, you know, it's not a zero-sum game. It's everybody being able to learn from one another.
Embark on an epic journey this high school season. Engage in thrilling showdowns in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Leave competitors in the dust in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Or ink your way to victory in Splatoon 3. Experience competitive Nintendo gaming at your high school with PlayVS. Discover more about the thrilling season ahead at PlayVS.com.
This all-girls Splatoon team is playing to win their first state championship in Alabama, and it all came down to
one last push in store for us.
My name is Vivian Chambers.
My name is Madeline.
My name is Abigail Holm. I go to JCHS and I'm on the Splatoon 3 team.
My name is Beth Holm. I'm the parent of a player on the James Clemens High School esports team.
Abby. This is very important for kids like my daughter who cannot do physical activities anymore due to sudden change in her health. This she can play. So she gets camaraderie. She learns to get along with others like a little mini family. But she's learning all that, and it's fantastic.
Before Abby, there was a whole bunch of people that came before, and we weren't very good at all.
But fall of 2023 was different. Sophia and Juliana, who'd be cooking on the JV squad, were added to the varsity roster. Suddenly, James Clemens found themselves with an all-girls roster.
When I first joined this game, I expected like everybody on the team to be a guy.
It's really cool to see. I realized that like a week ago, and we were just talking about it as a team. I'm just proud of us for being able to represent girl gamers, I suppose.
I'd say their confidence level has grown so much. I mean, we had kids there that barely spoke, and now I get to see the team that the parents see at home, because they've become so confident and they've gained friendships and relationships that have been really valuable.
They finished the regular season at 6-2 and entered playoffs as the 4th seed. Moving through the bracket, they made it to semifinals against the #1 seeded team, Splatoon. This best of 5 came right down to the wire.
It was on our final game, like final few seconds. We had to win this to get here. And I think I was one of the first people to realize we had what we needed to win.
Everyone like started screaming. It was a huge pop-off because we're going to be going here.
And I think that was just my favorite moment because I knew that like I am with a team that knows what we're all doing and we're able to do this.
Between our two competitors, we have the James Clemens High School Skill Issue and the McGill-Tulane Catholic High School. Their team name is the Judd Plushie Fan Club. We're seeing a lot of close-range fighting right now in the middle of the map where it looks, honestly, about dead even. This is a big stretch to close out our first round of our Splatoon best of 5. Final score, Blue wins. And McGill-Tulane has defended that second checkpoint. It is close. The Rainmaker picked back up, and that's game. That is a lightning quick game of Rainmaker that James Clemens has knocked out McGill-Tulane. They've got the high ground. McGill-Tulane so far away. They've taken the lead with 40 seconds left. Final 10 ticks for James Clemens. They're right there in sight. James Clemens takes it. But look at that. 29 ticks to go versus James Clemens 30. Still under their control. James Clemens needs a wipeout here. They need control. Otherwise, McGill-Tulane takes it. They do. We're going to Clam Blitz.
McGill-Tulane takes it just by 1 point.
One game to determine your state champion. Oh, the pressure is mounting. 2 minutes in, we're still 100 to 100. It's unbelievable now how close these two teams are, but the barrier's been broken too, with only 60 seconds left in Mode 5. James Clemens has a sizable lead. That passive activity has cost them a little bit of their barrier's health. It's 20 down. McGill-Tulane has one last push in store for us. They have to keep that barrier open, though. They do. It almost closed. 74 ticks. They need to get it at least to 46. That's overtime. We get to overtime, but James Clemens is able to stave off that push.
Let's game. Let's game. Let's game. Let's go.
It was euphoric. It didn't really click to me at first that we had just won, but feeling like my teammates buzzing energy around me and then like everyone jumping up in joy, it was just crazy to me that we came here and actually won this.
If your kid wants to game, let them game because it's an outlet and it's a character building thing.
We know all those kids play games, and it's going to teach them some life skills and strategies that they're not going to learn in other sports. I think it's a great program.
Very appreciative for PlayVS, very appreciative for Huntington College today for hosting this. I encourage everybody to get involved in sports. It's the future.
Welcome back to the Play vs. Cup. I'm James Bott here with Jorby, and we have witnessed two incredible championships back-to-back for Hearthstone and now for Splatoon. Both series going to Game 5. It's shaping up to be a special day, Jorby.
I mean, one of them being a reverse sweep, like that's absolutely crazy. We've seen a lot of grand finals live up to the hype over the course of esports just in general, but to see it happen back to back, and I mean, who knows what Madden's going to bring next?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to ask for. Not only, we've had our fair share of sweeps and, series that are very one-sided, but so far it has been a wild ride. But Jorby, before we get into Madden, we have another Play versus award to announce. It's time to announce the first ever Play versus Coach of the Year. Out of over 400 nominated coaches, 6 made it into the voting stage and battled it out for 4 weeks of intense voting competition.
Each nominee exemplified exceptional dedication, innovation, and leadership within their respective communities. From spearheading the establishment of esports programs to fostering inclusive environments for student growth, these coaches went above and beyond in their roles. They not only train and mentor players, but also serve as advocates for their teams, schools, and wider communities. Through their tireless efforts, they elevated the esports scene, promoted camaraderie, and inspired future generations of gamers and leaders. Collectively, these nominees represent the pinnacle of coaching excellence in high school esports. Now here is the 2024 Play vs. Coach of the Year recipient.
I am excited to introduce our first ever Coach of the Year winner, Aubrey White from Bob Jones High School in Madison, Alabama. Coach White founded the esports program at Bob Jones in 2019. Since that time, she's racked up 12 championships, including 9 back-to-back state championships in Rocket League and 3 teams in this year's Final Four for the Play vs. Cup. Coach White's impact extends far beyond the realm of competition. As a woman in the gaming industry, she serves as a beacon of inspiration, paving the way for others to follow her footsteps. With her positive vibe and unwavering support, Coach White embodies the essence of coaching excellence, making her a deserving winner for Coach of the Year. It is with the utmost joy to present Coach White with the 2024 Play vs. Coach of the Year Award.
You officially have won our Play vs. Awards Coach of the Year.
No way!
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That is so great. That is so great. Y'all are great. I love this organization. I think Play vs. is fantastic. Yeah, I mean, y'all know how much I love Play vs. Like, I think it's so great that we can do this for high school kids, and I want to keep at it. I want to keep building the program. And it's something that I've always said is like, I love my kids. I love my program, but I want this so bad for every kid in the country to be able to have this option in their high school career. So the fact that y'all do that, like, thank y'all for, running this and making it possible for these high school kids, because I wouldn't be here without you guys. I wouldn't love this as much as I do without Play vs. So I'm super thankful for y'all as well.
I just wanted to, start the shout outs with a very sincere, personal, heartfelt congrats to you and a real thank you, because we couldn't be what we are at Play vs. and the community we're trying to build without, individuals like you.
If anyone has seen the top 25 schools that we have and we put across the nation of win rates, Bob Jones is not only up at the top, but across 9 different titles.
I've had the privilege of driving over to Bob Jones a handful of times now for the scholarship signings, which has always been a blast to see. The parent involvement you guys have is awesome. You've cemented it as just a awesome esports program in the entire state of Alabama.
You started at this company years ago with like maybe 4 or 5 teams, maybe 20 something kids. And now you've got 20 something teams and over 80 kids. So I love to look at you as a coach and Bob Jones as a school as like a lighthouse school or program, not only just in Alabama, but now across the entire nation. So we know it wasn't easy, but you made it look very easy. So congrats.
There's so much respect that you have from your students that is really cool to see, and just want to commend you for all the hard work and like love, sweat, and tears that you put into those kids, because it shows. And I saw in real time you just like helping them handle some big emotions and different stuff, and like it was just really cool to see the impact that you're having on those kids. So thanks for all that you're doing.
Y'all are so great. This is a great call.
Big congratulations to Aubrey White, and what an inspiration that she is out there. Bob Jones, an incredibly successful program, but you can tell that she cares more about the students than necessarily winning out there, but she does both.
It is really cool to see, Alabama really known for like the sports and the pride they take in sports and building community around that. It's so cool to see that same passion and energy towards their students for esports as well. So congratulations to you, Aubrey White.
All right, well, Jorby, we have seen Hearthstone, we've seen Splatoon. Now we are going to be shifting over to Madden NFL 24. Two Play versus Cup champions. Now we will crown a third after this next match. We've got Taylor High School from Michigan going up against Towers High School of Georgia.
And this one should be exciting for sure. You look at the records. You get to the grand finals, you're going to have a record that looks something similar to this. You don't lose a lot, but if today is anything to go by, this is where the going will get tough for both players. I've played a good bit of Madden in my life, but Madden 2024 is a bit of a different breed than some of the earlier iterations. So I'm really excited to see those strategies that come out. I especially love watching players do defense because I think that is a lot harder to execute well.
My favorite thing is the interception. Seeing a player intercept those Hail Mary passes and then get the turnovers. That's what I'm hoping to see. But anyway, Jorby, let's get our predictions in the book. Who do you have taking this series?
You know what? I'm going to climb up to the tower. Give me Towers High School. I think they got this one in the bag, no problem.
It's a strong pick, but for me, being from Michigan, I'm going to back the Michigan school. Put me down for Taylor High. I got Taylor High taking this next series. But Jorby, let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into the action. We have Rob Gonzalez and one great user covering the match.
Oh, welcome in, everybody. It is time to crown a Play versus champion. I am here. My name is Rob Gonzalez. You can find me out there at I Am Reforge, and I am joined by one great user. This is going to be a match for the ages. When I'm looking at the records right now, I've got one person who's at 16-1 in their last matches, and I've got someone who's 15-2. So we see that they know how to win, but on the biggest stage, they both have undefeated records, obviously, in the playoffs. But when you get to this point, one great user, what's the first thing on your mind? Is it scoring more points, or is it to go out there and play some good defense?
I mean, really, when it comes down to Madden, it's all about matchups. So we got to see what each guy's bringing to the table. Are they running RPOs, running bubble gum? Are they going to be in trips, tight end, and bunch trying to air the ball out? Are they going to try to keep the ball on the ground? Because if they're managing the clock, limiting the possessions of the opponents, there's so many ways you can control a Madden game. So I'm really waiting to see on each person first opening offensive drive.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a really good point. So for everybody at home, you don't have a ton of time in these Madden games. It comes down to a lot of how long does your drive take? Because if you have, let's say, you're playing 5-minute quarters, if you put up a 3-minute drive, now your opponent 100% can't do what their same 3-minute drive. They've got to be able to maybe do something a little bit faster. Or if you put up points really quick, can you play defense? Turnovers are always the name of the game at this level. So you will see most of these games are determined by, does somebody miss a crossing route? Does somebody throw it a little bit late? Do you get one of those fluky fumbles that we all love in Madden? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't actually love those. I didn't notice that was a joke. We hate those, unfortunately. But we're also going to see what kind of teams that they're going to play. There's obviously the options of playing the Chiefs, which is, we see a lot of that. But we also see some random things. Some people like playing with the Eagles. I've seen some people playing a lot of Bills. They really like that Josh Allen connection. I mean, one great user. Who's your squad in Madden?
If I'm playing regs, it's either going to be the Chiefs or the Bills, but they had a roster update. So the Bills used to have the best defense because they had a KO on Tre'Davious White, and then you still had Poyer and, with the lurk artists, but with pick artists. But now, they updated Tre'Davious White does not have deep route KO. So, deep route KO. So at the end of the day, it's tough, but the Bills still have the best defense.
Yeah, and I think it also comes down to a lot of scheme, right? So we're going to get into our game now, and as you can see, actually, wow, we've got the Chargers And
I like the
Chiefs.
Chargers. The Chargers are just slow on offense, but their defense is top notch. I do like them. You're going to get a lot of pressure. Khalil Mack on the line. He has abilities. Then you got Joey Bosa. He has abilities. So they're going to get a lot of pass rush. And when I see somebody use the Chargers, that lets me know they're not going to blitz a lot, because you don't have to blitz when you have good pass rush. So you're going to play a lot of coverage and let your guys work.
And that's a lot like it is in real life for everybody at home doesn't play a lot of Madden. If you can naturally just put pressure on the quarterback with your defensive ends or with your defensive tackles, that goes a long way. So now you don't have as many holes when it comes to your cornerbacks. You don't have to be blitzing all the time. But the problem is going to be is if you don't get home or if you go too wide, it could do they could do a lot of damage right up the middle if you are the Chiefs. And if you just tuned in right now, you're looking at they're doing some substitutions. He's going to be putting some guys here and there. And if you want to explain to the people at home user about putting certain defensive players in positions that maybe they don't play.
These at linebackers are always a better user, and there isn't a real linebacker on the actual Regs roster that has lurk artists. So most of the time, these guys are going to put safeties at linebackers to try to maneuver around, because you'll be able to get better passing, better animation on interceptions. And then you think about the Chiefs. The Chiefs have so much speed. Their running backs are fast. Their receivers are fast. So the Chargers are going to have to keep everything in front of them. I don't expect them to press a lot if they're going to be running the Chargers. But, the Chiefs have the speed. You got Patrick Mahomes. He's able to make every throw in the game.
Yeah, and we're going to start here. 1st and 10, Mahomes is going to drop back and immediately get stuffed in the backfield. And that's what you're talking about, having that speed to stop these plays before they even get started.
Taken away from Richard from Taylor High School. I'm trying to make sure I got it right. Who's in the Chargers? No, Towers High School is on the right. So we got my guy Tommy Vayner. So he's out here running 3-3 normal, 3-3-5 normal. And not, like I said, he's not going to send a lot of pressure. Oh, that's a big fumble on the opening drive.
And this is exactly what we talked about, is that sometimes you're going to have these fumbles that show up, and it's not something every day that Patrick Mahomes fumbles, but look at that, you put a hit on him and good things happen.
Yeah, Rob, he has to get down right there. This is too much on the line. This is the national championship. You can't come out there second play of the game, scramble, and take that hit with Patrick Mahomes. You got to slide down and protect the football. You cannot cost yourself turnovers right there. That's a big stop on the opening drive.
Yeah, now you've got Herbert right at about the 30-yard line, 1st and 10. He's going to go ahead and put Davis in motion. And then here you go. Another stop quickly from the run game, but this is going to be pretty much something you're going to see all game. It's hard to run up the middle. You want to see them pass and get this early out, but we're going to see what the defense comes up with here. And you can see to the left side, you've got some zero coverage over there. There might be some space over here for Smart.
If I see my guy Go Geezy in the building, the Madden community checking in, he has to cross it to the right. That shit, he overthrows him.
Oh, you had it called. I mean, that was about as easy as it gets, but that's the difference between, I'm not going to try to dog Herbert out here. But,
I mean, sometimes you got to call a spade a spade. That's the difference between Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. I'll finish it up for you. We already know.
Thank you. You knew what I was going to say.
Yeah, it's a big difference. The money's a difference. The championship's a difference. Oh, that's a big difference.
Yeah, and you have to remember that they are playing essentially a $500 money match. Second place is going to get $1,000. First place is $1,500. So both of them is guaranteed $1,000 bag, but this is a $500 game, and we are now 4th and 5. They are not going to take the field goal. They're going to go ahead and get this lined up. And as you see, it looks like you've got a little bit of action here to Eckler in the backfield, but they're going to go ahead and get this motion to the right. There's your fake. Instant.
Oh, no.
Whoa! Oh, he does get it. He's going to run this back up. Can he get some space? He does not. And the Chargers are not able to capitalize on a Patrick Mahomes fumble. And on top of that, not even able to get 3 points.
Yeah, it's so much on the line right here. The $500 and then the title of being the National High School Play versus National Championship. You got to take your points in that situation.
And we're going to get a 5-yard moving up there from Patrick Mahomes. Going to go right back to the no huddle. And you can see we talked about this. See this pressure? There is none.
Oh, my.
But that was
we got to pick that off.
pass.
We got to pick that off.
Yes.
Towers High School, we got to pick that off. Richard, we got to lock in. I am number one. Show us that you're number one. Can't let them throw right at your user right there. Has the crosser up top. And that's what we talked about, that speed, trying to be able to keep up with the receivers. Now, Chargers, yes, they have a good pass rush, but they do not have the speed on their back end to be able to cover those receivers in man coverage. So he's going to have to get home.
Right. And as you can see right now, there are 5 offensive linemen, only 4 pass rushers. So they are able to get that double team off, and now they're going to go down to 3 pass rushers. So that is not normally the solution, but they're going to try to put more people in the backfield. But if you don't pressure Patrick Mahomes, it don't matter how many people you have back there.
Oh, that's good defense. Everything was covered. I don't know where he was throwing right there, but everything was covered.
And we're going to get 3rd and 2. We've only seen 1 run play so far from Kansas City, the first play of the game. This could be another situation. If they're going to line up with only 3 down linemen, you'd expect to see a little bit of something to 10.
Oh, blow him up in the backfield. He's going to be short.
Well, 4th and 1, you know they're going to go for it because that's what Madden players do. But they might go right back to the well.
He's going audible to
play a little bit.
Okay. Oh, he's going to go inside
and then
zone.
Right back to it.
Okay.
And now we've got 1st down. It's only 42 seconds left in the quarter. So we were almost a quarter of the way through the entire game.
Oh, good user.
Patrick Mahomes all day. And now let's see if he learns the slide this time.
Oh, he's going to
get
out of bounds.
Just as good.
Now, I'm going to tell you, the first takeaway is what I'm looking. You know, Taylor High School's the guy with the Chiefs, Tommy Vayner. He has the offense. He just has to be smart with the ball. I'm taking a look on the other side. My guy from Towers High School, he has good user. His defense, he's consistently running the same defense in man coverage, trying to expect his pass rush to get there. But I'm not sure if that's a situation I want to play this defense all day long versus these Chiefs.
Yeah, and he does throw it away there on 3rd. Now we got 3rd and 6, 1 second left in the quarter. And you have to ask yourself, the Chiefs haven't really looked that dynamic yet. It's 3rd and 6. Can they get – I've seen Travis Kelce get a little bit open. If he can distract Woods just a little bit with a little bit of maybe a little wiggle to the left, get some room for 87 up the middle, I think it's there. And he's eyeballing him, but this is going to go deep. And it is a touchdown.
Easy touchdown right there. Able to pull Taylor's High School user out of the middle of the field. He jumped on the running back angle route, the inside route. The dig was open. Easy touchdown. Ant Cap in the building. No, these are actually high school players. So both of these guys, one guy's going to the, let me tell you exactly, Ant. Oh, as he goes for the 2-point conversion, and he gets it.
Disrespectful.
Yes, my guy Taylor from Taylor High School, he's a junior, so he's going to be a senior this coming fall. And then my guy from Towers High School, he's a sophomore. He's going to be a junior in this coming fall. So they've yet to really lock in and play in the, the MCS community.
Right.
But Ant Cap, they pretty sure you're going to see these guys down the road.
Well, and if you talk about the Chiefs, you got to talk about Ron. I'm sure that he gets called that all the time. But it is 8-0 Chiefs, Taylor High on top. Is Nathan from Towers going to be able to get back in this for the Chargers? And you saw they were able to move the ball a little bit. It was just a mistake at the goal line, a couple little bounces, and the Chiefs were able to turn that back around and not lose a lot when they turned that ball over. So we're going to go 1st and 10, beginning of the second quarter, 8-0 Chiefs.
And both of these guys running 3-3-5 normal, trying to keep everything in front of them.
And that's just the zone, and here comes the pressure. He's going to go ahead and throw that away. And you, I guess, in my opinion, I don't see a ton of zone that holds up that long because he had players open. He just didn't want to throw them.
I mean, it's tough because, trying to fit that ball in there, Justin Hurt, I'm not sure if he does have a velocity chem on him past it. You'd have to check the roster because I'm be honest, I don't really play with the Chargers. When the money's up, when I'm trying to get a win, I'm not bringing Justin Herbert out there.
Well, you've got 3rd and 5, and they want to get a little bit of something. Obviously, a first down would be key. You got some. There's no space for him.
Everything is covered. He had a good zone drop set for the crosser. Kept everything in front of him. 4th and 5 right here. He's going for it. He feels the pressure already, especially when you've already got a turnover and you got 0 points off of it.
And you're on your own 30. This is one of those times where if you don't make it, you're like, oh man, next game. Because if you go down 16, even going down 15 is still a lot. But you've got to have a play that gets 5 yards, guaranteed. You've got triangle wide
Texas
open.
route, but he got the crosser. Nice.
Whoop. Keenan Allen.
And that's a nice wrinkle that he added in there right there. Now, he's basically ran the same play the past couple plays, but this time he adds in the Texas route on the running back, which forces the users from Taylor's High School to respect that angle route, and that's what leaves the crossing route open.
And here you go, 1st and 10, 4 minutes left in the second quarter. Chargers absolutely need this score. Still, they got away from the motion, so they're not going to know really if they're going to be in zone or not, but here you go. It's going to go deep.
Look like he got him.
Looks good. Oh! Did he intercept that?
No.
Oh, he did not. Stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, he had a step on him, but he just didn't place that ball out in front of him.
Again, you're going to have only 3 down linemen. You got this 3-4 defense, something that Austin Eckler should be able to do something with. And he's going to go right back
to it.
And again, it's another overthrown touchdown that Patrick Mahomes probably would have made, but that's okay. That's all right. Not everybody can be Patty.
Yeah, you already know, man. In high school, this is your prime time playing the game.
Yeah. And still no motion. So, and again, I'm a big fan of motion, but I've also seen Davis in this little slot just open every time. And this is another one underneath. And if they're going to run these plays, you got to punish them.
And trips tight end is such a tough formation to stop because it's spread out and you have to respect it. And so, and you also have to respect the runs, the RPOs, the bubble screens, everything that trips tight end has to offer. So, and both of these guys.
Am I tripping? I'm looking at 12 just wide open. Like there's literally there's 3 receivers and 2 defenders in front of him. So like, how do we take advantage of that instead of running up the middle? How can we take advantage of lining up? Like so now they're bringing somebody up, but previously these trips formations there was only 2 defenders.
But if you notice, he had his user, even though he was standing on top of 13, the crossing route receiver got him right there, easy touchdown. Doesn't get his feet in bounds. Wow. Yeah. If you notice, he's standing over there with that slot receiver. So if he throws a pass, his user will be able to pick that pass off. And my guy from Towers High School, he's noticing that. That's a bait right there. He's not going to take it. He had X open, but did not hit him in the seam. Oh, should have been an interception.
Here we go. 3rd and 10. It's 2 minutes left. I mean, it was important to score before, but now it's super important because if you don't score here, it's very possible the Chiefs get the ball and just take it right down. And now you're down 15 without a chance to get the ball back. But here we go. Herbert going to go back, going to throw that in. Is he going to get 2 feet in? He does not.
I can't believe that wasn't an interception. The fact that he caught it and came down was amazing.
And here we go. Another 4th and 10, 2:26 till halftime. And the Chiefs did receive the ball. So this is something where if the Chargers can score and play defense, they're going to get that ball back and could take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a lot of time left. You do get the ball at half. You might want to take the 3, but 4th and 10, he's going to go for it.
And here you go. This is what I was talking about before. So you've got trips left, and then triangle just by himself. And here's the pressure right up the middle. He somehow gets that ball away, but that is probably the 3rd or 4th time I've seen that receiver just literally by himself.
And see, with that combination, you got to take that check down early. If you're going to throw it to triangle, you got to take that early in the downs. You cannot take that on 4th and 10 because it's a lot of moves that has to be made. Just right there, Kelsey making the guy miss. Big chunk of yards picked up right there. But, yes, the flat route is open, but it's 4th and 10. You can't throw that pass right there. You're going to have to try to go deeper down the field.
Do something else, right? Well, here we go. 1st and 10, 2 minutes on the clock. Here's our motion, and we're going to see that nobody went with him, so he knows they're in a little bit of a zone shell. Patrick Mahomes all day.
He can scramble up the middle, but he waits.
I think he's still going to be a little bit gun shy from that fumble earlier about running it, but I think if he just slides more often, he'll be fine. But here we go. Woods is going to try to guard this middle.
KO.
Ooh, Tony dropped it.
Nice breakup right there.
The Chargers could get out of this. 3rd and 10.
Oh, he's going to bunch.
47-yard line. We've got Kelsey on the interior, and he's going to go out. But then we've got
Ooh,
Oh,
Flood. Bringing out the old bunch dots, running Flood on a 3rd and 10. Nice dot.
Ooh.
Wow, he dropped
these.
it.
This is, we know we talk about the Chiefs and drops, but today it has shown up.
Yeah, guys playing good defense on the Chargers, getting a hand on the receiver. Goes right back to the same play. This time his user's there for the post, takes the check down. That's a great read. So many other players will force that and go right back to that safety, to that post, and throw it at the safety, but not Taylor High School. He said he's going to take the drag and be smart.
Yeah, and you like seeing that because you've got a minute 23. You just want to run this clock out. You'd love to get a touchdown, but you would much rather just make sure that the Chargers just do not get this ball back.
Right here, big 4th and 1 coming up. Do you take the 3, or do you just you go for it? It is 4th and 1.
It's 4th and 1. I'm going for it every time. It doesn't matter really in Madden, especially. It doesn't matter. I've got at least one play I know is good for a yard.
Okay, what's your play call on 4th and 1?
I'm just diving on them. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, you're gonna die. We're gonna
here we go.
Up. But he goes double post.
He's going to throw it anyway. Tony's going to run away from his receiver on 4th down. And it is a touchdown for Kansas City. And Taylor High, Aaron has made it 14-0. And the pressure now is right back in Lathan's lap from Towers High.
Yeah,
and no respect, going for 2 again.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, that's a nice dot to pick that up. My guy from Towers High School, he's gonna have to get out of that man defense.
Yeah,
Taylor knows that he has the double post out of that bunch offset. That is a certified man cooker. Man defense will never be able to cover that double post. So he's gonna have to do something to be able to cover that. Yes, he has 2 purples out there covering the outside, but he mixes a angle route on the running back and double post. He's gonna get fried every time.
Now, some people at home might be wondering what's going on here. You got a minute 11 till halftime. The Chargers do get this ball back. So there is a little bit of pressure. You want to make sure you can get out here and score, but you don't want to do something dumb. You don't want to get this ball back to Kansas City and make it more than 2 possessions because you can score in a minute. A minute is easy. A minute in Madden is forever.
And, Rob, one of my favorite saying is you can't win a game before half. But you
that's
can
right.
For sure, but you can for sure
lose it. That's right. And so with a minute 7, they just have to put together one good drive, and then they'll have to decide if they're going to go for 2, which I think they have to go for 2 now. But that's a lot of pressure. 16 is a lot of pressure on somebody because if your offense hasn't been working to get touchdowns, it's even more pressure to know that if you don't get the 2-point conversion, you're even further down. But now it is 3rd and 4. We are sitting on the 31-yard line for the Chargers. And here comes the blitz right up the middle.
Way to send them right there. Audible from 335 normal to 335 wide. Decides to send his user. Caught him off guard. Sending all 5 wide. Sending all 5 receivers out. Big sack.
And the other thing about this now is without the punt, you can definitely lose this game now. Because if you don't get 14 yards here, you're going to give it to them with about 40 seconds left. And that's a score. Ooh, oh my goodness. Broken coverage. They are back in the game. Unbelievable play to get the Chargers on board. And it is crazy. They have been on life support this whole game. And literally nobody home.
Wow, 4th and 14. Just a busted coverage. Safety just not where he needs to be. Trying to keep everything in front of you. As he lines up to go for the 2-point conversion. This is big right here.
Because a game that we thought could have been over if they don't get that could easily just be 1 possession. So Herbert's going to go back, going to go to the left.
Oh, that's
looking. He's got square wide open, doesn't see him. And now he's in trouble. Going to have to throw that away. And it's going to be still a 2-possession game, which, again, is not what you were looking for, but it's still 50 seconds left. Patrick Mahomes, he sees any amount of time on the clock. And those could be points.
And, from my takeaway, just watching this first half, watching the play calling, I really like Taylor's High School because not because of actually how he's playing. He has made some mistakes, not sliding, the busted coverage right there. But my guy from Tower High School, he runs the exact same defense every time. He's gonna come out here, 2 purples, play man coverage, and trust his user.
Oh my. Oh, here we go. And
That's
he's
a
gonna.
bad
That
pass.
looked like a little bit of pass interference, but that was an interception, right? Did he
No,
get
he
it?
didn't get his feet down. He didn't get his feet
Ooh.
down. He got to put more zip on that ball. That's a bad pass by Taylor.
And here we are, 2nd down, 43 seconds left. Mahomes is going to go back, sitting right in the pocket, right in between, and he's going to dot that one to Hardman Jr. He does get out of bounds. 36 seconds, 1st down on the 33. And just when you thought it was only going to be a 2-possession game going into half, the Chiefs and Aaron have a little bit different opinion.
Mm-hmm. Goes to the man, runs flood again, takes
Ooh.
the flat route to Travis Kelce. He's going to burn that timeout to make sure he keeps his time.
And he still has one timeout. Yeah, Kansas City has the entire playbook in front of them. They're almost certainly going to be going for a touchdown. I can't imagine a world where they're going to be going for field goals.
Oh,
Ooh, my boy.
We got to make a play right there.
Here we are, 25 seconds. We're on the 1. Anything is at their disposal because even if they run and miss it, they're still going to, but that's going to be in for the touchdown, Kansas City. It was, they had 50 seconds to start, took about 22 of them to get back on the board, and it also matches the score, 22-6. And now, if you are Kansas City, you don't really have to go for 2 anymore, right? Can't you just start kicking extra points and keep that lead the way it is?
I mean, he never had to go for 2, but I just think that's how he plays. Some people play like that. They just like to always go for 2 and put pressure on the defense.
Oh,
so I think that's his style. It doesn't matter whether he gets it or not.
Yeah, my thought there was just take it to 17 points and be done with it. But he says, no, I need 2 more. Give me some more. And he's going to be able to get this one around the side. Oh, okay. I thought 10 caught that for a second. Oh my good. Don't be flexing, bro. It's 22-6.
Yeah, it's GG's in the chat. You ask me, and that's why clock management is so important. Even though he got a busted play and was able to score on that 4th down, it might have been better for him to lay down and when he got close to the red zone to take some time and then score, because now he's back in the same situation that he was in before he scored. But
No, he's in
less time.
way worse position, right? It's like
absolutely.
It's like because you thought that you were going to be all right, and now you're down 16, and you scored on a basically a free play. They just gave you 6.
Yeah. Oh, definitely a free play.
And you didn't capitalize on the fumble. So, like, I think if you are, you're the Chargers, you're Towers High, you're Nathan, you're thinking, man, if I could have just scored when I got that interception, this is a different game, right? I mean, it's just like
he should have took the 3, because even if he takes the 3, that it neglects some of the 2-point conversion, and you never know how someone plays when they're down. It's easy to play when you're up, but when you're able to put the pressure on somebody, like Taylor's High School might play a completely different game when he's put in a different situation when he's down. So we don't know.
Well, and you also have to remember, too, for everybody at home, for our guy from Tower High has not been losing anything, okay? Let's put this out here. 15-2 in the last 17 games. So doing a lot of winning.
Good play.
And he's got another busted play.
Oh, you got to be able to juke and get up out of there.
Got to juke one dude, my guy. All right, but we got 8 seconds left on the 28. We are not out of this yet. Kansas City is by no means out of the woods.
He knows that crosser is coming. He's going to send him on a streak. He backs that guy up.
Only 8 seconds on the clock. The Chargers do have 2 timeouts, so they could try to go towards the middle. But here we go. 5, 4 is going to get that overthrown. Now you're down to 3 seconds. This has got to go right to the end zone.
No, I would take my 3 right here. I mean,
taking the 3, you would.
Yeah, I mean,
you're down 16.
I need
so
some
the difference
points.
between 16 and 3, it's going to be 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point conversions, or you go from 16 to 13. So now you just need 2 touchdowns. So I think you're probably right. Take the field goal. Your offense hasn't looked that great, but I don't think that's sometimes in some Madden players' blood. What in the world?
Yeah.
Running the draw? What?
Yeah.
Tell me what you think about that. Tell me what you think about running
I mean,
the draw.
if I was a betting man, I would say it's point shaving. Ain't no way. We got to take
Ain't
points
no
to
way.
go to the air. You know what I'm saying? We got to take points to go to the air, but
I'm happy that you were on the same wavelength as me because
look like some Pete Rose going on out here. I don't know what's going on.
I can maybe understand if the game was completely out of control and you
Then
want
he was
to
getting ball at half. Like you kick 3, you go down and get 7, and all you need is one stop.
right, yeah. And I think, but we also have to remember that not everybody, we're being able to think about this completely emotionless, right? We're not in the game. We're not, suffering being down 16. Probably not often does that happen to this particular player. So there's a lot of emotions going on, and he's going to go deep. He's got these plays. He's had them over and over again, and now he's feeling himself. He's like, wait a minute, maybe I have that here this whole time, and I've just been doing dumb stuff. Now he's seeing a little bit of action up to the 24-yard line. 1st and 10. Herbert's going to go back. He's got X again. Is he going to go for it? Nope. Ooh, will it catch it this time? And he does. The Chargers back up. Look at this. I want you to think about this. They have not been able to do anything in little amounts. It's been these huge, huge chunk plays each time. But like you said, if they would have taken that field goal, they got the touchdown, they'd only be down 6.
Correct.
And now they're down 10, and we're going to see what happens here. If he goes, you would assume that he's probably going to go for 2 to make it a 1-score game. But that looked like an excellent drive from the Chargers. Get back, double coverage, and then Allen said, ain't no thing for me.
Yeah, and the thing is that you see the big difference is these guys are younger, so they're playing a lot more looser in this situation, not actually playing the game as strategic as a seasoned vet will play. But these guys, they have the abilities, they have the pocket presence, they're able to put the ball where they need to, they have the users. They just got to be able to apply a little bit better strategy, and this game will be a lot tighter.
Yeah, and you have to remember, we don't want to just be piling on somebody about not taking a field goal, because most Madden players do not kick many field goals. And I would say most Madden players never punt. So this is the things that you see here today are not abnormal. There's a calculated risk to being able to, not kick a field goal, try to get points, do those kind of things. But this is still a very winnable game for the Chargers. They're down 10. They need to make essentially 2 stops. And I think, and I've seen many Madden games that have been farther away in score than this, and the other team comes back. So you got 1st and 10. Mahomes is going to make that pass up to Pacheco, and that is going to be another 1st down. And I would assume, I guess I was going to assume wrong, that the Chiefs would take their time here, being up 10, but they are just right back, pedal to the metal.
That guy 44, I appreciate that, man, because honestly, I wasn't noticing why any of these guys wasn't kicking a field goal. He said there is it's pretty easy to block field goals on old gen, and so we're not on current gen. We're on old gen. If you see the way the play layout is, we're on old gen, not current gen. So it's pretty easy to block field goals. So that's why neither guy has been kicking their 3.
Yeah, or the extra points. All right. Well, then, see, this is why we get that. Here we go. 1-on-1. Oh, Valdez-Scantling with the hands. The brother hands.
Here we go right here. 3rd and 10. He's going to decide to send. Nope. Going back to dropping the coverage. I thought he was going to try to send some pressure. Nice out route.
Yeah, you like that. That was right on the money. And that's a play that if you don't make that throw right on the money, it's a pick 6.
Absolutely.
Mahomes back, 1st and 10. Going to go ahead and move it to the right.
Wow.
And another completion. And they are just methodically moving down the field. We're at 3 minutes. And right now, the biggest enemy for the Chargers and Towers High is going to be the clock.
Hey, Pew, that's what I was kind of wondering, too. Like, that should have just been automatically, put in the rules. But, to each his own. To each his own, It is what it is.
3rd and 6, 2:55 left on the 48-yard line of the Chargers. We've got the Chiefs trying to make this 10-point game back up to 16. But one thing we have not seen is a lot of pressure from that defensive line of the Chargers.
Yeah, they haven't really been getting to him.
Look at this.
He has the double post again, but he's able to get back with his use. And that's a tough play to make. That's just
Mhm.
a tough play to make. I expect if Taylor's going to go right back to it, he's going to come out and trips tight end. He might audible again to bunch offset and run double post. And this time, try to put a Texas route out there on that running back because double post is so tough to stop versus man coverage. I feel like that's his man coverage play, his go-to.
Well, here you go. They're only down 10. Got a timeout. The Chargers, this is where they need to make a big play. Get right back into this game. So 4th and 6 on the 48-yard line. Patrick Mahomes in the shotgun. Pacheco going to go ahead and move out to the right. Empty backfield. I don't know if he's trying to get him to jump off, but it doesn't matter. Here you go. Here's a snap. Going to roll to the right. He's got right at the last moment. He's getting interception. Davis.
He's going to the Baja. He's going to the Baja.
Taking it to the crib. Just when you thought the game was over, the Chargers back in it with another mistake from Patrick Mahomes. Wow.
Let's go, man.
That field goal looms large, does it not?
Yeah. Oh, they can't kick field goals, but hey,
that's what I'm saying. It's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard to be like, oh man, if I could have kicked field goals, this game is probably could be a tie game now.
Yeah,
but instead, it's going to be 22-18. The Chiefs still on top. Patrick Mahomes with a fumble and an interception. One led to the touchdown, one did not. And we've got a brand new ball game now. What can Kansas City do? Can they burn this clock? Remember, we are playing. This is the finale. Loser's going to walk away with $1,000. Winner's walking away with $1,500. $500 money match, essentially. And Patrick Mahomes got to clean this game up.
Oh, he does not! Oh, my God! To the house. Derwin James to the apartments. Let's go.
Moving on up. Here you go. Derwin James, who also is a big-time Madden player. This is a game that Kansas City has been in control of from the get-go and is just giving it away. It is now 24-22, and Towers High. Nathan getting that game back from A.A. Ron. And here we are, 2-point lead. Hopefully can try to make this 4. Herbert's going to go back, get that over to Eckler. Eckler is going to be able to make the spin. Can he get in? He is in, 26-22. Kansas City, we're going to have to see how Taylor High reacts because has been firmly in control of this game, user, and now they're not. What's going through his head?
I mean, it's a tough situation because it just seems like he's getting flustered. Instead of throwing the ball away, every play he's trying to make a play. You know, sometimes the down is over, good coverage. Your guys didn't beat the man coverage, and you just got to throw the ball away. But the last 2 plays, he's still trying to make something out of nothing when everything is covered.
All right, second
Frost,
and 3.
This is OJ.
Patrick Mahomes is going to go back, going to try to clean this up all day again. Going deep, but that has a lot of air in it. Oh, and he still catches it.
That was
unbelievable.
Pass,
thought that was going
to.
I thought that ball was going to get intercepted again.
And
Mahomes
out there,
right back in it.
Everything's covered. That's what he has to do. Throw the ball away. When everything is covered, throw it away. And see, a lot of times you get in a situation where you feel you get comfortable playing a guy and you want to put him away. And you're trying to put him away quick. And I feel like that's the situation what's happening with Taylor High School. Timing off on that out route right there.
Yeah, you can still take your time. You know, make the right throw. You don't have to be pressured. I mean, he knows he was up 16. He knows he can score and he can play defense. You're only down 4. No pressure going on here. And then here comes the user. Woods going to go back.
That's a dot. Nice.
And it is a touchdown. Back and forth game. 2-point lead now for Kansas City. They're trying to go back up 4. And they haven't been stopped yet on the 2-point conversion, but there's really been no.
Oh no!
Pick. Wait a minute.
Can he take it to the Baja? He's
now,
going to tie
if he
ball
takes
game
it back,
up.
he does get 2 points. Oh my goodness. It is an unbelievable game here. We are now tied on a 2-point conversion Interception by the Madden champ himself, Derwin James. Brand new ball game with 1:13 in the third. And it had a game that we thought was going to be a complete laugher, a complete obliteration, is right back to square one.
He was down 2 possessions without ball, and then all of a sudden Taylor just doing a little bit too much, not throwing that ball away.
Nice what a move by Eckler.
And I like where he's going right here, putting the ball on the ground. I mean,
me too.
He's in full control. He can take this clock. He can take as much clock as he wants, go down, drive, and get 6. Even if he doesn't take the whole, third and fourth quarter. And in this situation, remember, they can't kick the field goal. So, you got everything you need. Just play your game, use the clock, and get 6.
I'm thinking the exact same thing. That's what I said earlier, is that the biggest enemy to the Chargers at that point was going to be the clock. But the Chiefs were not about that life. They were not about running the clock. They weren't about doing any kind of those plays. And now you see the Chargers said, no, this is our game. It's 2nd and 6, 5 minutes. I'm telling you, for everybody at home who does not play a lot of Madden, I can burn 5 minutes off a clock running, especially if you're not that proficient at stopping the run and I don't have to really score. All I have to do is basically make it so you can't win right now. I can get 5 minutes off the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, this score going into half, it was 22-6. So in one quarter, he
16
tied this
point
ball
lead.
game.
Here we go. Eckler up the middle, still up. He's going to get another 3 or 4 yards. And if you can continue to get 3 and 4 yards on every time you touch the ball, that's going to open up a lot in your passing game. And normally you talk about, in Madden, you're like, oh, well, it's all passing and you run every so often. But sometimes your running game just opens it up for everything. And there you go. Right up the middle, Eckler again.
Yeah, and I like the way Towers is managing this clock. He has the 2 clock feature on. And he's like, hey, I'm going to take this whole fourth quarter.
All right. Here we go. And the Kansas City still does have their timeouts, but we're at the 3-minute mark. And the clock is getting chewed up by the Chargers. And we've got 2 seconds, 1 second, and they do get the ball off. Eckler isn't able to get past them at that time. So we are going to go to 3rd and 10. And I would assume that we will finally see them put the ball in the air, but it's possible they could run it again.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to leave that 2 clock feature on and try to pass. A lot of times people end up doing this and forget to take it off, don't get time to make their hot routes, and then get a delayed game.
And I would assume if they don't get this, do you take a timeout or you let it run?
He had to cross her, but he's not able to set his feet and place that ball down the field.
All right, 4th and 10. They're going to need that. And this is another place where Kansas City can do the exact same thing if they can get a stop, where all they have to burn is 2 minutes and 13 seconds off the clock to be able to win this game that they should have easily could have been blown could have blown the Chargers way out of this. But instead, 4th and 10, Chargers control their own destiny. You've got Herbert in the shotgun to his right, Austin Eckler, and you've got this trips left. They're going to see the motion, see that that's a zone coverage. And we've got the pressure up the middle again. That's what you're looking for, and this is going to go deep. Ooh.
Good swat. Good swat.
Because to say, you don't want the interception there. You want to hit that down, because if you get that ball, the difference is 50-yard difference. So
yeah, that play was kind of doomed when he motioned that slant across, because that slant was running too close to their running back angle route, so the user was able to guard 2 receivers.
And like we said, the first play that Kansas City did was a run to Pacheco, trying to see if they can catch the Chargers sleeping a little bit. They did not. 2nd and 9, Mahomes in the shotgun. Going to go look to his left. And that did we not see this play over and over again already? I feel like I said something about if that pass is not on the money, it could be a pick 6, and it almost was.
Absolutely.
3rd and 9, 1:57 on the clock on the 50-yard line. Mahomes drops back.
Was the double
takes
post?
A look.
No, he runs flood. That's
what
a
up?
beam.
Oh,
That's
That-
a bean.
That is nasty. That's what we call it. That's all green, baby, right there.
I feel like Towers. I was expecting double post too. That was a great play call, running flood.
And there's a blitz coming through. Mahomes to the left. He does have a little bit of space. Going to get that to Pacheco. And Pacheco is stopped short. 2nd and 2 now. 1:27 on the clock and ticking. The Chargers have not taken a timeout. We're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a run. Go down to 3rd and inches. I would assume we run that play right back again. And he does, but he doesn't let the clock run on it. But like I said, I knew they were going to run the same play, and he does go ahead and get that first down that time. So you've got 54 seconds, clock running. Chargers are not taking any timeouts. They're going to just say, hey, this is what it is. We'll make our stand right here. Mahomes going to go back over to Harbin Jr., out of bounds. And that will stop the clock. 2nd and 2 on the 17.
Taylor High School has one more timeout, but he's in good position at the 17.
Yeah, this is, you can easily score from where you're at. The problem is you don't want to leave too much time on the clock. But as we've seen, which Mahomes is going to show up? Is it going to be the one that turns the ball over?
Defense.
Oh, he's going to try to go up middle.
Will
Will he slide this time?
Oh, that's a pick!
My God, no! Not again, not like this.
He was trying to slide, and they gave him a legal forward pass, ball in the middle of the field, big interception, Towers High School, live? You got 3 timeouts left, national championship. How bad do you want it? Where's your hot ones?
These better be the best plays you can get. 31 seconds. You're on your own 21. And you control your own destiny. Like we said before, the defense has stepped up. 2 touchdowns,
He might
multiple
have
interceptions,
he
a
missed
fumble.
it.
And
he has all one.
Is he going to be able to do it?
Missed that too.
25 seconds on the clock in an unbelievable game 1 of our national championship between Tower High and Taylor High. And right now, it is Tower High, the Chargers. Nathan going in the shotgun, surveying the field.
Crosser.
He's got pressure.
Oh,
Oh,
he got to step up and have a little bit more pocket presence. The crosser, the user was trying to decide between the Texas route on the running back and the crosser. The crosser came off a little bump in midfield. He was wide open, but just not able to have the pocket and have the time to be able to hit the crosser. He might go back to that same route combination.
3rd and 10. All eyes on Towers High. Will they waste all of these defensive, just astronomical plays today, or will they finish it with the cherry on top in a game 1 win?
Yeah, burn the timeout. He's tried to start getting too cute. Sometimes you get too cute in this situation. Yeah. He was like, okay, let me go drag in route. And he's like, nah, let me go to something else. Like, hey, just call the timeout.
Let's start it over. We got the timeout.
Yeah. And see, it looks like now he's going to go to a completely different formation. In this situation, he had a play that was almost open. I hope he doesn't get too cute for himself right here and make a mistake. We haven't seen him in this formation all day, but they are pressed. I like that squarish press. He could beat him on the streak if he doesn't have, but he has a safety over top, so that's fried. All one, everything's covered.
Oh, here we go. He's going to go back to triangle
Oh,
all the way across the
Michael.
field. Eckler, he's got room. We've got 10 seconds. He's going to go out of bounds in 10 seconds. Here we are, first down. 2 timeouts for Kansas City. It's 2 timeouts for the Chargers. They can go to the middle of the field still.
I'm not sure if that was a playmaker or just a route bounce. If that was a route bounce, that's one of the greatest route bounce of all times. And the user was right there, and that was just impeccable route for the running back to break off his angle and to go straight up the field.
19-yard line is where we sit. Herbert in the shotgun coming back. Looking for somebody open. He's going to go ahead and brit this over. 2 seconds left. So this is going to be our last play.
I mean, so we really can't kick field goals. This is, wow.
Brutal.
Wow.
Because this game should be over with a field goal. But do you just try the field goal anyway, even if it's easy to block? How easy? How easy we talking about?
It must be guaranteed.
Right, you know what I mean? It has to be guaranteed because
it must be guaranteed.
Even if it was, look, my brother, even if it was 50-50, I would still be kicking a field goal right here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It must be guaranteed. 100% chance. Like, this is amazing.
Because in every normal situation, this is a game over.
Yeah. Wow.
We're might get some free football today, boys.
Yeah, we gotta ban that. We gotta ban that.
Yeah, that's gotta be fixed.
There's no way.
All right. Last play of the game, or regulation. Herbert gonna go back. No pressure. Look to the left. Look to the left. He's got him. No! Did he get him?
That's a
oh my God! He got him!
Wow.
Unbelievable ending on the last play of the game. 34-28 Chargers coming all the way back from 16 down. Unreal.
Wow. 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 That's crazy.
I have seen a lot of Madden. I have seen a lot of Madden in my time. And a situation where you can't really kick field goals. When you were down 16.
Not can't really. You can't kick them.
You can't kick them at all, I guess.
Can't kick
down
them at
16 multiple times. Gets not one, but 2 defensive touchdowns. Gets
2-point conversion,
multiple.
pick 6.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A 2-point conversion, running it back for 2 points. That your defense scored you 14 real points.
16.
And you finish it off.
Yeah.
You get the dub. Just when you thought it was all over. And then Patrick Mahomes makes this weird mistake where he wants to slide and it ends up out of his hands.
Because he fumbled on the second play of the game. So he was like,
Right.
okay, let me scramble. And the crazy thing was, to me, it looked like he should have got a slide animation because he was at least 3 or 4 yards past the line of scrimmage.
Why would it throw?
And then he threw the ball like, ain't no way. Straight to the defender's, in his stomach, interception. Whoa, relax. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Man, that was incredible.
Yeah, it feels bad if you are on the receiving end of that. But let's put it into perspective.
You got 2
This
more
is a game, right? You know what I mean? We got to play best of 3. This is game 1. And this is a game 1 where everything went wrong for you. Everything went wrong. And you still only lost till the very end of the game. And this is that first interception that we were talking about earlier where the Chiefs had turned it over with a fumble. They get the turnover in the end zone. And now you got Patrick Mahomes going deep, gets this touchdown, puts him up, 6. Then they go for the 2-point conversion, puts him up 8. They get the ball back, 4th and 1, go for it again. Tony puts him up 16. And you think, okay, well, we don't really need to watch this game anymore. You know, we know what's happening here. We know what this is about. And then there was this absolutely blown coverage to Smart. And you thought, okay, all right, maybe we're back in this.
Yeah.
But then you have the Chargers, being able to, they just stuck around. They just stuck around and they stuck around in this game.
And that was big because, for a good bit of half, that's why I appreciate the chat. That guy, we're used to seeing current gen. These guys are playing on old gen. So we're wondering the strategy, why, you're not kicking the field goals. Why are you going for 2 the whole time, especially on the opening drive when you get that first turnover? And we appreciate that guy 4404 letting us know, hey, man, they can block field goals and it's guaranteed every time. So in that situation, that changes how you approach the game. In that situation, like, I have to go for it, how I'm managing the clock, and you're understanding why they're kind of not milking the clock. They're like, hey, I got to get 7. I can't be in a situation where I'm forced to try to settle for 3 because that's not happening, because not only are they going to block it, they're going to take it back for 6. So we're not doing that. We'll go to overtime, but that's a great play call. 3 seconds at the end of the game, corner route, that's a laser.
Yeah, and you never know what's going on in the game and what's going on in people's minds until sometimes you get to information like he was just saying. The user just told us, hey, look, you have an issue where on this gen, field goals are just not a thing. And one of the biggest strategies is to be able just to run the clock, kick your field goal, and you're out of there. You got the dub, and it's done. But in this case, you had
can't do that.
2-point conversions were going, or the only thing you can do. No, you can't get the 1. Be able to do it that way. So it makes for a completely different game, and it also depends on like how you're calling plays when you're in the red zone. There's sometimes you can say, oh, you know what? I've got 3 in my pocket. I can take a chance here, do something like that. But instead, you're like, no, maybe I need to just get closer. Maybe I need 6 because I can't kick a field goal.
Can't kick a field goal at all. The extra points is vital. That's why your 2-point conversion play, you got to make sure you have guaranteed 2-point conversion plays. And then, I guess the best thing you can do is decide whether you're gonna throw it away or try to fit it in there. And if you do what happened with my guy from Taylor High School, you're trying to make play after play because he feels the pressure. When you can't kick field goals, you feel the pressure, and that could be a whole nother reason why this epic comeback happened.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Being down 16 and not being able to kick field goals or anything like that, that is enormous pressure because 2 possessions is pretty much like the max. Once you get down like 3 possessions, then it feels like you can't come back. You feel like you're buried, 2, you're like, okay, I can do 2. So it was super important to be able to have that busted play that was that long touchdown. Super important to be able to get both of those pick sixes to take the lead because it was work that his offense wasn't able to do. I mean, remember, 14 real points, 2 touchdowns for 6, and a return 2-point conversion to be able to end up winning a game on the last play. So
and then you think about it, Taylor High School had to be feeling pressure because like normally that's I really believe now that I know he couldn't kick field goals, it's the reason why he started forcing a lot of the stuff like 4th down is like, well, you know what, let me just go ahead and try to fit this in here. 2-point conversions, let me try to make a play because I can't do nothing else anyway. And you think about it, you drive all the way down the field, it's either 6 or nothing.
Right.
It's 6 or nothing. So you get them in the red zone, and everything gets tighter, the windows are smaller. It's tough to try to score in that red zone. So I understand. And you think about it, he had two picks in the red zone. One went back to the house, and then he had another pick where he was just kind of scrambling to the right. So yeah, that's tough. That's tough. The strategy, the whole game plan has to be approached different.
Yeah, and before you say, at home, oh, I wouldn't be rattled or I would blah, 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 don't talk out the side of your face about this because the amount of money they're playing for right now, which essentially, like I said, is a $500 money match, is probably more money than 99.99% of Madden players have ever played for in one game, okay? These kids right now have won more money today than 99.99999 Madden players have ever earned in their career. So before we get a little bit ahead of ourselves and critiquing them too much, second place is getting $1,000 and first place is getting $1,500 for playing Madden. They're playing at the top level. This is not new for them. They've played a ton of games. So we'll question some decisions here and there, but ultimately these competitors are the top of their class and they're young. User said it earlier. They're young. They haven't even gotten a chance yet probably to get busy on the highest levels, but we probably will see them.
You got to be at least 16. So these guys, they're not even. You can't even play in the MCS, the Madden Championship Series, where we have guys like Henry who's won over $1 million. But you see the now I have a completely different respect approach for how they're taking. I'm like, they're young, so maybe this is how they're managing the clock. But now that I know that, hey, we're taking field goals completely out of the game, I'm like, oh man, this is masterful to see how they did it, how they managed the clock. And like I said, one's going to the 11th grade, the other one's going to be a senior going up, so yeah, these guys, they got it.
I'm telling you, and they're good. I've been playing Madden longer than they've been alive, and they still will kill me. So I can only say so much, but we do have Game 2 is going to be coming up soon. And remember, this is a best of 3, so there is some pressure on Aaron playing the Chiefs. Previously, I don't know if they are able to switch, teams in between the matchup. But I would assume, just based on what we saw, that it is going to be the same teams. But based on what I saw, you've got Taylor High was doing a lot of the right things. If you just take away, I know you can't take away all mistakes in a game because some of those mistakes are forced by the defense. But I think in this particular game, these were all a lot of self-imposed, problems. You've got the first one, the fumble where he should have slid. You've got the 2 interceptions, which easily could have either been thrown away, thrown to a different place, didn't have to go where they went. And then the same thing for the 2-point conversion. So there's a lot of things. And the other interception where it could have been a slide and it ended up being, the interception. He cleaned those up and he wins it by a lot.
Here we go. Game 2 kicking off right now. There's a lot of pressure on Taylor High School. Aaron to make sure he pushes this game to Game 3. And once again, he's starting off with the ball.
Yeah, and I like being able to start with the ball, being able to set the tone again. Because if if he can go down and score 8 very quickly, you can start getting right back into Nathan's head that, that was a fluke. You didn't really win that game. I lost that game. And really just put him on the back foot again.
I mean, but also it could go on the other end. It could be like, my guy Tommy says, hey, I understand what's going on, and they understand the approaches. And like these guys, they have coaches. You got Tommy Vayner, and then you got Richard. I can't even say that. Posiski. Both these guys, they're talking to their players, Nathan Scott and Aaron Mayfield. So now the thing is, hey, has Nathan put together a game plan? Because let's be honest, after their halftime, we saw a completely different defense. And I was talking about these guys' user, their own old gen. So you're able to cover a lot of ground. You can hop back from that Texas route and get back to that double post, even though the man coverage isn't going to be there if he runs it. But you saw he's able to cover a lot of ground on the old gen, and he was able to put Taylor High School in a tough situation, and that's when the turnovers start happening. I think he scored one time in the second half.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It's like the offense for both teams in the second half wasn't really there. It was all defensive stuff, especially from the Chargers side. So here we go. We are in game 2. If you are just tuning in, the Chargers were down 16 points multiple times in game 1 and end up taking the game on the last play of the game. But now, new game 2, Patrick Mahomes in the shotgun, going to look back, and now he's got Tony, who does go ahead and catch that, and you're going to get 7 yards on first down. Nice pickup.
And as you see, he's lurking with Derwin James, and Derwin's, their best defensive ender.
By a long shot. Oh, Lord.
Oh, that's
good
Lord.
Pass
lead.
Lord.
That's good pass lead, boy.
We saw that exact same play in the second half, and this was one of the scoring drives for the Chiefs. And again, first down on the 11-yard line. Patrick Mahomes again, another dot.
That quick.
And look,
plays touchdown,
and it looked easy.
And this how he looks in the first quarter, first half. I'm wondering if he gets fatigued or if Towers High School just makes that much of a great adjustment. The question is, can he finish?
Right. Because now this time he didn't fumble it. He took his first possession, took it right to the house. He's going to get the 2-point conversion as well. And we are right back to what we were doing before, which was Taylor High School dominating. And now we'll see how the Chargers come back, because if I want to be really real, there was multiple blown coverages from the Chiefs that also let the Chargers back in. So the Kansas City Chiefs and Aaron, Taylor High, can clean up a lot and make this game disgustingly not close if they can just put it all together again. But the Chargers are going to do their best to not let that happen. But the Chargers took advantage, and if there was a blown coverage, they saw it and got a touchdown out of it. So let's see if they can continue with that.
Yeah, and that was a clean drive right there by Aaron. I mean, it was just clean reads, real quick, efficient. As a defender, you hate to give up drives like that.
Right. You hate that kind. You're like, oh, I didn't do nothing. Was I even on the field? And now they're going to run man coverage. And see, he saw a little bit from last game being able to run with Eckler. And I think if you can just bring that a little bit in, try to keep these linebackers and safeties a little bit honest, that'll help him out on those deep routes that he was doing really well with. Herbert going to go back. He does have Eckler again. Oh, you said it.
Nice
Didn't you say it earlier? You got to be able to beat one guy.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Right there, jukebox animation, lighten up. Nice stop and go. I feel like both these guys are in their groove now, man.
Yeah, and this is why he played with the Chargers, because you do have a dynamic running back in Eckler. And you can see he tried to cover him with Cook, and now, okay, throw it away. And he was able to get multiple of those in game 1. So we know that the Chargers and Herbert, they're going to throw those things away. They're not going to try to put them in super tight windows. I think a lot of the interceptions we saw were like, tips, that kind of stuff. So if he can continue playing clean like that, it's on the 42-yard line, second down. It's easy to get a couple first downs and get 8 on the board. You don't want to turn it over again with something silly. And this is all day to Eckler.
Yep. And see, eventually Taylor High Schools have to respect that. He's going to have to step up. And you like to giving yourself these short down situations, 3rd and 4.
And here we go. Still able to. Ooh, I didn't.
Yeah,
I
nice
thought that was
possession
intercepted.
catch. Nah, possession catch. He wanted to get down, didn't want to risk the guy dropping it.
That's good. Here we go. 1st and down. 2 minutes left in the first quarter. On their own, or on the Kansas City 26. Herbert taking his
Takes the
time, no
drag.
pressure. And you don't see the same overthrows that we saw in game 1 as well, because I remember very specifically a couple of real bad, overthrows and some throws to the left that ended up being out of bounds, that if the Charger would have caught it, would have continued the drive. We're not seeing those right now. So maybe it is Nathan seeing the field a little bit better.
Nice. Takes the check down. Just making good reads. Both of these guys making good, clean reads. That's what I like to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, take what the defense gives you. We have 1:17 left in the first quarter. 8-0 Kansas City, Taylor High. And we're going to get more shotgun trips left. And Eckler is going to go ahead and go out into that flat, which is going to open this up. And it is another touchdown. And this looks like a much closer game than that first game. But
Yeah,
there's
and
also... No, go ahead.
And, maybe first time, it's the national championship. You understand what's on the line. It's a lot of pressure. The money, the cash, the title, the glory. Oh, nice play. Just to walk it in there and tie this ball game up. And, now the jitters are off. He's like, hey, man, I'm ready to play. And now that you beat the guy, there's only lost one time. You won that first game. You can play relaxed. You can play loose and play your game. And now you'll be able to see how much you really have to offer.
Yeah, and I see a lot more featuring of Eckler this game. I mean, beyond the fact that obviously he scored the 2-point conversion, things like that, but it feels like he's seeing him more often. It feels like that this is either going to be going to Eckler or he's the decoy, and then the second read is going to be going down the field and putting a lot more pressure on that Kansas City defense.
And
Tony's this drive is that play has been there the whole time as well.
And remember that is one of the plays where he overthrew it and threw a pick six. So have to be careful, because if he gets some pressure on him, we know he will throw an interception on that.
No, I thought Pacheco might have run that. Woods is deep, read the play, and this is going to put some pressure on Mahomes. And
That's
it
an
does.
incredible throwaway.
Woo.
Incredible throwaway right there.
3rd and 4, 12 seconds left in the first quarter. Got Pacheco to the left. Mahomes in the shotgun, going to go back. Take a look. Doesn't have anybody open, but look at this. Look, doesn't even have to move. Oh, and finally. As soon as I say that, he gets sacked. But that is the first sack we've seen in these 1.25 of a game. But that was as much of a coverage sack as you're ever going to see.
Yeah, and they played such phenomenal man coverage on this old Jen. Wondering if he's going to try to send some pressure right here. I like the baseline look to kind of fool him. Try to make him think that he's in zone.
All right, Mahomes is going to go back. He's got somebody. If
wow. Wow, just unfortunate. That was a good read by Taylor's High School. Just unfortunate. Unable to get the timing right with the receiver. That's sickening.
Yeah, and now you've got Herbert. You've got Nathan and Towers High back in business, 2nd and 5 in the red zone, trying to make this their lead. Again, they were down yet again, and now they're trying to take the lead. And we said no field goals. Field goals on this gen, not a thing. So you got to put those points up. You got to put them up the original way, how God intended, putting the football in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
3rd and 5. And it's always nice, though, when you can have everything at your disposal. You could run, you could do a slant, you can do hook, you can do any number of different things right now. And it's going to go to Eckler. Does make a move. And it is first down. I love getting Eckler involved. I like being able to put that pressure on my opponent to try to make a play. And like you see right here, whoop, tackled air, my friend.
Yeah, he was. I mean, I feel like he should have made that tackle, but the truck stick just missed him wide open.
Mm-hmm. And Eckler's got some more room. Is he gonna carry over and get the touchdown? He is. Another touchdown for Towers High in the national championship. It is 14-8 with the 2-point conversion coming up. And you've got this trips to the left again. And that is this exact same play they ran for the 2-point conversion before, but at least this time Eckler got touched.
Big 2-point conversion, man. I mean, these guys, man, to be able to play in this situation, I just love the way they're play calling, how they're managing the game, because it's tough to take that aspect away from your game. You know, that's not a small feat to do. Double post and look at the user. Oh, that's good pass,
that's
good touch.
Woo!
Wow.
Tony's got too much speed. And that is right back in their face. The Chiefs, 1 play, 1 touchdown, don't even need more than about 10 seconds to hopefully tie this game up. It is 14-16. And they just have to be careful. Don't give them the interception. Don't give them the free 2 like you did before. Ooh, it is a drop. The Chargers are going to keep this lead 16-14 with 3:37 left in the half. Okay. We'll see if that timeout comes back to bite them. Now, can you explain to everybody at home why he did a fair catch there? What happens with the ball if he gets a fair catch there?
If you fair catch it, it doesn't really matter where you're at. It'll automatically put you at the 25-yard line. Like, you know, previously, when you would fair catch it, that's where you would have the ball. So normally he would get the ball at the 6, but they made changes to the rules now. You automatically get the ball at the 25-yard line. Yeah,
and you get some extra room to work. And the Chargers are now going to look to try to put their foot on the throat of Taylor High. Up 2, would love to make this a 10-point game. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Right in the bread basket. Oh, my boy. Hey, user, I'm pretty sure that they heard you. They heard you last time when he had that long touchdown. He said, hey, why don't you run a little bit of clock? He gave him the Deshaun Jackson treatment. Go ahead and run on the goal line.
Yeah, absolutely right here. Just a perfect pass. I've been watching that tight end run that streak the whole day, and I'm like, you know, he's thrown it a couple times, but that time you saw the defender bump into his user, I was like, oh, yeah, he definitely got him right here.
And we're up 8 right now. Eckler again. Now it is a 10-point lead, which is going to be the largest lead that the Chargers and Towers High have had in the last game and a half. And this is an unfamiliar territory for Taylor High and A.A. Ron playing the Chiefs to be down 10. But it is where we are. But remember that 10 points. Last game, the Chargers were down 16 and came back.
That's true.
So it is
and his X factor is lit up.
There we go. Mahomes is about to Mahomes.
He has bazooka. I think he has bazooka. So that means he just can throw the ball a little bit further, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, he has bazooka.
All right. So we might see a little bit more arm from Mahomes. Oh, here's some actual pressure. We haven't seen a lot of that right off the defensive line, but that is credit
and Rob,
the defensive line.
You're right, because like, you know, you have the Chargers. You're expecting to see a lot of sheds like what just happened, but we have not seen a lot of that today.
Well, if they get that going, it is going to be a long half.
Double post Mahomes. Again, takes the drag. We got a 4th and 5.
And this is also still very doable, but you don't want one of those telltale Kansas City Chief drops right now. Just need to hold it and get down and continue this drive with 2:17 on the clock. getting his audibles ready. Going to go back. No real
good
pressure.
User.
Oh,
wow. Derwin has to make a play right there.
Yeah.
You got your zone drop set. You got your purple. You can't really call up a better defense. And then his user was immaculate right there. Like, I'm not expecting that play to get open.
And that was a dart. All right, Patrick Mahomes trying to get this back put together. Going to roll to the left, go back to the right.
That could be a book.
And, ooh, it does get picked, but I don't believe that there was 2 feet in, so. Lucky break for Kansas City there. 2nd and 10. We're going to be getting real close to this halftime, and just for everybody at home, the Chargers do get the ball at half. Fooling nobody with that play action. Oh, is it overdone?
Oh,
does he keep 2? He does keep 2 feet in.
Yeah, good feet. Tony's been out here cooking.
Really, he really has. The outcast from the New York Giants doing God's work here. And as soon as we call his name, number 19 comes right back up with it. And there's a lot of time on this clock. Do you drain it? Do you try to get this down, or he looks like he's just going to run up and run a play?
With no kicking field goals, I'm just going to play. I just got to play my game. I got to, because I don't want to give him time to set up his defense and all that type of stuff. I just got to play. I believe that's why he hasn't been getting that much pressure too. I noticing he's putting contains out on his field. Big touchdown right there. We're able to walk in with Pacheco. But and that's when you put your defensive ends in contains instead of just letting them pass rush, that's going to slow down their pass rush.
Well, we're down 4, and we're going to get another 2-point conversion to Pacheco. 2-point game, minute 38, and this is another opportunity for the Chargers to be able to come down, get a score, get the ball back, and get another score, and really put this game out of contention.
Yeah, if he can go down here and get, I wouldn't say 7, but get 8. He can go down here and get 8. Get that ball back at half.
Yeah.
And we already know he will use this clock. He will manage the clock and put 2 clock feature on. So that's big for him if he can go down here and get 8.
I wonder what Eckler's averaging on the ground right now. Probably 6.5, something crazy.
Yeah, the average is up there.
Oh, here we go. I was going to say, I thought I saw X just chilling, and he was smart. Gonna go deep. Man, look at this, my brother. Did you? Somebody's been listening. Somebody's been reading your diary, sir.
And right here, able to at least take a timeout out of Taylor High School. Pretty much you can guarantee you're going to see the first couple plays be run plays. The bubble screen is going to be wide open, but he's not going to take it. And Taylor's going to give him the touchdown. Like, hey, you can have it, because he's trying to get this ball back.
And I think I might just run it again and get that clock down to about 15 seconds. But we will see. And like I said, you said you want to just get the score. I think it's very important up to get this clock completely done.
Ooh, big hit.
Ooh, yeah.
So going to take 40 off of this. If I'm him, I take this down all the way to 40, almost to, and then just burn one of my timeouts, because regardless, you can't take those timeouts with you.
Right.
So you burn the timeout, and then you still got one more. It'll be 4th and goal. You can't call the timeout after 4th and goal, so you might as well just go ahead and take this down to 1 second, burn the timeout. But he's going to snap it.
Oh, and there's a score. That's about as good as you can get.
Yeah.
Run a bunch of time off the clock, get the score. You're up 8, and now you can make it 10. And as long as you can hold for 24 seconds, you get the ball back again.
And he's not kicking 3. Oh, wow. They gave that to him, the 2-point conversion. I didn't think he got it.
Yeah, I was going to say, review that. Knees were down. All right. Up 10, 24 seconds. Would love to have a miracle play here where they can score.
But one thing about Taylor High School, we know he's Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God, that shit look like that's scary. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I was
Did you
scared
see
because I thought I was
that?
going to
Oh
eat my
my
words.
God. Oh my
Onside kick.
goodness. But that's huge for Taylor High School to risk it, to get the three. And, you know, you got to make that block if you're Towers High School. You got to somehow be able to get there because you're back there for sure.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, if you're Nathan at Tower, is part of you probably thinks he's not. Oh, my goodness.
He's out of there.
Scared. See you. To the house. Eckler, MVP performance today. Touchdowns, 2-point conversions, first downs, you name it. He's been doing it just like it is in real life. And it is now a 13-point game.
Look out for the bubble. Look out for the bubble. Oh, he's going.
Ooh.
Wow, nice play.
Same. Again, more 2-point conversions, just all over the place. 15-point lead. Still not as large as the lead that Kansas City had over the Chargers in game 1, but it just feels different.
Yeah, and that was smart of Taylor High School, able to get 3 because it could have been even darker. It could have been even darker.
18 is a whole different thing than 16. 18 is rough. And Mahomes still this is that pressure. The pressure we did not see in game 1 has shown up in spots in game 2, but in important spots when you're up 15 and you're trying, and you know it's going to be a pass. You're able to have that defensive, your cornerbacks and your safeties hold up and let some of these defensive ends get in there, get in Patrick Mahomes' face, maybe let him make a mistake because you know that he's rattled from those interceptions and things he had in game 1. He doesn't want to make any mistakes, so he's willing to throw it away at the first sign of pressure. So you're hoping he gets a little bit of happy feet in there, and they've been doing just that.
Goes the bunch tight end. Automatically, you know what you're looking for. Oh, big sack right there.
Again, now they're playing. Now they're able to. Patrick Mahomes is not being as confident just to be able to step up in the pocket and toss the ball. And there's another sack.
Baby. Now it's 4th in Africa. What you do?
Shoot.
You have a hot one. Let's go.
What your best play? You got to call it right now.
But he's going to stay in bunch tight end, and we haven't really seen him in bunch tight end. And you know all they really have is a deep crosser.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to run that same play again. Oh, and he gives
he's got it this time.
That crosser? Wow.
All right, 3:18 left in the third quarter on the 45-yard line, trying to eat into this 15-point lead and get it down to 1 possession. Patrick Mahomes peeking, going to go deep, does have...
That's a book!
Oh, no! There's the interception, and he's got some blockers.
Wow. Towers High School with a big interception.
Mm.
No! He tapped! He tapped
out! Tapped out! Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
My brother, you can't do that. Not for 500. Not in the championship. You can't do that. Because anything can happen.
Yeah. But sometimes when the spirit is broken, it can't be put back together. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's tough. Like we said, and you remember what I told you first game, we've yet to see Taylor High School play from behind.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know how he plays when he plays from behind. Some people have that, some people don't. Some people just like, when it gets too much of adversity, they're like, you know what, just get me out of there. But as we saw with Towers, they're like, hey, I'm going to fight this thing all the way out. It's a dog fight to the end.
Mm-hmm.
And Taylor's just like, hey, you got it. This is your day. So I understand. I've seen both sides. I've actually been on both sides. I've had days where I got the dog in me. I'm like, I can come back and beat this guy. Then I've had days where, man, get me out of here, man. I don't got time for this. Just get me out of here.
I got something better to do.
I respect it.
Look,
I respect it.
I want to say congratulations to both players for making it this far, playing their games, getting lots of dubs on the way. Remember, second place is getting $1,000. First place, $1,500. So no matter what happened today, the bag was secured. But it is a $500 additional for winning. And I'm telling you, Nathan just so resilient in game 1.
Absolutely.
Because there was many times where, like you're saying, a lot of Madden players would have given up, disconnect, get me to the next game.
But that first game it pretty much snowballed into the second game. He was really on full steam. Even when we started a new game, he was on full steam. You know, you saw Towers High School, my guy Aaron, his offense was still high powered the second game, but Nathan was on his stuff. Ever since that second half of the first game, he was locked in, and you could tell.
Yeah, and again, I am stunned by the resiliency of game one, because being down 16 is a lot. Coming back and then getting down again, and then having to make a stop when it looked like the game was going to be over, and then driving it all the way down to having to be the very last play of the game to win the game.
When he was down 16, my guy in the chat, Kirby, called it. He said, "I believe he's gonna come back and win this ball game," and he did. Shout out to Irish Pirates. I see you boys.
I was going to say, shout out to Nostradamus in the chat. Play the lottery. Let me know what the picks are when I do my parlays, because that's I need that.
And honestly, I didn't see the comeback happening. And then, you know, I was like, man, it might be cooked. But then all of a sudden, I don't know. You know, he knew something.
Well, it was hard because he could, even when he was up 16 with the ball, couldn't get that last bit over. Okay. So
I said he conceded.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He said he conceded.
Our producers are just double checking to make sure that it was an actual concession, that it wasn't.
Paused the game.
So
quick.
User has his opinion.
Listen, I've seen DCs and I've seen quits. He paused the game and went. Your opponent has conceded the game. Didn't say disconnected. He said, "I'm out of here." You know?
It's a wrap. I'm gonna go get Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
I'm done. So, but either way, again, you can't. If I want to go over some numbers for everybody at home, I'm gonna pull them up real fast for you, just so I can kind of tell you the story here. Taylor High, which is in Michigan, coached by Richard. I want to say it's Posaic. I don't want to mispronounce it, but that's my best chance of being able to say it correctly. Taylor High 16-1 in the regulation matches, won all their matches. 8-0 in the playoffs. Didn't lose a single game in the playoffs.
Both of these guys are dogs.
That's what I'm saying.
Both of these guys are dogs. Like both of these guys are dogs. It's just like, you know, and like, I'm gonna be honest. The way I look at the game and I watched them, I like Taylor High School game better. Even though Towers won, even though
I agree.
Even though Aaron lost, I like Aaron's game better because even then he was the first guy to risk it and kick three. You know what I'm saying? He was up, but the big difference was he did not run the ball. And so sometimes running the ball, you're able to keep the game balanced, and as a defender, to have to respect both sides of the ball, like all, you know, through the air and running the ball. That's tough. And Nathan, those two pick sixes, they really came back to bite Aaron, and it kind of felt like, you know, maybe it's just like it wasn't his day.
Yeah, and I mean, Tower also, we just put this out there, coached by Tommy Varner. That's Georgia in the house. They were 15-2, have a match record of 7-1, won all their playoff games, but only lost a couple games. Okay, I mean, both of these guys were playing out of their mind.
Oh yeah,
and eventually somebody has to lose.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just how this goes.
Yeah, and shout out to HD in the building. That's Aaron's dad. He said he's proud of your son, man. Listen, to be and like I know HD. He's a Madden player. He's a guy I done seen in the chat plenty of times. If I'm him, I'm a proud dad as well. Because see my son, 16. I mean, you know, he's a junior or senior in high school in the National High School Madden Championship. That's only a dream for me. That's a dream for me.
Look,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, because I play Madden. If I had a son, oh, come on.
That's what I'm saying.
Son, check it off. We're going to the MCS next.
That's right. I'm putting my baby's shirt or my baby's face on my shirt because
absolutely.
It's a lot of respect. It is just so much. You're so proud, right?
Yeah.
Because especially, and a lot of people at home, you might be the parent watching this. You might have a kid who's playing Madden and they're trying to grind away and they're doing their thing. It means a lot as a competitor, and this is me speaking from experience. As a competitor, to have your parent support, even if they're not always at the games or whatever, but if your parents support your passion, you can just do more. You can just be more successful. You can just get that extra step when you know mom and dad are saying, or just mom or just dad or whatever, mom, dad, whatever. If your parents support your dream, it makes it easier to be able to put in that extra time, get your homework done, go ahead and get some play testing done, get some matches in, do all that stuff, and possibly win a national championship. You know, possibly move to the next level, get to the Madden Championship Series, win a Madden Championship Series. Well, you got to start winning a qualifier. But if your parents are there dapping you up, you know what I'm saying? Like that just, it just hits different. So all the parents who are out there supporting all of the kids who are playing in PlayVS in this esports journey, continue what you're doing, because you may not see it today, but your kids will appreciate that in the future, that you are in their corner for that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And shout out to the chat. Chat putting us on everything. The block kicks from my guy Kirby, predicting the game, the comeback, Pew in the building. That guy 44, man. We appreciate y'all, man. Irish Pirate, Ant Cap, all y'all, man. We appreciate the community coming through and support, man. Listen, these guys are young. They're only gonna get better. They're only going to get better. You think about it. This is when the great guys like Henry started, Noah started, you know, and they're only going to get better. Now you look a couple years later, Henry just turned 21 and is the first man player to ever win $1 million. So this is where it starts. It starts out building yourself in these tournaments, getting battle tested and being on a big stage and able to handle it. And before you know it, you just won $1,000. Next thing you know, you look up, you don't want $1 million when you're the best in the world, man. Just gotta stay at it.
Yeah, and everybody starts somewhere, and no Madden player can say that they haven't been blown out. No Madden player can say that they've played a perfect game from the beginning to end. It's just the nature of the beast of having to always adjust, you know, pushing the wrong button. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in a game, so you have to mitigate your mistakes and take advantage of your opponent's mistakes. And today, it just ended up being that the Chargers came up on top, took advantage of the opportunities that were presented to themselves, but at the very worst, second place still got $1,000. I would love to have $1,000 in my pocket for playing a game of Madden I lost.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. Well,
confirmed.
It was
Conceded.
confirmed. Tower High School, the champion, Nathan Scott, like I said, coached by Tommy Varner. It is a great day for the championship to come on home. So congratulations. We appreciate you. And then for everybody at home, you know, I don't want to speak for one great user, but from me, had a great time. I guarantee that user feels the same way. 2 fun games that, I mean, just super exciting. It's great to see some Madden games that were just decided in the last moment. We don't get a lot of those every night. But again, this is Rob Gonzalez, otherwise known as Reforge. And then user, where can they find you at? Let them know how to follow you.
One great user, man. You know, we everywhere on the platform, man. We just did 25 and 10 podcast this past week in LA. Y'all can check that out on YouTube, man. I appreciate it. And shout out to Towers High School in Belvedere Park, Georgia. Y'all stand up, man. Stand up, Belvedere Park, Georgia. Y'all got the best high school Madden football player in the world right now, man. Y'all got something to be proud about, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, big ups to y'all. And again, hope you will tune in for the next time that we have not only a Madden Championship, but that you take a look at all of the other great games that PlayVS does. We had Splatoon. I think we have VALORANT coming. We've got a lot of great games. So don't turn the channel. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned in, because we are going to crown more champions. And if you are in high school right now, make sure you look into the PlayVS, you know, the league. Because there's a lot of that going on, and you could be the next Madden champion. You could be the next person that both myself and user talk about. So we would love to see you and be able to get you $1,000 or $1,500 or more. Who knows what it's going to be for next year? But we are going to be signing off here and sending it back to the host desk. So if there's anything else that we would love to say, it's have a good night. And we love you guys very much, and we love Madden, and we will see you next time.
Wow, that was another fantastic matchup.
That game won't have me tweaking. I'm not gonna lie.
Before I know, it was so funny. One great user just saying the game's over. You know, the game's over. It's done. And then I was saying I wanted to see interceptions. Like that's what I love, and to have 2 pick sixes. Also, intercepting the 2-point conversion and running it back to the house. Like that was such a phenomenal
I was so
series.
frustrated at first because he just kept forcing the deep route in game one, and I'm like, underneath is open, hit him in the flat. I'm like over here yelling, but you know, I'm a huge fan of football, and I just want to shout out Reforge, aka Rob Gonzalez, and One Great User. Absolutely entertaining duo. I had such a pleasure listening to them. I would watch Madden just to listen to them.
Oh,
cast.
it was a lot of fun. I mean, I haven't played a lot of Madden, but watching that series, I was learning a lot, and also I could just tell the determination from Towers High School to not give up and to keep on playing despite being down. And somehow it was crazy. The game coming down to the literal last play, winning it on the last play.
He hit the play that I kept getting frustrated about that he kept going to. He actually hit it that time.
That is going to be in the montage for the Play versus Cup. There's no doubt about that, Jordan.
It's crazy how every game so far has created these really tight moments. And, you know, the casters were talking about it during the game. It's like you feel that pressure. You don't really know how you're going to react. You know, you might not play the way that you normally do when you know that championship, that scholarship money is on the line. And to watch Towers overcome that pressure and become successful there. That was awesome. So congratulations to Towers High School.
And learning experience as well. You know, that's what this is all about, those transformative experiences. And this is an opportunity to grow for everybody. So congratulations. What a series that was. Towers High taking down the Play versus Cup championship for Madden. But we have one more game left today, Jorby. It's Valorant, and that'll be coming up right after the break.
I was really drawn to Play Versus because it's sort of this unknown space at the time. It's an emerging field. And so it's a really exciting opportunity to kind of follow this space and really be leaders in it. We're designing a product and service that in many cases doesn't already exist.
The big thing at Play Versus that really stands out to me when working here is just the attitude of all the people. There's a lot of people here that love video games, and not only that, they love helping the students and the coaches really maximize that potential.
It's not often in life where you get a chance to have a group of people that are passionate about the same things, and we really all want to make an impact, and that's my ultimate reason for everything.
It's truly a place where everyone is incredibly supportive of one another. And I think the biggest thing is there's just like a lack of pretension. And I think it's kind of a testament to the type of judgment-free culture that we've been able to cultivate.
What's kept me around with Play Versus is I think the people are awesome, and another thing is I really just love the outcome.
Having this opportunity to impact students' life and create something that I wish was there for me was the main motivation.
I think it's my team. That's been something that I've really been able to get to know them and love and enjoy getting to work with them on a regular basis. But then also on top of that, I think it's just being able to see like what impact it's having on these students and these kids.
So being able to work with people that really just want to not just get the job done, but really work towards benefiting competitive gaming is really a cool opportunity.
down to 2. Clayton Valley High School out of California going up against Lethbridge Collegiate Institute out of Alberta, Canada. Also to Surrey. Long lurk. Timing here is everything on this cross through mid, though. And will be Flame able to shut that down. So the only post plant setup will be in front of this defensive retake. Dizzy, one more time. Up and over. Paranoia comes out. Completely trapped, and Stoner's able to find the kill before the blue goo starts to come in. Freaky goo following nicely. Kage, last one left. 1v3. This would be in technicality. Off the reload. Whoa, clean shot off the first. Wingman hops it, but Kage for 4. And a 1v3 to kick us off. So it gives them a chance to try to set up a bit of a retake. Thrash, though, the layer behind this, and that will be enough for CV to start pushing in towards market and clearing it out perfectly. Yeah, really good at just execution off the ultimates, right? I mean, I think LCI backing off as well to keep it to a 5v5, but the Thrash that deep, yeah, good luck. Oh, but the thing about it is Truviat around the back may catch some good timing here. With his hits taking so long, they're still waiting for Stoner's utility to find effective value. Now Truviat from the back able to find one, and then the pinch from the front is great. Just down to Spades versus King Kunta. Shoulders on both sides. Paint shells off the bounce. Pulls off the angle, but no! Spades holds the ground and finds the final shot for the clutch. Fragment also finding value through the dark cover. Will take care of Freaky Goop. And the follow behind that is absolutely perfect. So, CV, Clayton Valley, all over this front half. And I mean, the kill tallies are wild in terms of the gapping that we're currently seeing at the moment. They're just having cool, calm, and collected fun here in map number 1. And then let everyone else try to play forward. Oh, great. Dizzy over the top. Freaky Goob. Wait, only gets 1. The Stinger following up actually goes 1 for 1 here. Thrash now earned. That's going to be spent immediately. Doesn't quite get into the site, but at least clears the corner. It's now the defense starting to make its way over. Good denial of the night. Fragment still following up, though, and the trades are decent. 2v2. Weapon still in hand. Wingman can jump on. They know Freak's playing over towards this mid-kinetic. They just don't know exactly where. Doesn't get to halfway, but Spades follows up. Finds both on opposite sides of the site. And plenty of time to get to 12 with the defuse. Wait, what? You let go of it! No big deal. He knew. It's fine. Desperate in nature is the Thrash. King Kunta punishes the teleport, plus 1 more. Paint shell, dealing some damage, has to step away, and as he does, Saban's right there. And Tesori puts this one out of reach. Pretty clean through and through. 13-3. Clayton Valley taking edge here in this best of 3 grand final.
Guys, we're going to Bind next. And Bind, they also didn't have a chance to give too much of their playbook. So they might have a chance to bring this to a 3rd.
They tried to burst through the toxic screen. Oh, great snake bite timing. But still, doesn't make a difference. Stoner just flashes on through, gets up to the high ground. Trapwire trying to delay a little bit of this hit, but Spades gets caught over towards the corner. Truviat, last one really left inside the site, trying to play in towards the container. Nice snap over with the Judge to find 1. And this could still pack up in a bunch. Why are we challenging the Judge? Oh, just when you thought LCI had gotten the great entryway, the Judge this time able to ring through for 3. And he says, take that with you. I'm out. I don't want it anymore. Second, as the Paranoia comes out, Spades is so patient, waits for that peek, and finds the easy kill. Over the top, clean shots from Tesuri. Secondary flash, Trailblazer still at the ready, but holding down the trigger is Kage. No worries to clean things up. Also wanted to be spent. Honestly, it's a pretty labored entry. I was going to say, they don't have the smokes down yet. That was not well timed. Yeah. Savon is able to at least trade out 1, but that push through showers was very dangerous. Follow up from Spades. Wow, okay. A little spam through smoke will work out to turn the numbers back into the favor of CV, and now they've got a post plant against low buy from LCI.
Yeah, I couldn't get the smokes down on time, but the second time they'll just get one through smoke. Why not? You know, for the kill. And yeah, this is going to be very difficult. In the end, I mean, they're doing some good damage, and Stoner has a chance. Brimstone's actually half HP. Both of them in a body shot could actually kill them.
Well, switching over to a Vandal makes it even more deadly. Little jump peek from Savon pulls the attention, though. And then Truviat from the side, completely unguarded. Oh, boy, you can tell that the defense doesn't know what to focus on right at the moment. And King Kunta only will get 1. Spike now planted. 4v3 post plant setup. And it's so tough to feel how this is going to happen, especially with Stoner with an op on top. Oh, but he drops down, finds a connection. Impressive to say the least. Plus Freak also finds 1 on top of that. Oh, Stoner just a bit wide. Tesuri trades 1 out. They know he's behind the corner. Save on! Oh my goodness! At 10 HP! Holds down the trigger and finds 2 for the clutch. So now Freak has to step up. He gets one from inside his own cyber cage, but there's no retreat backwards, plus the lurk from Truviat. It's just going right on all fronts this round for CV. Stoner maybe an angle to try to get a couple, but no. Sevian very quick to respond to it. Now you've got championship point for CV at hand. Off angle peek here. This could get deadly. I was gonna say it is legitimately a judge, but Stoner gets one, dashes away. Showstopper's out, but is there enough follow-up here? Oh, he's being held off. And this is going towards Cubby. It's gonna miss completely. Stoner still got the knives. The trade is decent. Showstopper to follow up from the defensive side. That connects into Sevian. And yes, the teleport is heard, but no, it's not clean on the kills. Now you gotta back up. Spades has to heal his homie. And maybe a chance for the 2v2, but the defense is gonna re-clear space, and there's not a lot besides just the guiding light here for CV to use. King Kunta's pushed up. Does he just raw check this? Why? No. Now the 1v2.
Everything is decided in a mirror match, and it comes down now to Freaky Goob, and the TP comes across.
It's a 1v2 here for Freaky Goob to try to save and get into overtime. Sees both players. First shot. Gonna get a second chance at it. Pain Souls don't get in towards topside heaven. There's the flash. Has to drop into the site here, you'd think. Misses his chance. The deep push through from the Raze on the right-hand side. Do you expect that? You sure don't. To Suri. Able to find 3 in the round. A lot of it in heroic fashion. It's a 13-11. And it will be a 2-0 for Clayton Valley. And they walk away. Your upgrade to VALORANT champions.
How important is it for you all to support esports for these kids that are like, what are they trying to achieve at that point as well, right? So are we trying to support them to become pro gamers at that point? What's the path to pro so we can actually see them at the VCTs at some point?
Yeah, definitely. We've definitely got some pro prospects, I think, that you saw on this team today, and so we're definitely looking into that. And but even just from a school perspective, seeing these kids working together, building up as a team, learning to communicate, all these skills that are not just esports but just real life skills, they're huge for us. So it's really been neat to put that front and center, and now throw a tournament win championship on top of this.
So there it is, your champions of the Upgrade Arena VALORANT. Again, goes to Clayton Valley. And wow, I'll tell you, it was a pretty clean affair. 13-5, 13-5. Again, massive congratulations to Clayton Valley on the win. Of course, notable shout outs to Gretna and LCI, and of course, Mater being able to show up and finish with at least a top 4. Obviously, runner-up for LCI. Nothing to scoff at whatsoever. But that does bring us to the end of our broadcast. Major thank you for tuning in, and to all of our supporting partners on the backhand side for Play Versus. We'll catch you next time. To that point, bye-bye.
Peace.
Welcome back to the 2024 Play Versus Cup Finals for VALORANT. This time around, James, we've got 3 of our games down. We got more action tomorrow, but we saved a great game for last. We got VALORANT up next. Let's take a look at that bracket. We just saw that breakdown of the Youth League and all of the hype calls that came with it. You're going to be hearing Van Silly's voice in a little bit, but before we get there, we got to intro these teams. Upmind for sure. Well, I hope Shift was in there. I was just saying we'll see him again.
Yes.
We'll see Upmind as well.
And you know what else we're seeing again, Derby, is a Michigan school fighting for a Play Versus Cup championship. Novi has been literally unstoppable.
That's ridiculous.
Up to this point.
You don't lose. You don't lose. Meanwhile, Lethbridge, you do lose a little bit, but that's okay. You still get to the grand finals. And like we've seen earlier today, that does not mean that this is going to be chop shop, no problem for Novi. Lethbridge can bring the action in this head-to-head for sure. But I'm excited to get this match underway, James. So I'm not even going to waste time. Let's get into the predictions. You got your Michigan boys?
Yeah, well, you know me. As a Michigan resident and a coach over in MHSCL, I have to stick with the team from Michigan. Give me Novi. I think they are going to take it.
All right, well, obviously, I got Lethbridge. I think I'm beating you in predictions.
You might be.
Today.
We'll have to go back and look.
I think so.
Because I picked La Quinta first off.
Okay.
So I know I got that wrong.
La Cueva, right.
La Cueva, sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
You got
it was
me.
it was a while ago.
Yeah, it was.
We had a lot of teams to get through, and that's okay. But before we actually take you guys to the action, we are going to tell you the map order. The maps have already been selected for this best of 3 in Valorant, and that should be up right about
now.
There it is. Icebox is where we're going to start.
That's one of the few maps that I am familiar with.
You like Icebox?
I
it's
honestly
a great map.
feel
It's a
like
great design map.
I don't like playing Icebox.
Okay. Well, how about Sunset?
I will take. Honestly, Icebox is. I feel so challenging. It's so punishing. Like if you trying to rotate on that, I always get taken out. So
well, that's okay because you're not the one that has to rotate.
I just get to watch and learn.
And maybe we'll end up on Lotus. Most of the games today have gone to match point. I would not be surprised to see this one do the same. But honestly, I'm done wasting your guys' time. And let's stop wasting our casters' time. Let's go ahead and go to Upmine and Van Silly for Valorant.
Thank you so much, boys. I mean, listen. I understand this guy right here. He is the wise man. He is supposed to be the man with the plan, but I'm the man with the fro. So, yeah, hi, what's up? Nice to meet you, folks. Well, come on in. We're heading on into Valorant. It is a perfect way to end off an already exhilarating Play versus Cup Day 1. And again, we have ourselves 2 teams who, again, they have some pretty different stories coming into this one. One with a very unlikely story heading into just the semifinals of this tournament.
Yeah, and by the way, before we start the show, can I just say that I can't stop smiling because these guys are freaking hilarious. I love Jorby and James Bot. I need more of them in my life, by the way. So that was really fun to listen to, and I'm ready for this. Yeah, let's talk about this. So we have a great matchup against Novi and also LCI. I think this is going to be a fun storyline to follow through here, Upmine, because you're looking on one side here for Novi. Apparently, they're playing with a brand new roster with like 3 subs because their main roster couldn't really be here. But with the roster that they used and that are currently playing with, they still beat a tough team like CV, who actually won the grand finals in the Play versus Upgrade Arena versus LCI themselves. So when you're looking at it and you're looking at it like a roster is like, oh, it's gonna be 3 subs, it's gonna be so easy for us to win, I'm thinking you're gonna have to think twice here, Upmine.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just to put that into perspective for y'all, the team that took down LCI, the team that was able to take down the almost perfect roster in LCI, still lost to a team that had 3 subs. Again, the most recent champions here in Play versus Play, they didn't even make it here to the finals to have what was the storied rematch. So there you go. You already have at least a little bit of that ground being laid out for us going into this game, folks. We could start to talk a little bit more about our rosters. On your left here, you do have the mostly together LCI Lethbridge Collegiate Institute coming in from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. You do have Travis Scott. We have some great names, including the fact that we have Freak and Freaky Goo. Again, listen. If somebody can't match Freak's Freak, you absolutely have Freaky Goob over there in the corner, able to do 100%. So. Lots of Freak going on this team. Absolutely love it. Flame Droid coming in. Same thing with Stoner. Stoner being the captain for this team. But over on the other side, of course, Novi, I mean, not a lot to really say about the core of this team, purely because, fans, we've only seen 1 game from these guys.
Exactly. But at least they're here in the grand finals, and you saw it from what they explained at the desk for Jorby and James, but they haven't dropped a single map yet this tournament. And this has been a single elimination so far for the Play versus Cup Championship, and we're in the grand finals. And if you haven't dropped a map yet, then you know you have the right formula. But at least as they're starting things off here on Icebox, this is also the map pick chosen by Novi, which is not intriguing at all. Nothing out of the blue. I think from what they were saying, they're comfortable in every single map except Bind. But the composition that they're coming out with here is going to be very interesting. Very rarely do we still see a chamber right now being utilized in Valorant today. But now it's being used in a almost I'd like to call it a double duelist setting, because you have a jet going through. I mean, if you're even looking at Novi, they're even using a double duelist with Arena on top of that. So I'm expecting for a lot of opping coming out of this team once they hit the defender side, if not going to be very explosive going into this game as they're starting things off here in the pistol round. Freak is already trying to move forward, not even in a CP to score the first blood.
Wait, and he also has the spike. Can he hold on to it? Freak, head on a swivel. Almost nailing 3 headshots immediately, but okay. We already have ourselves a sample of what to expect here for the rest of this game. You have the chamber going nuts. You have 3 different duelists here on the map. It's going to be a little bit of an aim battle.
100%, and now you see that at least the spike has been picked up. They have a disadvantage for Novi, but it's still going to have a Sova and a Jet. So T-Sen, the one that's going to be the one that's going to be the first contact, actually spawning one towards the snowman. A little bit of an overkill to bring out the recon at the same time, as they have to now double clear up towards the orange side. And you're starting to see the swings coming out from LCI. Yeah, exactly.
And Sen's just going to go down immediately, and man on an island here is Cloudy. And there you go, the expected outcome after what was an incredible first play from the chamber. But, I mean, I was just thinking maybe a little bit too much dip on his chip. He was going real far into main. But, again, thankfully, Freak was able to make things work out there. And we have ourselves a big situation here where Novi are going to have to push the problem a little bit. They have 2 duelists under their belts. So it's not, and also, of course, with the Harbor, it's not exactly difficult to say that if they really put all of their effort into one rush, that they can at least get the spike down.
The thing that's difficult right now for both of these squads, actually, as we're going to pay attention to that the more we get into the later rounds of this game, is that because they're not playing a Killjoy on either of these compositions or either of these teams, there's an opportunity for you to scale a lot more aggressively on the defensive side, especially when you saw that pistol round. When they set up on a 4-1, middle's all the way open. This could be very punished on the defensive side.
Not something we're seeing just yet in this round, as it was more or less what I was expecting. Novi just charging their way up. They're able to get themselves that plant down. Now 2 players left again on a little bit of an island. Both are over towards yellow, but hold on. Things are heating up a little bit. Trident does end up picking down Freak, but there you go. You do have the big shots coming out from Lethbridge, them just closing out this second round. And more importantly, just limiting the damage here. Still 3 players staying alive, maintaining their economy. And now we can finally see a little bit of what Novi has to give to us if they just have that full strength.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they bought around here in their pistol round too, because we saw a couple of headhunter shots. I think I saw a sheriff here and there as well. But the reason being is that they finally got a spike plant down. And if they went for a full classic round with no utility, this gives them a chance right now to buy full shields on top of it. And there you go. And once they realized that they had to play against an outlaw that was wielded by Stone on that previous round, it gives you that extra life to work with. So now they're going to play, again, this double dive with this Jet and this Reyna and a chamber to support. Maybe that's the play style that you're looking here for Novi. You're not going to try to have any type of real lurks. It's just 4 players really hitting the sights all together and just have your chamber on a late lurk overall. And now there's a hit that's being spotted, and you know that the Outlaws now posted up here towards the A site for Stoner.
I'd say that pre-fire was pretty crazy for a second there from Stoner, but still ends up taking down Sen. Great shot, though, coming back from Joey, but hold on a minute. Freak from up top, not able to teleport away. Again, a little bit too much dip on his chip. He sticks around looking for just a little bit more, and he immediately gets punished by the boys of Novi. But here comes Flamejoy, at least picking down back 1. That Harbor is just holding these players to the back. And Trident, he had 31 HP that whole time. Just a gust of wind would have done it. But for Trident, he spears away 2, and he's looking for a 3rd. But no, Travis Scott, what a name. And could he get an even better play out of it? 30 HP, low HP on Rabbit. The captain trying to close things out for Novi. But he's playing time perfectly. Great job from Rabbit as his patience pays off.
Well done to put the high tide up too, just to play behind that wall, adding that extra obstacle, adding the extra paranoia going through on that 1v1 where Novi maybe could have clutched that 1 versus 2, and that was Cloudy trying to do everything in his favor. And that recon dart that got shot a little bit early towards the end of that 1 versus 1 gave the perfect opportunity there for that high tide to come up from Rabbit to be able to win that round here. Towards the end here in this post plant. That said, though, this was still a lot of damage being done by LCI over against Novi, as it was a bonus round here that actually is quite decent. You're going to be happy with that one for sure. And this continues with this battle, trying to take control here on either extremities. This 4-1 continuous setup that you have from Novi. First one being punished, though, on the A side, as Stoner continues to wield the outlaw and continues to find success out of it.
Finally gonna pressure him just a little bit more, but he's just looking for even more mileage, and indeed he is finding it. 10 HP left on the man, heading up from main, but just like that, again, this was what Lethbridge was kind of playing up towards. Again, they were looking for that space. They were looking to bring in Novi and just pick away at a couple of their players, but that's if, of course, the picks could actually go by, and now it's just a cascade of kills. 3 kills going by for different players here for Novi. Now all of a sudden it's down to a 2v3, and just a little bit more damage coming out from Joey too. Now things are pretty out of reach here for Lethbridge, but hold on a minute. Freaky Goob, 1v3, make it now a 1-on-2. He does have the DQs going in on the wingman. He's looking to protect it. He ends up getting 1. This could be a massive 1v3 for Freaky Goob. And not only that, but he has the full plate. He goes for the swing. But Novi does end up completing the tough ending.
It does get pretty tough right now for LCI. Yes, it came down to another 1v1 that unfortunately wasn't fruitful for LCI. But when you're looking at the composition that they currently run right now on the defensive side, it's so good right now for the other end if they're actually trying to use a recon Dizzy at the same time to try to flood retake the way that they could, because this Harbor that continuously puts up this high tide out for Novi is very oppressing to play against here for LCI. So I think they need to start waiting a little bit longer. Just wait for your teammates to rotate over with you so you could actually flood as a team. If not, there's been a lot of individual plays, as you can see right now, still trying to push out, still trying to do solo plays, and they're getting punished every single time for it. But I could respect it, right? You're trying to get the orb over for LCI. You're trying to build the ult economy up going into round number 5 or even round number 6, depending how close the Sova was at this point. But this will be an easy plant, and this should be an easy conversion as well for Novi in round number 5.
Absolutely. Well, they were looking for perhaps maybe the most dangerous part of this plan. You did have at least the 2-prong setup here alongside the 2 players up above with some pretty sharp weapons. You had the Sheriff still alongside the Chamber, but there goes Chamber finally going down. It's just Flame Droid trying to farm up a little bit of stats, but again, it's that expected outcome here. I've been going back and forth with this pronunciation. It's not Novi, it's Novi.
Yep.
But listen,
You'll get it. You'll get it.
I would give you guys a little bit more credence, but like, y'all don't even know why it's called Novi. I looked into this. Or Novi. Gee, see, like, y'all don't even know why. Apparently, Novi, N-O-V-I, it is literally supposed to be the Greek number 6. Why is it the Greek number 6? Y'all don't even know. There is no documented reason why it's called Novi. Just saying. It's a little weird.
I was told that's how it's pronounced. That's how I'm going to say it. That's all I know.
Yeah, simple as that, but come on.
Yeah, well, at least now we get to hold back in the action area for LCI. They will have their economy right this time around, and this is exactly what we're seeing here. That pressure that we're seeing towards the middle, because we continuously have this 4-1 setup. So I love that we're trying to act on the fly, but Stoner just got spotted, still gets the kill.
Whoa! Incredible that he even gets away. And still, you do have a little bit of ground being gained right now. Freak and a little bit of a one-on-one, but he did end up getting a tip a little bit onto Trident. So Trident holding back a little bit, but holding this position right now, hoping that his teammates can actually come up with him. They have 2 different options right now. One player deep over towards B and another deep towards A.
Yeah, and they're doing pretty good here. So they're finding the gaps right now for LCI. They finally have the economy right, and they're taking that to their advantages, right? So at this point, the best thing you have going on right now is this lurk coming out from Joey, and it just got shut down by Stoner. And that's probably going to be the end-all be-all right now for Novi in this round, unless they're able to suppress, again, this jet that's playing towards this B site now of Stoner that only has 1 HP. So there's a potential to take over this B site, especially with this alert coming out from Sen.
Oh, but Freak. Again, we were still looking for at least some sort of potential reprieve here over towards this B site. If that walkover did work out here, Cloudy may have had himself a little bit of a chance here to really make things work out here. But okay, Lethbridge. They respond immediately after finally getting themselves back the rifles. Can't complain about the way they did it, though. You know, you just had the Chamber already picking away over towards the A site, and that already left a little bit of a question mark for what the approach would be for the rest of the round for Novi.
Yeah, that's a great option B, right? Because I was talking about before how doing this Gecko and Silva for the retake would be one of the best things that they could do right now once they get flooded towards the site. But those players are the ones that's a responsibility for those that have to anchor the sites. But the option B is doing exactly what Storna did. finding these gaps, pushing down. You could escape when you have a jet. Even if you missed a shot, there's a potential for you to still stay alive and get great information at the beginning of the round, especially when you don't have a killjoy for either team that's able to get that passive information if the attackers will try to lurk back towards the tube. So it works out with the composition that they're currently pulling out right now for LCI to continuously be aggressive, rather, as this Owl Drone spots the first, but Stoner still gets first blood.
Big shot back from the Jet, but here comes, again, a little bit of that repressive ultimate just to kind of pick away at one. But there is, again, that full control coming in from Novi. Don't exactly have a lot of equipment here for Lethbridge to be able to retake here, too. It is just the initiator alongside the controller. I mean, not even really an initiator. It's a info-grabbing initiator more than anything. But they somehow, just with the one smoke alone, they end up taking up back into sight. They could have been taken down at least by one in this fashion. But there goes Trident. Big battle there. Here comes the flank. Rabbit completes things here potentially for Novi, as it's only Flame Droid in a 1-on-2. Cloudy does take him down at the very end. So Novi does kind of complete the drive there over in sight. But I was more thinking, again, they had so much space there on site. There was no real drive there for them to take away any of those picks. It really did come down to more or less a 2v3 back over towards main that did get a little bit wonky there if it wasn't for Rabbit.
Exactly. So far, Rabbit has been a nuisance to these pulse plants against LCI when he's still alive in this role as a harbor. But they did a good job for LCI. They tapped the spike early. They forced up the Harness Fury for the pulse plant, and then you just went for that aim battle. It was a potential for them to close that gap at a 2v2 in that area, and then hopefully find out what the flanker was. But they delayed well enough here for Novi to take the lead back in this game, as Freak once again tries to move aggressively. This is something that's normally played in front of the pit. Beautifully done right now from LCI to start things off, to bait out the swing without using Owl Drone because of the Viper's pit. And even if it misses a shot, he could also TP away.
Ooh, big plays from the Jet once again. Lethbridge. Again, this is what I was kind of talking about there with the finish to that last round. You just want to take as much advantage of the advantage as possible, right? You have the man advantage. You have what is a little bit of map control there.
Yeah.
And there goes Lethbridge. Again, just making that advantage just a little bit higher there just because of one aggressive player. Nobody else gets affected there. There is no buddy system. You're not going to have two prongs going down, but hold on a minute. Freaky Goob might have just bit on a little bit more than he could chew, but here comes Freak from behind. No, doesn't take down Trident, and we're just down to the one-on-one.
Missed a shot too, but chasing after it. Here's the footsteps.
Trident. Oh, can't get his burst up, and instead it's Travis with the taps in. My goodness, this game is just as back and forth as you would want it. But that one, again, it was a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah.
The fact that you would have already had that sweep of the round with the mid flank.
Exactly. If anything, from LCI, they overcommitted as well, right? You had power of numbers. You got a beautiful first blood to start things off with the bait from that pit. But then there was an overextension from both Flame Droid and Freak outside of B main. Instead of having potentially this, the chamber fall back and play numbers, stack up towards a different part of the map, because you already have the front B side locked down from this pit. So that actually gave a chance for Novi to maybe even potentially win the round, because it went back to a 1 versus 1. You're keeping the economy low here for LCI. Stone already down at 10 HP, and this is one of those swing rounds where Novi could actually break that economy should they convert this round back in their favor.
Freak is a big angle, but he does have the TP ready and raring to go. Still peeking one more time. Plan is going to go down, but look at the aggression! My goodness!
Ooh.
Jet going wild again! 2 big kills coming out for Lethbridge. And it isn't over just yet here for Novi. Novi, they still have another one of those flankers. Big flankers coming on in. Trident takes away Flame Droid. And this is risky here for Sen. But Sen, he's just trying to drag in as much of this attention as possible from the defenders. Trying to allow his teammate to be able to flank. But instead now, the man in yellow is the last man to go. 1v2. Sen picks up one. Still playing time. Ring around the Rosie. Playing out perfectly. And not only that, but they have the HP advantage too. One bullet to the body will do it. And just like that, Sen stands tall.
Our Jets are popping off today in this grand finals. First one being Stone with the 2 first kills into the round, but then Sen was able to save that. When I look at that economy that we're just talking about here for LCI, the overcommitment that they had to think that they had the perfect timing for the flank that previous round. You have now only our hero rifle in the hands of Travis Scott, even forcing. I don't even see a rebuy or a sell back. There you go. So you're going to try to get the economy right finally for LCI. But unfortunately here at this point, this might mean that you're going to lose by 2 potentially if Novi could convert this one here. Although on their side, they're leaving the spike alone here towards this B site and trying to at least get a nice opener onto Stone towards the Jenny. These guys are not afraid to swing and fight against each other without utility.
No, there's a lot of, little hero plays right now, to say the very least. Lots of people just trying to kind of burst open these rounds kind of on their own volition, which I don't know. If it works out for a clip, it works out for a clip.
Yeah.
Can't complain there.
Highlight reel. Here's my resume. Pick me up. LFT.
That's exactly how recruiting works, man. Silly. I don't know what else recruiters would be looking out for. I mean, the highlights is all you need.
To be honest, when we're at a point here in Valorant where we still don't have a replay system, to have events right now like PlayVS is great to have, to allow actually these players to get scouted through. So props to PlayVS.
Yeah, so the data, throw that all out of the window. What you're seeing here at PlayVS is all that matters. No, I'm mostly joking, but 100%. It is amazing that we actually do have some sort of film here for these players. But let's see a little bit more. Let's add a little bit more to Sen's highlight reel. Sen picks up 2 immediately, and Lethbridge falls at the seams. Novi does it again, but this time we finally do get some sort of streak here in this half. Again, Lethbridge, like you mentioned, they were getting a little bit risky there in terms of their individualistic pushes.
And they're starting to feel right now, too, that when they have the advantage for Novi and that Lethbridge is forced to hand to try to find information, they might slip in these moments. So I like that with the opening kill that they got onto Stone, the first takedown, they wanted to make sure there was no other players running behind it and that there was no stack coming in towards the A side. They just waited for a bit, a nice stop and go, got that plan after towards the A side, and then Lethbridge, unfortunately, uncoordinated on the retake, once again gets punished for it, but they had Laurel weaponry. Now they have a chance to fight back. Another position for Freak once again. No Owl Drone to clear him out, so maybe he'll have an opportunity here. Yeah, the Owl Drone's too far back.
Happens again, though. He had the opportunity for the TP and decided to stick around for potentially one more time.
Interesting enough, though, that you just saw where that TP is, right? It's still towards green. So if he was actually being pushed, he was just going to TP out in the open instead of going back towards orange right here where Freaky Goob just got picked off.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, Joey just deletes Freaky Goob. But yeah, no, that other TP was in a little bit too open of a position, but still would at least potentially give them a little bit better of a fight there. But let's get back into the action. Rabbit, a step up and take down Lethbridge's Jet. As Flame Droid, it's all on him. He has one in front of him, knows for a fact that a flank is coming in, but from where, he has no idea. Rabbit has been a true thorn in the side here for Lethbridge, and he follows up once again in some very impactful post-plant play.
Yep. If you're looking at it, even from the scoreboard, yeah, these are all great impact kills that he's been having, in these post-plant scenarios. And it just makes sense at this point that he's not going to be fragging out as much because they are playing single controller here for Novi. They need his cascades. They need his high tide so they could scale towards this map. And especially when it comes down to these moments where you're starting to walk out behind the utility of your initiators and dying and giving first blood, you now have to try to convert 4 versus 5. So they're fighting a little bit harder for these rounds. That almost was a sick shot coming out from Stone. That one is going to hit, though.
Ooh, goodness gracious. Okay, all right. There's the highlight reel type plays that we were looking out for, but here comes Flame Droid just around the corner, able to take down Joey, but you still have the Iron Jet sitting in the back. Stone finally gets taken away. Trident is the one to take him out, but hold on a minute. The rotation's already here. Freaky Goob does take away Cloudy. Both players are stuck here on site, but the Harbor is forcing them to scatter. Freak going up real close, and Rabbit doesn't expect it. Trident gets headshotted in the middle there, and just like that, 10 HP versus the fully HP'd Freaky Goob. Let's see if Trident can somehow pull off what is perceived as impossible, but this move is insane. He has no idea. Trident does it again, as this time we see the pure dominance coming out from Novi that we personally haven't seen against Lethbridge at all during these playoffs.
What a wraparound going through there by Trident. And once again, we're starting to see how good this team is when it comes down to having players having to just step up to the plate and clutch these rounds in their favor. Trident, multiple kills coming through clutches in the pulse plant. Sen did the same thing. Rabbit does the same thing. And usually I would say, hey, keep an eye on Joey because he's such a good flex agent and is such a good flex player, and he has everything in the arsenal to be able to have great impact kills, but he didn't need to. Everybody else is clutching on their end, and this is why we're seeing here Novi, why potentially here that they beat CV in the semifinals. The champions that we had for the grand finals of the Play versus Upgrade Arena Championship, and now you have the Play versus Cup Championship potentially in the hands of Novi.
For now, here comes Lethbridge already starting off with a little bit of a zinger. Both, oh my goodness, everyone personally going down here for Novi. As over towards that mid side, you did have quite a bit of a push there coming up from the defenders, but more importantly over towards B main, the interaction is completely broken, and there's the player that you wanted to put a little bit more of a target on. Joey, again, he's more known for being that initiator, iron anchor here for Novi, but as you can see, he's playing Reyna at the moment, but for absolutely good reason. He thrives in chaotic scenarios. He thrives in terms of the aim department, and let's really keep an eye out for him here on this defensive side, because we just expect that Reyna alongside the Jet to really start to go into Lethbridge's faces.
Yeah. Even now, it almost feels like LCI and Novi have tape on each other because they read how to scale the B site perfectly for against each other, if I could put it that way, because that pick that they got immediately towards green was nice. They still have the spike plant at the exact same spot as Novi did on their attack side, and that allows for you to have that late lurk and lean out a little bit more for an angle that works out for you. And unfortunately, that's 0 for 2 now for Trident.
Yeah, but can you really expect to go one-on-one here against this? What is, I mean, incredible Jet so far for Lethbridge in terms of just these long-range duels. I mean, anytime that you've put him in any sort of intense scenario, he has been able to at least come out with one good kill out of it. And, I mean, considering how VALORANT just has so many elements that are in your face, it is pretty good to see someone thriving in the chaos. But currently, over towards that B site, it has just been a moth to the flame. So many players from Novi ended up making their way back over towards this B area. And it's not like Lethbridge is making a lot of noise here over towards this side, but that is still allowed for the rotation to come in. And there's the noise that I was more or less expecting. And not only that, but they can't even hear the spike. It is just LCI with a singular player here on B, dragging all of this attention away. But again, we are looking at the pistols. We are looking at a round where you should expect Novi to kind of come up short, but a very fun play.
And even if you salvage this Marshall, you probably just want to go and give your body away here because you don't want to save with a Marshall in your hands and only getting 1,000 credits at the end of the round.
Least, yeah, passing away to the spike, that would be a lot better.
Passing away to the spike, do some damage, do something here as you are in the eco for Novi. But if anything, there you go. That's what we wanted. A great start on that end. Make some damage out of that. Have them chase against you because these players are also frag Henfrey trying to get these ults up as soon as possible. But there you go. Nice shot, sorry. ADSing with that bulldog to get that pick. But nonetheless, this is still some great calls. And I mean, we're going to have to look at the scoreboard later to see how many first bloods Stone was able to get so far in this game. Because he's been popping off here in these first engagements on both ends, whether it's either it's on the defense or the offense at this point.
Yeah, looks like
no cheating, no cheating.
No,
I'm just kidding. It's going to be a timeout most likely at this point now. And it's needed because right now this is an important round. I'm assuming right here this is going to be a timeout here being called for Novi because they're starting to let their defensive side slip a little bit because they're understanding that they're getting punished very easily at the beginning of these rounds where trying to move up towards his B main and gets punished by Stone. So now you're going to have to readjust a little bit more, play a little bit more passively potentially at this point as well, and just reel it in, making sure that the fundamentals are there and that you are in positions where you could trade off with your teammates, or if not, at least go for these double swings that, you know, it hasn't been working. Let's be blunt here at this point, unfortunately, for the defensive side for both of these teams on this B site.
Right, but I mean, we're just looking at just the structure real quick going into these next few rounds. Again, I am just simply expecting it's just the black and white. It's what you expect. The double duelist is there. That's going to be yet another thing to deal with very, very soon over towards that site. I mean, to be honest, the tighter that the sites get, the more that the duelists like to have their fun, and the fact that they're not able to close things out versus just what is a single person really putting in a lot of that pressure is a little bit scary. But again, Trident's not going to have to worry about that for too long. Again, he does have that get out of jail free option in just a couple rounds. But yeah, no, if anything right now, we are seeing finally the individuals not only just heating up on their own, but finally needing to kind of play with the team. That is, it's what you want. It's what you kind of expect. I'm not trying to like maybe bring down the level here, but at a certain point during this game, we saw just a couple of these players really looking for those highlight type moments, really looking to be a hero early on the defense. Yeah. And again, just the double duelist alone, we're going to see players needing to play off of each other very soon. So, yeah, again, a little bit more of a different look coming up in the next few rounds.
Yeah, at least something that's positive that I've noticed from LCI now, and as they take the attack side, is that it's not only one-dimensional on how they're attacking these sites, right? Just looking at how they play the anti-eco. Despite Stone coming out, getting a beautiful first blood onto Trident, they take over the B site, and then they just stop once again just to try to see how many players have rotated across. Once they've realized that they pulled everybody through, then they actually went for the pivot, the mid-round call to go back towards the A site. The only thing that's missing at that point, though, is that they didn't really have a player that was lurking around to really try to observe correctly if there was actually players that were being pulled out on the opposite site.
Yeah.
So what they need to do at this point here is just to make sure that, when you're rolling back as a buddy system, you make sure you take your corners, you make sure you use that utility to clear out those areas as well, and just make sure that you hit back with the team into that site. But if not, if anything, both of these players and both of these teams rather could really frag out.
Yeah, no, I am worrying a little bit because of the fact that, quote unquote double dive, you do want to put in those two duelists together. That is how they're going to succeed the most.
Yeah.
But we're looking again at the situation that you mentioned earlier in terms of the Killjoy. There's not that surveillance back up towards that mid side. That is a completely open gap there. So what's going to be the compensation for it? Also, because of the fact that you're looking at two duelists, you do want that support in the back just in case it fails. You have an instant support option. They can be able to back up and just kind of bring down that man advantage just a little bit more. But again, in all reality, you need to fill up those gaps a little more. Are we going to be seeing more rounds where Trident is going to be left on an island on his own site? Are we only going to be seeing one person over towards that mid side needing to kind of push up a little more so he can get that early surveillance just so he could be safe and rotating back and supporting one or both sites? Again, that is more or less some answers that will 100% be answered in the next 2 or 3 rounds. But again, it is scary to think again that, yes, Trident may be struggling early on these picks, but in all reality, that early battle is going to be as important as it gets on every other side of the map.
Yeah, and I feel that it's totally acceptable, though, the amount of plays that he was trying to do, though, in the first few rounds, because remember, he had a sick 4K 1 round before clutching pretty much in the pulse plant, and also they have, like I just mentioned before, great firepower. So for you to try to engage and fight when you couldn't win on the pistol round, you try to do something on the anti-eco, it kind of makes, or on your eco, sorry, it kind of makes sense that you still want to go for that fight. But now you're realizing here that off these 2 rounds, Stone's fairly quick on the trigger to take you down in these positions that they already know of, because they also play with a chamber in their own composition, right? So that's where the chess match starts. But at least when you're looking at the composition that you have, now that you have Novi having to play the defensive side with this double duelist in the chamber, there's still great opportunities to min-max it, as I'm still trying to think through, and my color gear is going around and seeing how I could meta this comp. But basically, where Trident's playing, you could still have that better TP to go back towards orange and use your Viper now to be that delay agent, and you play that buddy system right there. On the other end, though, when you're playing that double duelist, you have an opportunity now for a Reyna or for a Jet to play way more aggressively towards the pipes over towards the A site, shut that down very early, and then you have a better chance now to cover that weaker side where you don't have that Killjoy, where now the Sova and one of the duelists could work in tandem to just make sure that they anchor up this B side. So I feel that this might be the play that you, or at least a style that you want to try to approach here on your defensive side. It just
You just have to make sure that your first engagements and how you're fighting against your opponents, you're actually put them in a scare that they actually funnel into those positions that you want them to. So again, it took a couple of rounds. They have an opportunity to do it now because they have the economy in their favor and the weaponry to do it. So it's not going to be the best of bonus rounds for LCI because of the amount of weapons that we've lost in that previous round. But this is a chance really to see Novi set it up the way that we wanted to and see how they could actually really stop by here on LCI's push. And sorry, I meant the Harbor instead of a Viper. Still the same aspect.
My goodness. A champion filler. Ban silly, everyone. My goodness. If there was, listen, there should be an Oscar for extras, but they should just rename it to just best filler. And oh my goodness, you would be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Thank you.
My goodness. No problem. No problem.
I love
hey.
podcasting.
But hey, you haven't made your own yet.
I know. They fail. I tried.
Oh, all right. You can join my wrestling podcast at some
I'm
point.
down. I'm down.
But hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing a couple plays that could go off the top rope. Trident from the back. He needs a big pick here, but it's actually Cloudy. Cloudy fights his way forward and is able to take down the Jet as Freaky Goob does take down Trident. It does maintain the advantage here for LCI. It is such a tough approach here without that extra backing from the chamber. But hold on a minute. Hold on a minute now. Here comes the rotation from LCI. They have almost full control. The timing on the flick back is crazy, though. Spike fully in the eyes of Novi. But hold on. They still have to cross one more time. Here comes Rabbit. Rabbit does not care about the actual cross himself. But hold on. Still going for the one-on-one. And Sweat swiftly gets wiped off the brows. LCI does make it to the other side of the map. But that, a difficult decision to say the least, okay?
it felt like they had the right play on that 2 versus 3 for Novi because LCI was booking it the whole time with the time that was remaining. They had to Thunderfoot back towards the A side. There was no opportunity to walk back. So then Novi were kind of really well set up to just look down ADS and try the best to hopefully get the spike down and win off time here by defeating the spike here towards the spawn. But some sort of tell made them turn around both of them and get punished, unfortunately. So that was a slight mishap, a big mistake, unfortunately, that renders costly for Novi because left breach, that means they converted their bonus round. So economy is going to be very low. We see a half shield for Rabbit with the Sheriff, and the rest should be around the same type of buy. An opportunity for LCI to just plow towards his B site and overpower the defensive line and tie up the game.
Okay. But there is
as I say that, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, Novi is Novi, jeez Louise, is giving themselves kind of the best chance here. I mean, the instant high tide over towards B. That does kind of restrict things a little bit. You get players peeking out one by one if they do opt to go past that wall. And now with these players from LCI scattering a little bit, now you have long-range one-on-one opportunities here for the Sheriffs. I mean, this is exactly what Novi would have wanted. Yeah. And now Joey, who has the Vandal, who has an ultimate ready and raring to go, one of the best ultimates in the game when it just comes to rifle performance.
6
and
cents.
Oh my goodness, what a peek from Joey. What a check from Joey.
Yeah, Jorby and James Bot, I don't know if you're still listening, but this is what we call the Casa Curse in Attack FPS. When you think it's supposed to be so easy for one team, you could just call it out. The opposite happens. Look at that dink at 145 from Trident. This is going to give all the hopes now for Novi to actually get the thrifty round against LCI. There's 5 seconds left. They can't even plant. They denied the plant on top of that because the wingman couldn't get protected. And that's the round for Novi. A thrifty coming through. All right, I take it back. I take it back.
I love it. I love it. Oh my! Oh
no!
My. Disgusting.
Oh no!
What was that? What you talk about 6 cents? I mean, literally 6 cents at this point, right? Because Novi is number 6. 6 cents
in Greek, yeah. That's what it stood for. That's what Novi is.
That is where Novi comes from, ladies and gentlemen. The 6 cents that Joey has is the namesake for this town. I mean, it better be. You might as well just already erect the statue already. That's all I'm seeing.
Dude, I mean, we talked about it, right? An opportunity for Joey to pop off when he can, and he definitely did that and pretty much helped Novi to get this thrifty in.
contain this lead against LCI. Aldrone comes out early, though. That's going to spot Cloudy, but not ping him out, so they still have a great opportunity to set up this crossfire on this side. You could see at least here from LCI, they're trying to work the map around, but just exactly as we were trying to call it before, trying to keep one of the duelists here towards this A site. The other duelist could work towards in the middle side. But the thing is, it's the Sova that's playing towards A. So they don't have great opportunities to find good information towards middle. So there's an opportunity right now for LCI to maybe cut a rotate towards mid. But I mean, we're moving a little bit too quickly towards the A side first, though, not allowing a chance for the lurk to happen towards mid.
No, they are trusting the wingman right now to kind of skate his way in, no matter what crossfire is there, no matter what wall is there. Somehow,
from the window.
We do actually land on our feet a little bit, and there you go. You do get Trident taking down Freak. It's just so tough that Lethbridge did put in so much into that mid interaction, and Trident comes storming back into sight, and he's able to sweep away the two. But that was actually quickly looking possible here for Lethbridge, for LCI.
100%.
We move on here.
Yeah, you even saw it from that mini map, and also how the chamber was moving forward here for LCI. Made it all the way up towards the tube, and then they were trying to decide here, should I break this trip to force a rotate out of A, or should we actually try to commit towards the A site so I could try to get picks here off the rotate? And unfortunately, while they were still trying to decide that, the wingman already went through, so they forced the engagement over towards the A site for LCI, and unfortunately lost all of that engagement, which didn't give a chance here for Freak to really set up inside the window of tube and catch those rotators off, because those were potentially free kills going in here on the against the defensive side of Novi on that rotate. But they'll try something new for Novi this round. The aggressive push that we were talking earlier on, the two duelists moving forward, but got picked out. It's traded out at least.
Yeah, but Joey had to really snap for that kill. Now he's going for more, but okay. Good hold there from Freak. Ravit going up on his lonesome. That's, again, a real close scenario there for LCI. Trident does collect back a kill. This has to be a 2v4. Now it has to be a 1v3 for Novi. It's all in the hands of Trident, who is all right with just going into this one. Novi is fine in terms of the economy. He does have a pretty good approach to do it. They don't expect Freak. Or excuse me, they don't expect Trident. Chamber on chamber violence. But yeah, no, kind of the expected outcome there, of course. LCI, big round coming up once again, though. Things are clearly, not really in the view for them in terms of this game. Novi, they still are kind of winning out those early on interactions. They just need to hold their positions more than anything.
Yeah, I just like that last kill that Travis Scott just got, just dropping a beat and just dancing around the A site and just shooting feet, making his opponent dance and winning the fight. So a post-plan opportunity back in favor and converted by LCI, actually. So, yep, it all worked out very well, though, with the recon dart and trying to flood behind that recon dart was basically the name of the game there. Using Stone's Blade Storm again, getting the first blood for the round, allowing for the rest of the team to follow behind and ensure these trades to happen. So now we have the Owl drone coming out as we hear it towards yellow. It's a very early drone, though, going back towards green, so this will activate all of LCI to rotate towards the A side, but unfortunately here, Joey just flicked down. He was still looking up towards 410, and Stone falls.
Oh, that's it. Ooh, good follow-up there from the Sova, just trying to clear out the back of this site. The Hunter's Fury being utilized there. It needed to get a little bit of mileage there, but it's just the fact that Novi, they didn't have anybody else supporting there in the back of sight, especially after that first kill. You should have had a little spillage of players coming on into sight, but here comes the cascade of ultimates here for both sides. Flame Droid, he is getting spotted out right now, and they do find him. The Viper Spit is going to drop. There goes Travis Scott once again going big and pulls out the up. And Freak, my goodness, Freak steals away the ace from Travis Scott, but it does not matter. Great shot coming in from Freak, and what a streak there from Lethbridge.
Yeah, and a 4K in the round there, going through for Travis Scott, and it almost looked like it was going to be a winnable round for Novi, because you saw the protocols, at least from LCI. Hey, we're one away from the pit. Let Flame Droid pick it up. We'll try to get the pit up here on the pulse plant, but they had to play against a reckoning that Rapid Rabbit had, and that allows for you to get so much information and an audio cues of where your opponents could be. They dropped that pit instantly, but couldn't follow up behind everybody else that was playing the pulse plant positions outside by 410. So very nicely done from LCI. So one round a 1-point game rather for LCI. LCI's opportunity to tie it up once again, and Freak is trying to make that happen. First blood is scored here against Sen on the top, or yeah, it's against Sen here on the top of Boiler.
It's just gonna be that drive over towards that A side once again. It is just, yeah, Novi. I was gonna say Cloudy surely doesn't stick around too much. That would just be a common story there for, oh my god, no, Wingman, no, no! My goodness, he gets rained down from above. That might be a little bit overkill for that little guy, but hey, we are back though. I was gonna say, Novi, do they leave someone here on site to kind of just get grinded out? But no, instead Cloudy backs up, gets the Hunter's Furies in, and actually Joey is able to slip in his own kill.
Cut and rehit.
Back over towards the mid area.
Nice first blood. A rehit towards the site, but it's still gonna be a 3 versus 3 inside this spot.
Rabbit still playing around a little bit. Travis Scott is close, getting the spike plant in. And with the wall up, Rabbit is able to isolate the spike. Now 20 seconds left. Freaky Goob and Stone, they have to do so much here. Great kills coming out from both, but now Trident, head on a swivel, able to take away one, still pulls around the corner. But that headshot was everything for LCI. What a great 1v1, and I mean a desperate way to close it out.
Yeah, the aim punch too to not allow for you to get through, and there's that timeout that you needed. At this point, you had such a strong lead to start things off here for Nova on your attack side, but you're soon realizing that this double duelist and chamber is not allowing for you to get too much of map control here unless you're trying to be aggressive. And the times that they did, like I said, they got punished right away. Joey and Sen, when they're trying to move towards the pipes, they got spotted, pinged out right away by Travis Scott with the recon dart. So they need to add probably a third body in the back at the beginning. This is why I want Cloudy to move in with them. The one that could break the recon dart. The one that could also counter recon dart to know if there's going to be any type of pressure coming through out of LCI at the beginning of the round so that they could adapt on the fly to see where potentially the hit could be, right? If in the first 5 seconds it hasn't pinged anybody and the recon dart doesn't get shot, at least it allows for duelists to get into good positions to lock down those lanes, and then you could start readapting and find information elsewhere. Use Aldrome towards middle, etc., etc., etc. So those type of things need to come out right now from Novi's timeout in terms of these conversations on how they could take map control. Because if not, you're trying to be way too reactive, and you're giving too much space for LCI to work with right now.
Absolutely. Again, it's more or less the opposite of what I was saying earlier. Novi really isn't taking advantage of any of this early space. They're leaving the two duelists kind of on an island. And even with that mentality that I was mentioning, they still are only leaving one person on a site right now. 2 players over towards A, 2 players rushing up that mid area right now. And they are just trusting Sen right now over towards that B area. And here comes the pressure once again. Brash coming in. Phil De Silva is going to be perfectly fine skating around the corner, but actually Travis Scott does actually take on Joey, and that's a tough one at this point where, again, Lethbridge, they continue to have an advantage on these post plants.
Dude, they all tried to just wall bang towards the screen to get the one that was detained, and luckily enough, it just hits Joey dead between the eyes just as he was trying to find an elevation to look at the top of the nest to try to deny the plant. Great opportunity for Lethbridge to take the lead.
No real ultimates here to utilize. There's Novi going down by the bit. Ravid did make it a little bit possible there, but beautifully done by Freak to take away the very last player there, to be that insurance option for LCI. But just like that, LCI has made the comeback happen. You already see it there on the scoreboard a little bit. 7 out of the last 9 rounds going the way of Lethbridge, and Lethbridge needed every single one of those rounds. They end up with the advantage now going into the very last end here of this game, of this map. And again, it's happening again. This early approach from Novi, it puts so much pressure onto just one player that I really hope that they have a good idea for these retakes.
Well, here it is, though, Upmind. They did the recon dart. They have control of A, so they could start rotating away. So all you have to do now is delaying towards the B side, but unfortunately, they're not running a composition that could lay that well. So you're going to have no choice but to play the pulse plant.
Wingman still going in, finally going to get taken down. Couple kills going back and forth. So no, Freaky Goob taking away Joey, and I feel as if that was just a little bit random too. Joey little bit too much dip on his chip, but you still do have the smoke
Ah,
out in
too
the
slow.
middle. If they knew that, though, these defenders don't need to push the situation, but Sen does find Freak immediately after, of course.
Nice solid drone, though. That's going to spot the clear area towards green. So everybody's pinning towards yellow, but what a shot by Stone.
Still a lot more work to do, though. They still have Rabbit to deal with here in the middle of sight. Oh, my goodness. Expected that smoke to go down just a little bit more. There goes potentially a fake, and yet another fake. They're going to go for the double push. Cloudy does pick away one, and this is a clean one-on-one. Freaky looking the wrong way, and Rabbit just being, again, that kind of lurk there on site. Lethbridge could not find where Rabbit went. Rabbit rejoins his teammate, and they're able to combine for a massive round.
And this is the second time now that LCI is trying to get this plant towards the B site with the wingman plant, but doesn't have the right timing with the Viper wall to actually have a cleaner plant as possible. He's planning out the open with the Viper walls down. So you allow here Rabbit to actually pull out these high tides, block all vision, get a free kill on the wingman, and just delay that plant so that flank could happen. It almost got discovered though because they tried to cloudburst that and then it still got pinged out. But unfortunately here for the attack side, doesn't pan out. So we're back tied 11-11. Hunter's Fury coming out on the attack, no contact. He's the one that's actually heavily damaged as he hurt. The wall bangs coming through.
Oh my god, again?
I don't know how those happen.
On a perch, I feel as if both actually ended up going for a little bit of a peek there, and it happens again? Freak on his lonesome, making this all happen here for LCI and trying to do the same. But there goes a one final attempt here from Nova. You gotta be kidding me with that random headshot. Joey now down to 6 HP. These players don't know it, but they feel it now. Stoner takes away Joey, and just like that, LCI do skirt their way over onto 12. It's been an amazing half so far for this team, but again, that one was looking a little bit shaky just because of the fact that we finally had multiple players there on site for Novi in the middle of that A site, but Freak went crazy.
And I wonder if the high tide missed there from Rabbit because there was still so much of an angle you could see above the high tide, above 410, which probably allowed here Freak to get those 2 kills on the top of the A tower. And that just foiled all the plans of Novi trying to stack inside that site, and it came down to trying to almost stepping up to the plate and almost hitting a home run. Only got 2 kills. But unfortunately couldn't get a third here, which allowed Lethbridge to win the 2 versus 1, put themselves at map point, and add. And they're getting really close to the alert button right here for Novi. They're panicking at this point. You see how active they are around the map right now, just trying to figure out where the action could be, where they could move, where they could position themselves, because the economy is not the best either.
No, not at all. I mean, if anything, you see a couple sidearms here for the team as Lethbridge. They are making their way up. They are well heard. Sen is in a beautiful position, though. Can he do anything in this really unorthodox position? No, he cannot. Novi falling apart right now. Rabbit coming around the corner. Wasn't going for the kill. He was going for the wingman instead, but there goes Cloudy, taking away at least one. They need a whole lot more of that as there goes the frags back again. This Jet has been amazing for this team. Still throws his life away a little bit. Yes, he was low on HP, but doesn't want to maintain the massive man advantage potentially. Hunter Theory, insurance option. They almost find a second one there on site. Now 2 players on 2 now between LCI and Novi to potentially send it to overtime. Joey, we've talked about him a little bit. His potential, can he fulfill that potential? No! But Freak around the corner takes down Joey, and LCI maintain their perfect run here in Play versus Cup. They just need one more map to close out the immortal run.
Yeah, if anything, I think that it's actually Novi that had the perfect run so far, and they just lost their first map. So that's actually even better here for LCI to know that they have that confidence now to go into this grand finals and actually get their victory here. And look at this, 28 that we're seeing here from Stone, 10 first bloods. We wanted to know how many that he was going to get, that he tallied up, and that's on his positioning on the defensive side, catching players off guard, finding the timings against the utility that's out on the attack here when you're playing against a Sova. Also on the attack side, just brute forcing through and getting these first bloods and these first kills has been perfect right now to allow Stone and the rest here of LCI to just push through towards the limit and get this victory over Novi at this point. But and to add
insult or assault to the wound, insult to injury, however you want to place it, this is also winning against the map pick of Novi, where on their side, we talked about it before, they're comfortable on every single map, binds their biggest weaknesses they were mentioning before, and they just lost that map.
Yeah, it's a little tough. But listen. What I meant was Immortal Run. Listen, the regular season doesn't matter here, okay? The playoffs have been perfect. For Novi, however, that's so much more difficult of a thing to say out loud. Novi, again, they came into this game with a completely different roster. They came into semifinals with a completely different roster, and they're still really giving LCI a massive run for their money here. But again,
that is also true.
Just lining things back up here again, LCI does take away that last map, and we do actually have our map picks ready and raring to go to show you guys real quick. Again, map 1 being that icebox pick, it's not exactly, it's a little bit of a surprise considering that, again, neither one of these teams are really specialists on the map, but Lotus at the very end, that's the map that we really have to look out for in terms of a strong advantage. Sunset coming up though, Vance, do we really see any sort of different approach in terms of the picks? I already know for a fact that double duelist might have to break down.
Possibly. If I remember correctly though, this was also a map that LCI has played during the final 4 of that Play versus Upgrade Arena Championship. So there is a little bit of tape on them. And if I remember correctly here too as well, for their composition for LCI, they do play with an Omen, which is fine, but they're also not playing any type of real initiator that could really set up some real traps on how you're playing for the side of LCI. So this is a great opportunity right now for players that, are fighting the way that they are and swinging the way that they are, to have a little bit more freedom to walk around the map and fight the way that they can to maybe pull it through here for Novi. But on Novi's end, that's a little bit something that I have less tape on to know how they play their Sunset. But there is a couple of weaknesses right now when you're not going to bring out like this double initiator of like a Breach with your Gecko or your Silva with a Gecko to try to face against a Cypher on the opposite side. So we'll have to wait and see once we get to that second map. But as we have these replays running on the first map here, though, Upmine, you could definitely tell and you could definitely see here that there's been so many heroic moments from both of these teams, and it's always come down to these 1 versus 1. And it makes sense, it makes sense that we finished 13-11 at this point in favor of LCI, because there was just so many opportunities for just one player to pop off and continue to make this very close and back and forth. The economy was never good really for either of these teams, because it was thrifties that was coming through. There were clutch plays on the other end. It was still a very nice first map to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It just left the post plants a little bit dry, right? We just didn't have as much of that utility, and we barely even had really any good post plant ultimates. I mean, we really only had 2 rounds where
like one pit.
Yeah, exactly, right? We only had 1 or 2 rounds where we really had like a big like fountain of ultimates. People actually had like stacks going in. Most of it was utilized in either the mid round or pretty much immediately. But I mean, we are looking at a little bit of a weird matchup coming up again, because like you said, the Sentinel battle, or the Sentinel interactions period, isn't exactly ironed out. It looks as if potentially the Chambers would be able to flex into those positions. But looking at a map like Sunset, we're probably going to want a couple more traditional positions. It's just tough for us to say, though, because again, there is not a lot of film. There's literally only 1 round of playoffs worth of film for Novi. And for Novi, again, we just don't even know who's really playing what in terms of the Sentinel. I mean, Cloudy, he is that person that you can kind of expect to slot into that Sentinel role, but legitimately anyone. I mean, we just saw Trident on the Chamber. That's what I'm saying. Anyone can really fit in right now. So again, lots of eyes going on to this Sunset play. We have to ask though, Van Silly, we didn't really have too much time to really lay out any sort of players to watch, but I heard an inkling from you throughout that game that you were looking out for Joey throughout this next map, or throughout that last map at least. Is that the same going into this next map?
Possibly, because this is, again, we're seeing a lot of these games right now in the youth program in general that a lot of these teams rather and players are not playing traditional comps that we usually see like in Challengers League or in VCTs, for example, right now that we currently see in Valorant. But out of these comps, you're just playing your comfort pick, right? And in your comfort picks, Joey's one of those, especially if we get a chance to go into Lotus, for example. You could potentially see Lotus play that Skye. And if he's going to try to play an initiator role on Skye at this point on Sunset, that's still a pretty decent and viable agent that was actually tested with in the beginning when Sunset first came out. And if you find comfort in that and you're able to support around your team and also be the one that's going to basically clutch it out after you use all that util, I mean, that could change things already for one side at least here for Novi.
Right. And I guess if you're looking over towards that last... the other team, basically the team that's in the lead right now in terms of LCI. I don't really know who to really put as that one player to watch, because you could always talk about the aim and the fact that Jet went absolutely off that last game. But I mean, listen, I feel as if this LCI team, it is a lot more of that combination of all 5 players, where again, you have a couple players here in Novi who are really literally, they're just getting comfortable right now with this environment. Realistically speaking, they need to rely on a couple more of those veterans to really be able to at least drag them through these games so they can maybe focus on their aim, or of course they take up most of the brain power so these little rookies could end up focusing on their aim too. But see, at the end of the day, LCI here, I am very, very, very excited to be seeing play from Freak right now. Actually, Freaky Goob, I didn't expect it by any means. I actually just didn't expect Freaky Goob to be as good as he was, but this seems to be a little bit of a theme here where our initiators are stepping up to the plate right now and actually pulling a lot of their own weight right now, which is always fun to watch. And on Sunset, though, that's actually going to be kind of exacerbated a little bit more, because yes, that util play is so important for those retakes, but because of how tight these sites are and how tight these choke points are, these players are going to have to come into the spotlight very, very soon.
Yeah, at least for Freakagoon, if I'm not mistaken, he was the one that was playing Gecko, right, on Icebox. Yes. So at least that's...
And if Joey does go back to the Skye, though, he usually does play that initiator, though.
There
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that we kind of have to look out for. Yes, he was playing the Duelist in that last game, but we already have 2 players that can pretty much play Duelist there. You have the Jet alongside the Chamber.
Yeah, Jet, Chamber, or even just have the Gecko with the Skye, depending on who's going to want to play what. But to go back to what you were talking about, Freaky Goob, you were surprised by his play. It actually had some great rounds going through in terms of what he's able to do in terms of finding great spots to put some good impact for the team. But at least, if anything, and it's not on Freaky Goob, it's just on a team composition in itself, as if you're still want to try to bring a Gecko into your composition for Sunset, which is pretty much the meta these days, is you're going to have to make sure you're going to find ways to protect this wingman at all costs, right? I don't know how many times we've seen the attempt to plant from wingman towards the A site that got hit by a Hunter's Fury, that got hit by shock darts, that got simply shot down out in the open because they had their vision blocked by the others. And to be able to prevent that, you need to add that extra part of utility, not only from other initiators, but definitely from your duelists to get space. Because on those moments on Icebox, when you had Rabid Rabbit that pulled up the high tide and had free kills on the wingman, Stone on the other end, that's been so good here in his first bloods, they didn't utilize him as a duelist to create that space there on that B site. They still played very passively towards yellow, which then gives a chance for that deniability to happen, right? So that's where it gets a little bit more interesting to see how this could work out. And now, finally, as we get into Sunset, it refreshes my memory as we're seeing these picks going on the right side. This is basically a composition that they've already played, with the exception now of a Clove coming out, because usually Flame Droid plays Omen on this map. But I was going to say, this is pretty much the Sentinels comp that they took towards the VCTs in stage 1, that they also brought into Madrid, with, again, the exception of, we all know 10s on the top of map there in the market and the highlight reel they got on the B site. But Flame Droid deciding to utilize Clove instead, which again is still a great agent, because they could be the one that's going to be running through to play directly against Cyphers when they have their res up.
And you have 3 different agents here, even though it's not as traditional of a look here in terms of that aggression, but you have 3 agents here that can all really get in your face and be able to kind of have either a get out of jail free card or really be able to affect you before they end up going down. I'm talking about KO, I'm talking about Raze, and I'm talking about Clove here. So at the end of the day, we do still have the potential for a good aggressive defensive look, or at least a team that won't be too scared of holding those initial deep small choke points and really be able to kind of grind out that man advantage really early on. But going over towards the Novi side, we are seeing the double duelist once again, which again I still didn't expect. We still do see the Sky, which isn't exactly a bad pick here. You still have very good mileage on this map with any sort of prowler type utility. So again, can't complain too much about this Sky pick. It's just, where is the execution? Map number 2 of the PlayVS Cup here for our youth national championships for Valorant. It is LCI all dragging their way up towards the B site.
Yeah, and right now you saw a lineup at the beginning of the round here coming out from the KO is trying to hit here Cloudy. And I think it did, so it might have brought the trips down to give a chance for the players to move in. Camera goes up, execution comes in. Nice first bloods from Novi though.
Yeah, beautiful paranoia, pulls everyone down. I mean, the trade potential was completely gone just with that one piece of utility, period. And never mind the fact that the cage was there to literally break up that line of sight. And there goes finally the kills coming back for Novi. Lethbridge is only left with 1. Freak is fully known where he's at. And oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Awkward. Just a little bit.
If anything, this is something that's good though up mine, because remember the amount of overheats that we had when we thought we were able to get the kill and go head to head.
No, I like it.
Yeah, now he's falling back.
Still
Their
looks
spikes
weird.
down. It's in their favor. They could just watch that and they're in a good spot. Play the time.
No, listen, I'm not against it. Is it weird? Yeah. Yeah. Simple as that. But you know, let's see what good old Freak can do, as he's gonna have to chip his way here in terms of the positioning. Here. Oh, okay. Fun little hopscotch action from Sen. We'll take it. I thought the man was about to do just a flying knee. I thought he was just gonna go straight up, just continue the jump towards the corner. Again, you do have that little fake strafe jump, but I wanted to see it. You know, he had enough time just to kind of throw out, you know, a little Anderson Silva in there. Why not?
Yeah, but you know what happened to Anderson Silva when he tried to do a kick like that?
Stop. This is a sore subject, man.
Yeah, rip.
Stop it there.
Yeah, but just to go back towards it, it's again bringing back the protocols, right? And I think that's probably something here that Coach John Ty talked about with the team in between maps. We have players advantage. We know we're pretty good. We can be very disciplined at these moments. It's not overheat. And those flying knees that was coming out there from Lethbridge LCI is just to close the gap here for those 2 players in B main, just to make sure they could assist. So it works out quite well. Novi, though, going into this second round where they have a ghost. And I think I saw Marshall earlier on, rather. They're trying to find some early information towards this A site. Not going to work out. Mid is under control now. It's an outlaw, actually, by Sen.
Well, even better.
Yeah.
If you're just holding on to these angles, you really got to give it up to Novi here for a good disciplined look early on. Again, I was just saying with this comp right here, of course, it is just expected that the duelists are going to be more or less in your face. They're going to take advantage of at least the early interaction, try to get the early picks, just so they can then back up and be disciplined. However, for Novi, they were given LCI complete map control there.
Yeah.
All they were doing is at least keeping an eye on the scenario, just making sure LCI aren't getting into too dangerous of a position without at least somebody from Novi being there for the angle.
Yeah, and my apologies, Chad. It was actually Novi that won the pistol round. I just got caught by that 1-0 for Lethbridge, that one icebox, and I thought it was a pistol round one on the scoreboard. So we go back. The Outlaws totally normal there on the second round coming through, as they have now their bonus round for Novi against the full buy of Lethbridge. And it seems as though right now they're looking to pop fairly quickly towards this A site. Flamedroid already putting a smoke towards the pond. A satchel towards the right side, a crossfire set up from the defensive end. That results into a first blood in their favor.
We might have had a couple players there on the other side of the smoke, but it is just a little bit of a burst already. coming out from the short area. Sen. Arnie does have a shot, but it's actually Rabbit that ends up following up
Long range
LCI.
Judge, so I'm pretty sure he hit for 140 so that
No,
that Judge could do that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a great follow-up, though. What a great little combination there. Just the fact that Rabbit not afraid to use the Judge and what is, yeah, a little bit long of an angle here. But now, alongside the Outlaw, alongside the fact that you have 2 more teammates with you, actually, no, 3 more teammates as they started off here in the A site.
Yeah.
Really can't complain about that Judge being a follow-up option. But LCI, again, left on an island, and they're just going to leave the spike even deeper on said island. LCI only has 1 player left.
Yeah, and that's where, again, the storyline stays the same, though, at the point that I was trying to bring, that the coach probably said we need to be a little bit more disciplined on how we're playing in these rounds. When we played towards Icebox, they had a great lead. They had so many players that are able to pop off in the right moments. But when it came down to the important ones that actually could have brought you towards that finish line to actually be on the winning side of this series so far against LCI, it was not the case. So now you have to make sure that those protocols are good. So on a 3 versus 1 in the pistol round, they played it safe. In this situation right here, they had a perfect crossfire setup. They kept the players from LCI just pinned towards the A long, just by the orb. And what did they do? They just cut the rotate. The angle's being watched by Cloudy. And then, yes, you're leaving the spawn open a little bit, but if there's a plant towards the B site, then the whole team could rotate overall. So I'm starting to like what I see here from Novi, being a little bit more composed. And maybe that might be that solution that they'll need here going into this map so that they could potentially push this into a 3rd map, which would be Lotus, where both of these teams are actually really good at. But
yeah,
in round number 4, we already have an early timeout coming out from LCI. And I think that's the same type of conversation coming through right here, because you're not going to try to do anything with this current buy. You're on an eco for LCI. You just have to make sure now that the same chat comes through from Coach Ty, and they're going to be able to hopefully have the same type of protocols here that Novi has finally instilled in the 2nd map.
Just trying to see where the kind of priorities are here for LCI, for them to at least, you know, kind of shake off whatever bad juju is going around right now and how they approach this next rounds. I mean, again, for these types of rounds, you would like to see, of course, a win. It would be really cool to see that Thrifty come up on our screen, for sure, for sure. But at the end of the day, you really are just expecting, you know, some sort of confidence booster for the team that's down. You can't expect anything more than that. Sen does heat up a little bit, gets his kill onto Travis, but again, for the rest of this team here for LCI, they are just together right now, combining their efforts. And again, all you could really expect is for them to potentially take away 2 or 3 frags. That is if Novi kind of just starts to recontemplate, kind of go for a little bit of a paranoia approach at this point. They have no idea what's going on with the rest of this map, so they are just repositioning right now. Hopefully that theme doesn't continue here for Novi, because they have been really good at holding down these angles.
Yeah, and it feels like for LCI, they don't really mind waiting until the last second so far, especially the Clove still being alive. They could still smoke for the team to just try to get a wingman plant. If they could actually get a plant right now in their eco, they're going to be in a pretty decent spot. That knife is actually going to do a lot, but the paranoia already came out first, and now the opportunities to try to come in for a plant maybe could work, though, as Freaky Goop was able to trade something out.
And okay, and these players from Novi are a little bit plugged away right now. LCI, they do make an entry technically here on site, but oh, Sen, it was pretty much fully flashed there. He got a little bit of a flash in his face, but hey, even then, you got to give it up for the good plays. Sen, more importantly, though, able to hold on to the operator. I'm sure another player would be able to hold on to it, but with 3 players surviving there for Novi, that is pretty much best case scenario there. LCI, now this is the big one. We've already seen a little bit of a comeback come out from them in that last map, but this one would be an extreme mountain to climb. They need this next round just so Novi doesn't potentially go up by 6.
And we saw in the previous round here just simple stuff going on from LCI, which is totally fine. Moving through, grabbing the orb, trying to get a plant down. This would have given a Thrash available, though, for LCI in this round. But now they have 3 players who are actually pretty close for an ult. The Clove, the Gecko, and the KO. And I wouldn't mind to see Stone picking up a KO ult here to have a wingman plant for this Thrash ult in the post plant. But instead, they're just holding it slow for now. A 2-1-2 setup or 1-3-1 rather, taking a lot of mid control instead of orb objectives, and already you're taking advantage of it on the A side, denying at least that capability, that possibility for LCI to pick up an orb here on the A site. So pivot to B we go.
Pivot from the mid side is fairly possible though for Novi, purely because there's so many lanes for them to watch a potential cross into sight. But with the cage alongside the Clove Smoke, ends up working out pretty much perfectly here for a red carpet approach for LCI here into sight. We still have Novi needing to kind of break in right now, needing to get at least a single angle on any of these players from LCI. And indeed it happens. Ravitz! Right through the smoke, just pre-firing the corner, able to get Freaky Goop. Travis Scott still bursting on in. That TP is crazy, but it was just a fake. Sen stuck over in the back, but might have a one-on-one in his hands. Does he step out of the smoke? No, he does not. He has a 1v2 to deal with, and it's a tough one. Sen does have the up, like you said, but there is finally the break from LCI.
That was very, very tough for them to get that round, though. It looked like it could have been Novi that could have retook that site. Look at how low that Clove is towards the end of that round. Probably around 10 HP remaining at that point. But if anything, it was the Gecko having the ult after the trade towards the market. I thought we were going to try to use the Thrash to push even more deeply into Boba just to make sure that you control the area so you don't really leave Stone on an island inside the market at low HP trying to fight for his life and fend for his life alone. And at least they're able to get all these trades towards the end and making sure here that they win the round off. Again, heroic plays. Sometimes you need those moments. Actually, oftentimes in this series, just to make sure here that we can keep the game somewhat competitive on both sides, right? Because both teams are doing similar things here with this hero plays, and we're about to walk out for contact. And that's the KO ult down.
Oh my goodness, yeah. At least the revive should be coming in fairly quick. This Freaky Goop picks up. Okay, yo, back off his feet, but again, you still have a tough approach here for the fact that it's going to be a 5v5 retake. Sen already chips it down. Great positioning from Sen. Just safely getting himself at least one kill before the approach happens. And here comes the cascade of frags. Joey able to take down Flame Droid. You did get at least some sort of trade out right in the middle there, but Freaky Goop doesn't have an angle on the spike. There goes the kill out from Cloudy. Spray in from Freaky. Freaky does at least put up a little bit of a fight, but Novi allows LCI all of that space into the B site. It's just that LCI put up no fight whatsoever for those different entries there for LCI.
They tried. I mean, they tried to go for a pop flash outside the cyber cage to push through towards the pillar and spawn, but instead of an underhand right click, it was a left click throw, which Sen saw that coming from a mile away. So he could dodge a flash at the same time. When the cage came down, it actually blinded Travis trying to run through. So unfortunately, they couldn't guarantee the 2v1 trade at that point for Lethbridge and the post plan, and it just allowed here Novi initially initiated everything to allow Novi to come back in the site and get the defuse. So a much different turn of events so far coming through when we praise both of these teams being very good in the post plans and have these clutch moments. But unfortunately here, they need to refine a little bit that teamwork that they need here for LCI to work this attack round. And yeah, unfortunately, it seems like we might have one player that dropped. No, he's back. There's a spike.
Okay.
Just a joke. I kid. And now that there's been damage done, I'm sure this round is going to count.
Yeah, no, it's LCI is certainly playing it as if it counts. So that's a tough one. LCI could have definitely called it off here, but well, now that there's damage, yeah, I can't go back now. Here comes Sen, just taking down Freak off the cross. I don't think Freak even had a gun there.
You know what? This is the traditional type of timeout that you want to do. You know, when you want to save your timeouts, you're on a lower buy at this point. You just keep staying towards spawn so that the IGL can continue to talk about the next round, the next strat, what you're gonna do in your gun round, just to make sure that you iron things out so you don't waste the time out at that point. I totally see why. That's
that's sound logic. You know what I mean?
100% that is. 100%.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same amount of time, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, especially with this pre-round clock, with the pre-round clock of that last round, just that alone already gives us a minute. That's more than a traditional pause.
Yep.
Simple as that. Quick maths, folks. That's why I'm a college educated person, you know, as I'm sure plenty of these athletes are on their way to doing here. You know, very, very, very proud of these folks. Still trying to make their names known here, though. Still trying to pad on to that highlight reel and trying to potentially get themselves recruited. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the recruiters watching out there. Still watch out for the boys out here putting up some big plays. Again, this is the grand finals of Play versus Cup, as we see LCI needing to put up a massive fight to hold on to their own map too. It is a big rush over towards that mid side. Rabbits does get spotted out and can play the ring around to Rosie and back over towards the B side. The one person that was holding up into the back does back up a little bit to give some space, and that is a great anchor from the KO.
Yeah, when Rabbit just fumbled all of his utility and felt the pressure, couldn't really decide where he wanted to go or just face the fight to be in a one-and-done spot. This gives a chance right now for Lethbridge to have such a clean post-plant scenario. At this point, no choice here but for Sen to save his operator once again and for a teammate to meet with him so that he can keep it in the next round. So nicely done. I think it was just some basic stuff that came out here from LCI on how they want to take control of the market. And one small misstep coming out here from Rabbit. Give a chance here for LCI to just convert the round. Nothing more we could add to that. There wasn't too many defenders holding behind towards his B site instead, because we were heavily focused here with his operator to support him on top middle and also on the rotate towards the A shop. So room to breathe. LCI finding some hope right now by finding successes out of at least 2 plants out of 3, as we could see the history of these rounds. Unless the other rounds had some plant, but it was all elimination. But I guess not, because they only have 2 rounds here for LCI. So yeah, two attempts or 3 attempts of a plant, 2 successful. 66% rate success. Yeah, I know my numbers too.
Yeah, there you go.
Not
there
bad,
you go.
Not bad. Sometimes you actually chat. If anybody's listening and you want to become an aspiring caster, don't try to do math on air. Right? We got lucky there. We got lucky to be able to hit those, and so did Rabbit, finding redemption off the kill trip.
No way, he does it again.
One. Yep.
Unreal. Unreal Rabbit. And now, he does it again. Rabbit, you beast. Almost able to get himself up for it, but give it up to the Cypher there. Yes, Rabbit. Unbelievable little support plays technically there from Rabbit, but by goodness, no buy. No.
You had it. You had it.
No buy. No V. All right, cool. Still, my goodness gracious. What a round. What a play from Rabbit.
If anything, he's been watching a lot of 10 so far to be able to get these kills on the map. Because 10s, I mean, it wasn't a Phantom. I'm pretty sure it was a Vandal at that point, and there was no trips
but
to support
that's his
him.
perch.
Yeah,
that's his spot.
Yeah, got to call it the 10 spot for sure. But some nice shots that came through, and something here that they have to be wary of now on the attack side as you're taking it so far. Because they're running a KO on their side, right? For Stone, for LCI at this point. But the thing is, they're not finding great opportunities to find out where the Cypher is, to hit him with the knife so that it breaks that utility currently on that B site. So what's the next move? You have a raise in your composition. You still have a KO that even if you miss the knife, you could molly towards those spots to make sure that you break the trips. And that's some of the protocols that's currently missing again on, just how to enter a B site against a Cypher. And hopefully here, if a timeout that was intentional here with the pistol towards the spawn didn't work out, maybe use a real one and figure that out.
Yeah, no, it is going to be a tech pause here, guys. We do have yet another little tissue to deal with, which, again, listen. It happens, guys. It happens. It's simple as that. I don't know if it's really happening all the time in VCT, even though the breaks are probably more like 5-10 minutes instead of them being more like 2-3. So
sometimes it could be 20 minutes, and we still have to yap through all of that as well. So as much as it is, even at the highest level of competition, we will reach these moments where there's going to be some tech issues here and there, but it is what it is. It's esports overall, and it's computer games overall. I mean, that's something that's been going on since 2002 when I started casting video games, where probably a lot of you weren't born yet. I just gave my age. But it's all good. If anything, though, so far, we could actually take away right now from Novi that they're having a pretty decent defensive side to start things off. And again, I don't think it was anything that was really groundbreaking on how they won these rounds, right? Because
they weren't forced to do many, if not any, protocol for the retakes towards the A site, because all of these attempts has always been a mid control towards this B site. A site, even the only time that I saw pressure coming through was that second round when they had an eco on that side to try to work the A site. If anything else, it was always mid and B. So you're actually allowing right now for Novi to get a little bit more map control and be a little more confident in where the hits are coming from. And they always have the right amount of numbers to cover up top, middle, and also towards B site. That's where maybe I'm hoping to see the mind games start to come in. The condition has been done at that point that the players are always going to be fighting for top, mid, and B over on Novi spot, and then hopefully they could capitalize on something here and get some value out of the ults as well that they've been keeping for a bit. I'm pretty sure, unless the Clove already used their ult, they should have that around here for the next few rounds.
They did use it. I want to say like 2 or 3 rounds ago, but
rip.
That was actually during that was the one time that the A site actually got taken, and it was during the fake pause. The first, not actually taken, but at least attempted. You know, we saw 4/5 of Lethbridge, you know, head over towards that side of the map, and
there's the conditioning.
Like, what more can you do at that point? Still LCI, here we go. The one rare time that they come over towards that A site, they are looking really early for that kill off the showstopper, but the showstopper could get us so much more mileage on this type of map, considering how close all these angles are. But here comes Flame Droid, able to take away one, but they still have one in the middle of sight. Very important player in the middle of sight in terms of Joey, but Joey still ends up going down. And this is finally LCI getting comfortable here on a site. Trident not allowing that leg room to kind of be taken, though. There goes Cloudy. Cloudy and Trident pushing the situation, and it's Cloudy to pick apart the headshots, and Cloudy peeking alongside his dog and also the dog. Unreal stuff from Novi again.
Yeah, and unfortunately missed protocols coming through on the execution from LCI. I think first off, the satchels unfortunately missed coming out from Travis Scott, so couldn't find that horizontal line, the space to gain and to capitalize on a pick with the showstopper. But the second thing was the smoke that they threw from the Clove. You have to know right now from the radius of these smokes that they're not big enough here to cover the double stack here towards the back of the spawn, towards the back of gate. And you just saw those warning pings come through exactly where Sen's position right now. If they want to try to hit that one more time, they have to make sure that they watch that angle or add a flash. They're playing double initiator where they could flash and oppress a site when they hit it. But Sen so far has been having free reign on positioning with the op and getting picks out in the open and never getting punished for it.
It's just crazy. Again, Joey was on that island for so long, and like you said, the initiators should have been able to kind of pressure out that situation, but no, absolutely not. Joey was still able to stand on his own, get himself a big kill there as everyone else gained up the positioning. But here comes Cloudy. Cloudy again, even though the initiators are going in, you can see some of the flash effects going in his face. It just does not matter. Novi, this is the most impressive either one of these teams have looked on any half so far. And LCI, again, because of the fact that they are just dealing with the sidearms, just can't be able to put up any sort of realistic fight for the rest of this round. Just good stuff again. Cloudy coming up big.
It was going to be the first nice try coming out from Lethbridge, though, because the knife actually finally hit Cloud at this point where all of that util was gone. They gained the space. There's no camera. There's no drip. And unfortunately, the share shots didn't hit.
Oh, gosh.
It would have been a fully different story here if those actually hit for them to get the plant down and bring the economy up for the last round. But, I mean, they were on a sheriff buy, yeah. So that means they could buy whatever they can here in this round. Maybe just not bring an operator out if they want to try that on the attack. But one last hurrah here for the half for LCI. But we've been here before, right? This is Icebox all over again.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like deja vu. To be honest, I would like things to maintain at least a little bit of variety, a little bit of spice. You know, I want to be surprised.
If
anything,
anything,
Van Silly,
hey man,
you show up at my front door tomorrow. That's a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
This is not very pleasant at all.
I mean, if we have a real comeback that we had on the first map, not a fake comeback, and we don't like fake comebacks in VALORANT. It's just boring.
Oh yeah, sure. But then the post show is pretty boring. We're just like, yep, team won.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, player. Here comes Lethbridge. Coming on in. They do take away a big one and tried it. My goodness. way to make Novi just a little bit uncomfortable here, to say the least. But what? Oh my goodness! Now it is just Novi back to their old ways, trying to be heroes. And Rabbit certainly could not find the gap there for him to try to be your hero, baby.
That
LCI.
was the underhand flash that I wanted to see.
No, I was actually, like, unironically, didn't see enough of the Gecko there that half. I wanted to see at least, like, you know, a little bit more space for the Gecko to be able to succeed. But in all reality, Novi, they had some great holds throughout that half. No positioning whatsoever for LCI to actually get comfortable on sites and pull out the initiators.
Yeah, pretty crazy, actually, if you're looking at the scoreboard so far. You talked about wanted to see more of the Gecko. Couldn't get any plants through and 0 assists at that point. So you could definitely see that for LCI, they had a little bit of a tough road on the first half, just trying to get some good map control, some good space towards the site. But at least they had it on that last round, that thrash. That's what I wanted to see on that round before when they were playing in their bonus, or something like around 3 or 4. They had their thrash ready, and they could have maybe closed the gap a little bit more sooner. Nonetheless, though, they have an opportunity to fight back. This is still a great comp for flood retakes, for map control, for early information. You already saw the knife being thrown very early towards the map. It allows Theater Clove to pick up the orb, and now they're just going to rotate around the map. They have an opportunity now to read that they hit, and the pressure is coming in more towards middle, although they left everybody. So when they leave everybody here, it gives a chance here for Novi to go for a mid-round call and run back towards the A side, and everything now finally gets reset.
Just anticipating what sort of call here Cloudy can maybe make. He is just trying to drag away some of that attention here from that B side, but now LCI, they just start to scratch their heads a little bit. They have no idea where this approach is actually coming from, and as they come back, there's a smoke in their face, and there is a flame droid completely on his lonesome. No, my goodness! How does he do that? He comes through the side of the smoke, and he sweeps away 3. Travis Scott, if only he could, if only that was the real life Travis Scott doing that. But no, this is the real Travis Scott, the one who can frag in the server, except, you know, not
flake,
exactly
though.
more in real life. But here comes the flake. Yeah, did you say the flake? Here comes Rabbit and Cloudy. Oh no, it is all a shambles. It is all an absolute shambles. You can't do that to Travis Scott. Novi somehow picks up the pieces, and it is Cloudy with the 2K at the end.
Travis, yes, somehow got those 3Ks towards that gate, but
straight up,
unfortunately here for LCI, they just left players unattended. After that trade came through towards the spawn, they thought, again, you should have played some protocols, played a power numbers, and try to identify where that last player was, where Travis got traded from, and where potentially that player could be, and nobody was watching that the backstab. He pushed all the way back towards the spawn, got a double swing here with Cloudy, and just allowed here Novi to salvage the round. That was beautifully done to salvage the round back for Novi and really take the win away from the sails of LCI and give a chance for Novi to have a one-sided finisher on the second map and to push this into Lotus.
Yeah, it's gonna look pretty clean. At least the entry going there right now is, again, Lethbridge just couldn't put up a fight this early on in the half. The sort of firepower that they have in their hands, they're always going to try to put up some sort of numbers, though. There goes Freak doing his thing. Freaky Goob. See if he can match Freak, but it doesn't happen. There goes Novi. There's 11 rounds going their way. It would have to be an even more intense comeback than what we saw, of course, in that first map. It was technically a little bit of a comeback. It had to be Lethbridge, kind of with a little bit of a rally in the beginning of that second half. But a whole different story. Novi looking solid at the moment. And this time, LCI completely on the back foot. Maybe on the defensive side, though, we could see a little bit of a different look in terms of that aggression that we were anticipating from Novi. But for now, LCI, they need to at least start off on the right foot.
And they're trying. There's a little bit more aggressive control now, trying to play in front of the smoke. The nice spawning. The Omen at bottom mid. He's actually walking in that spot alone here. Finally has some support from Arena coming through from Novi. If not, that would have been a tough spike to pick up should they lose those fights. But after the initial engagement here, it goes back to a default from both of these teams. More on the attack of working that map. Leaning here towards this B site where they could try to sell a fake. Flame Droid getting a pick in. Overhealing. Omen trying to chase down for a kill alone now on the top of middle with the spike.
Yeah.
That's, you know,
Goodness.
same story. Same story towards the end. He's still overcommitted the spike alone.
Yeah, but surely that is something that they can fix. They have more than enough leeway here in the half to be able to do so. But that's, again, like you said, just it's just another time here, or at least by the tone of your voice. Like, oh, here we go again. But here comes Sen around the corner, trying to peek out Freak, trying to peek out somebody. And this is actually possible here for Trident. As another player extremely low. Here's the cam, and oh, goodness, Trident. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness.
Seekers
How
for
is he
last
doing
one.
this? He still has the Seekers. Flame Droid holding onto his position. Spy Cam Dart can finally get removed. The dog's going the wrong way. The dog's going the wrong way.
What
Flame
a fake.
Droid doesn't expect the dog to go away, doesn't expect the cancel, and tried it. It does not matter what little fundamental mistakes there are. Novi just shows the difference by the end of the round.
Maybe the shot was to walk down towards middle and just give up the spike.
Yes, that absolutely calculate.
That's gotta hurt, man. That's piss round and your gun round that should have gone into your favor with the amount of first bloods and player advantage that you have on your side. Something that I praised Novi in the first half, that they were doing very well to play their numbers and watch each other's backs to make sure that they capitalize on the round. This time, I mean, even if Lethbridge pushes down and gets the first blood over here, I don't even know if they're going to be able to convert it. Their money is so low. They got bulldogs, got low buys, probably submachine guns for a couple, and Novi's in a great spot now on a pulse plant fighting through.
At least now Novi, yeah, exactly. So Overheat actually comes in, and there's no way it actually works out here right now. Yeah. All right, beautiful, beautiful. Even though the flash does come in pretty strong, it is going to be LCI. At least collecting up one, but yeah, Novi had full control there.
Yeah.
They did not need to pull off that move by any means, but still, give it up for LCI with their fourth.
If anything, it's only a matter of time at this point, right? As I said, the first round, when you lost that pistol, the wind is out of your sails, but with that gun run that you lost, the ship's actually sinking at this point. And it's only a matter of time now, as you'll have economy at this point here for Novi. The more they go through these rounds, they'll have ult economy at the same time as well. I mean, even at this round, they're the last round that they lost, they're still in a pretty decent buy. And they could continue to do these forced buys in their favor because they have so many rounds to play with. And, oh, okay, nice shots at least coming out from LCI. But needless to say, if they continue to chip away towards the economy of LCI round after round, and they're starting to build up the econ on their end, at some point, it's just going to be the inevitable.
At this point, though, LCI just trying to make everyone's nights just that little bit longer here. Over in the play versus arena, as the virtual arena with millions and millions of spectators. As Lethbridge again, they find themselves with a couple Novi players a little bit isolated and
He's got
actually
Empress
putting up.
too. It's Joey on Reyna, Empress.
No, there's
Spike
no
Plant.
way. There's no way, though. There's no way. Again, this is just Lethbridge with the opportunity to get themselves a fifth, and I'm not even going to give credence to it. I would love to hype up Joey. Love to hype up Joey here. And with the Empress, absolutely had a chance. But this is the Lethbridge that we've been waiting for. These individuals can actually play up as individuals at this point, focus on their frags, and they're able to combine to take away Joey. But again, that approach that we saw from LCI early on in the round, don't really know if they're going to try to go for it again, but at least the comeback can really kind of start here, can at least continue here strong. We do have the sidearms coming out and the hands in Novi, but yeah, again, long road here for Lethbridge. It's going to be a matter of time before, again, that more aggressive approach kind of gets broken down.
Wonder how the satchels are going to be. I thought we were potentially going to set up here for a Paranoia and double satchel into market with the Bucky, but instead it's just going to be good old slow split that your smoke's already picked off as soon as the bearers came up. So that's going to make it very difficult for you to get into a site with no smokes. Well,
technically they have something. The cage works, but you know. Oh, okay. Freaky Goob knocking it down anyways. How are you gonna do it without the dismiss, huh? What are you gonna do about it, huh? There is no dismiss, so now it's all gone. The hopes are all gone, surely. And actually,
Res?
Wait, what?
Hey, man.
Now?
Why not? Confirm the round.
I guess, but goodness, Flame Droid. Certainly. I mean, hey,
you know what?
The economy.
I respect it. Because every other time it was a round for Novi or a situation where they maybe could have lost it here for Lethbridge. So keep your numbers up. I'm down for it.
I'm still scratching my head. You know, it is firmly being scratched right now. Maybe even scritched. You know. But it could be confusing. But it still worked out, so that's all that matters.
Yep, exactly. And now it's actually a good economy coming towards the side of Lethbridge. Of course, they can't lose any more rounds, but they have opportunities to still have healthier buys. The more rounds that they win, they can buy for their teammates, while Novi continues to scrape the bottom of the barrel here for buys. Flame Droid played around the smoke. Actually, the dog might have dodged him. The paint shells kill him as he was trying to break the trips.
That is a crazy way for that to happen. And Sen actually lands and he picks up yet another frag and the nades come back! What a play from Sen. Their utility comes out to play. And unbelievable. The showstopper almost just got yet another downtown frag. And this time, the dismiss from Joey escapes the showstopper. And that is an explosive way, to say the least, to send Novi to the third map.
That's so sad. That's so sad. That's got to be so heartbreaking. And almost at the point where you kind of wish there, Upmine, on that previous round, after all, that Flame Droid did save their ult on Clove. So they could survive here from the paint shells. Initially used just to try to break the trips towards main. So that protocol that was mentioned before here that was lacking for the site execs towards the B site to fight against a Cypher. And it becomes here a victory. A double nade kill of players just running into nades. That's how it ends.
That's how it ends. That's how it ends. Listen, we were looking for at least some sort of X factor there to at least break apart this heating up defense here. But, I mean, hey, at least we got to see a little bit more of a showcase of Sen's util side, because we've seen plenty from his fragging side. Great way, though, to at least close things out. We were expecting that closeout at least at some point, because come on, right? What was it? 12 to 3, 12 to 4. Yeah, you can't do anything about that. At least one round was going to go the other team's way. But by the very end of things, again, we are looking towards Lotus. And if you thought that potentially these last two maps would have been close, this next one is considered a little bit of a specialty for both of these teams. So we could really see, again, solid roles coming out from both of these two teams. And, of course, a much more confident mindset heading into this map. This is the perfect way to close out this BO3.
Oh, yeah. The momentum is going back here on the side of Novi, finding that confidence after winning that map so confidently, I guess, if I could put it that way, for lack of a better word. I think
Confident confidence.
Yeah, exactly. Confident confidence, that's doubled. That's squared. That just doubles up. You can't take that down, right?
Caster math, baby. Yes.
Exactly. But at least when you're looking here at these replays, though, is the ancient rules that swapped around for Novi going into this game. And that's something that, you know, they praise themselves for Coach White to say, hey, we're actually really comfortable, very flexible to play different roles. You had one player play from one chamber, then onto a sky, then you have more roles coming through, and then now even potentially Joey going that went into Arena should potentially be going into a sky on Lotus. So then you're going to have to figure out, okay, what's going to be the rest of the composition around that? But that's the bigger question. Going back into what's comfortable right now for both of these teams. We're not playing any type of real meta comp right now for Novi. We're just making sure that we're playing what works for us, and it just works that way. And you saw it when they played against a composition that should be pretty good here for Flood retakes. Unfortunately, here on the other end, you didn't have a chance to play too many rounds there on defense to do those capabilities, have those opportunities for Flood retakes, when unfortunately you lost the piston round and your gun round the way you did here for LCI. So it proves here, the more space that you're able to give to Novi at this point, the more they're just going to be comfortable of being on the open and fragging out, because they have what it takes to just win those individual fights.
Yeah, but again, that first half start was basically everything there for Novi. You got to give it up to the fact that Rabbit alongside Cloudy on that side of the map was everything. Of course, you did have that one kind of shining play, but in all reality, early peaks coming in from Sen. Sen was actually doing an incredible job early on in that first half. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, I mean, the scoreboard would have been Rabbit because he had an amazing start. He had 15 kills in just the first 9 rounds alone. And then you still had Sen just kind of inching his way further and further into that attacking half, which again, that just kept taking away any sort of confidence that LCI would have in those early rounds. You did get a couple of, different looks from the team. As you were saying, you were looking for that adjustment from LCI going into the other side of the map, but it only really happened once, and it happened extremely late into the half. So again, as we go into Lotus, as we go into a map where both teams are, again, comfortable, it's going to have to be a little bit more of that game of adaptation. And this is really where we get to see where pretty much the boys get separated here from the men. Which ones here are pretty much those next up type of players for our semi-professional, professional scene, the future of Valorant. Because again, the players, they're ready for this map. They should be ready for each other's looks here on Lotus, considering the fact that we've seen it in the past. And now that we've seen those first 2 maps, we've seen play styles now. It's really going to have to come down to who has the firm mind, who is ready to kind of act on their feet going into this next map. And Vans, not to put you on the spot, but which team do you think is better equipped to kind of take away this 3rd map?
I think it all depends what roles they want to pick up here on this map, because I feel that if you just want to play into your comfort picks and feel out how the series went for you so far, I still might have to give it to LCI if I see Stone being able to play a Jet, because he just kind of popped off on a Jet. I think a Chamber is still pretty good as well for Lotus. It's not used too many times, but it's still somewhat doable, just like we saw here on Icebox earlier. And if your Freak is able to wield that agent, then it's gonna look quite good. Overall, though, at least we have a confirmation of what type of composition we're going to be running here on the side of the attack. As looking at it from Novi, they're doing double initiator with a Sky instead of a Fade. I could still mess with that. This is still a pretty decent comp. While as for Flame Droid, still keeping their clove. And there you go. So Stone, Jet, Freak, Chamber, they win. That's what I said, right? That's what I said, right?
Right. So this is win. This is a win. The win is gonna happen here for sure. Coming in for LCI, right?
Yeah.
My big question here is actually, unironically speaking, Freaky Goob stepping over to the breach. We've seen him on Gecko for the last 2 maps. Lotus is the example for Gecko in the last month or 2. So again, where that advantage is going to come out, of course, breach is a mainstay for this map. Don't get me wrong. It's a very good day 1 choice, but is it really just the lack of space-taking utility that Lethbridge might have? Did they need the breach here instead of potentially a Sky or the Gecko?
Not when to start off on defense first. I think if you want to play the mind games and play to the strength of your comp, having a breach right now instead of a Gecko is still quite fine, because having that fault line to allow your double duelists in Travis, Scott, and Stone to move forward and get aggressive positions up towards Rubble to shut down one area, great start. And then what do you have for the rest? You still have a Chamber that could play outside, as you can see right now from Freak, could TP away towards Waterfall if he misses a shot. Jet could still swing out, dash away. So they don't really need scan agents on their side if they're planning to play aggressive from the get-go.
Oh, goodness. We already start off with a bang. There goes the quick kill coming back from Freak. And Trident actually returns back the favor with the classic of all things. And he actually takes away the 2 pillars that you were talking about in terms of being that win condition here for Lethbridge. Instead, now it is Novi. Comfortable here on site, and they're actually stepping up a little bit. This could be a little bit dangerous. Freaky Goob not expecting it, has to pull out the util, has to pull out his gun real quick. And Freaky Goob, at least he was able to pick 1 out of it, but Novi still able to utilize the man advantage there to sweep away Lethbridge at the end. But I thought just out of that outside experience in general that we would have had at least a good start for Lethbridge.
That's the tough part right now, as trying to build more experience for your team. You have a beautiful first blood. You know there's going to be some heavy pressure towards the seaside. That's where you just have to give up the site right away and then play your numbers, right? Getting the first pick, TPing off. You got information for the team. I know they're trying to do a double swing here and there, but you're also playing a composition that doesn't have too much util to fight back against, right? Your winning condition at this point, swing out, get a kill, get away. That's all you could do so far, at least from on paper, right? Unless they do heroic plays like they did on that first map. But if not right now, it's still a great answer back going in for Novi. You can see as well that they had agent changes coming through because you don't see Joey currently playing this guy. He's actually playing a different role, and Sky's actually given here over to Trident as they utilized him on that previous round on Sunset. Now LCI just looking for exits pretty much at this point. Hoping to do some econ damage too. And it starts.
Working out here for Novi, at least trying to keep it clean, but you gotta give it up to the fact that they do have so much coverage in that front side. You need to have those pistols essentially walking out into the dark, into the deep, without knowing whatsoever where any of that aim is going to come from, where any of that pressure is going to come from. So good fundamental play to try to hold up that side from the defenders. But now we reach the big time. We have the guns coming out for both LCI and not so much Novi. No, gosh dang it, guys.
You'll get it at some point.
Come on. I will get it. But Novi, baby, Novi. They will have the opportunity with the guns coming up in the next round, but not in this round. You already have a little bit of pressure extremely early on from the Clove, allowing potentially an early peak from the players over in C. But the focus here for Novi, 4 now is over towards A, but they have a player coming out over towards the mid side, over towards B, to try to open up a second prong for the B attack.
Yeah, just going for a nice little baby door pop into the B site. Late lurk from the Cypher. Also keeping those enemies at bay. Lethbridge, if they only stay back towards the spawn, still a great opportunity to work the map. They want to open the revolving door here towards C, but looks like the commitment is going to be no matter what towards the C site. Seekers to follow behind, bringing the aggression and your bonus.
Oh no, don't make those same mistakes, boys. Again, we saw plenty of times where that aggression does kind of go against Novi, and it kind of does. It's not like Lethbridge didn't have the advantage there in terms of the firepower, but Novi, not exactly trying to play time there. They were trying to exacerbate the issue, and they end up losing out in that top side advantage. Lethbridge, they do skirt on by with their first round. However, the economy might be a little bit affected.
Yeah, and it wasn't so bad here on the call for Novi to work towards the spawn and fight towards that area because they already identified Stone down towards the waterfall lane with the Outlaw. So if there's going to be any type of retakes, there should be maximum 2 players coming outside towards that B heaven, and it gives a chance for them to play the numbers, right? They had a 3 versus 2 to try to get those trades behind the Seekers, but unfortunately the shots just didn't come through, and the trade went in favor of Lethbridge for that retake. Although they've damaged 3 players in terms of taking 3 players down, forcing the economy to be quite low here. And there you go. That's what I wanted to see, right? Getting information, TPing away. Unfortunately, Stone pulls up his dash quite early because he had to play into the unknown when one's pulling off, right? You don't have, again, any scans coming in for Lethbridge coming through. And that's for the rest of them to try to work the map. If any move gets done here from Novi with this Cypher to sell a lurk off the revolving door, sell a fake rather, this should be an easy B-side take.
And indeed, that's exactly what we're seeing. Even have coverage back over towards Connector. Joey bounced in a little bit of utility, but still completes the drive there in terms of the actual shots themselves. And this is, again, the expected outcome here for Novi. Nobody here from Lethbridge actually able to get into a comfortable position close enough into the B sites. And everyone from Novi pushing out the issue. We could have seen, again, a little bit of that, overheating problem out from that. But more importantly, they combined all of their efforts when they did it. So, no problems there. We move on, though. Lethbridge, they still are left at a loss here in terms of the buys.
Intrigued, though, by Flamejoy having only a classic on a previous round when there was rifles for the rest. I feel this could have been an opportunity for them to just make sure their economy is right. And for this round, if they had to play on an eco, at least they could force their hand to try to pick up a duel de force here in the hands of Freak, who's only 1 away from getting it. Although they are pushing towards main, they're hearing a lot of noise towards C, and hopefully they can capitalize on something here with Freak with the Headhunter.
There is going to be Joey. Already picking down the Stone Man himself, but okay. All right, Freak. You were looking for someone from the Headhunter, but the Headhunter only finds one now in Lethbridge. Again, the only thing that they can realistically do right now is chip away that economy of Novi. We've already had a couple players rebuying a little too much here for this Novi side. In fact, one of them is right on your screen right now. Trident, he's already down to 300 credits somehow after such a great streak coming in from Novi. Still going forward, still trusting in the fact that his teammates could always rebuy, but again, that is the only name of the game here for Lethbridge. They can always try to get, of course, also a couple orbs, but here comes some headshot potentials for Flame Droid. There you go. There you go. Most players now need to rebuy for Novi. That's mission accomplished.
At least the money is going to be right this time around. Total Fuss is going to come out too for the defensive side, so it's going to be a strong buy. But you've noticed those tendencies coming through so far from Lethbridge that they always put the jet in the chamber towards the C site. Right now, if you're looking at it, there's no new conditioning coming through, no reassessment or repositioning of these players, and Novi yet still wants to move in and try to fight against this. I mean, they're picking it at the very beginning, so they might try to just fault line and flash behind it to force the early TP. And we'll have to see. There's that flash.
Oh. There's the angles. Oh my goodness. Stone does it again. Standing on his lonesome. Can he get 4? But that is more than enough of a job done here for the Jet that has been on fire throughout this game. But hold on a minute. You still have Rabbit collecting up the second kill, but that is not the most important thing to look at here in this round. Do not overheat now. You have full control of A. Cloudy giving up that A control for the taste, for the chance of some blood. There over towards spawn. And oh no. Flame Droid able to stab Rabbit, but I actually, I just shot him in the back, so respect. In the back. My goodness.
That's what you wanted to see come through here from both Stone and Freak at this spot fighting towards the C mound. I guess I understand that the pistol round was a little bit harder because literally you were playing with pistols and trying to anchor up towards the mound. But when you have a rifle and when you're also Stone as a Jet with a rifle, you could do those multi-kills. And he'll do it again with Bladestorm this time around. But the pings are deep, so they're going to try to fault line through this and maybe try to get a little bit more aggressive. At least just to try to get Freak out to answer back on Seekers.
Oh, Freak. Oh, not able to TP right now.
TP's right in front of him.
Oh, no, my goodness. Travis Scott. Oh my God, straight up picking himself 4. What a showstopper. I mean, can you really say more than that? What a play. What a burst entry from Travis.
Oh, everybody's so focused to try to counter Freak just at the entrance of the C site. Where a fault line, a door opening, and they never expected a showstopper. And I like it, at least from Lethbridge. They actually utilized our one-way from Flame Droid to just allow that opportunity for the showstopper to come through. And to get that much value, though, I did not expect that. But with that cage from Freak, the shot that he got through the cage was amazing. That is a rare moment. But yeah, this is going to be a situation where it's dire. They spot the lurk towards A, but for the rest, just trying to get a plant for Novi inside this B site, and it gets fully denied. They already have information on where that Cypher is because of the contact that you saw from Freak. At least Cloudy gets 1 kill, trying to salvage a weapon. 6 HP left. Good luck.
Cloudy and a chance of absolutely nothing. Simple as that.
I like that pun.
I was more referencing the movie more than anything. Even though Cloudy with a chance, it could be anything. Big fan.
But that's why it's a movie. It's still a pun. It's still a pun.
Yeah, big fan. But hey, listen. We need to stop throwing meatballs here. If you are a Novi guys, you need to put in your best effort right now. You can't just be throwing all of your effort into that one basket, into that one angle. Lethbridge clearly has some hitters right now, and they are looking to whack this thing out of the park. Ladies and gentlemen, Lethbridge are tied up right now against Novi, and Novi, again, just looking to find that confidence that they had early on in this half. Once the guns finally started to spill here for Lethbridge, they haven't stopped, or at least since Travis Scott started to get some frags, things have not stopped. But hold on a minute. Very close there. I mean, Freak could have easily gotten that first kill, and the follow-up from Travis would have been crazy. But like you said, there is the redemption, but the positions are way more behind here now for Lethbridge.
And Freak now stuck because he couldn't call back his rendezvous just on time. So if he's going to get flooded here from main and the door, he's at least going to have to get one for his troubles. Thankfully, there's a smoke coming out that blocks the vision, and it allows for him to fall back. Actually, that was the smoke thrown out on the attack. And still an opportunity here for Lethbridge to play a 5 versus 3 full-man roster against the last 3 of Novi.
Freak on an island. As of right now, he does have a player right above him in terms of Stone, and this is actually perfect. The high-low, you have the headhunter, you have the up in your face, and this is just a solo peek here for Trident. You didn't even get a double peek there from Cloudy. Cloudy just utilizing his teammate as a little bit of a burst, and yeah, Cloudy's gone.
Oh, nice metal by Flame Droid. But
yeah, what a comeback already.
Double up!
Hey, listen, I don't even think that's surprising at this point. No. With so many long little angles here with 2 players who could absolutely go crazy with those ops, can you really disrespect the double op here coming out from Freak alongside the big boy Jet?
This is why the timeout is super important here for the attack side. I mean, they won't have the economy to work with yet, but they have an opportunity to think this through on how they could oppress one of these oppers. Because if you're looking at this composition earlier on from Novi, the last time to play with their quote-unquote regular roster, they actually had like a more standard comp with a double controller of an Omen, Viper, a Killjoy, a Sky, and a Raze. Again, I still find that the initiator on Sky on this map is has fallen off a little bit, but at least this time around, they have a triple flash to get a lot of control and a lot of stuns to allow your Raze to get a lot of space. So in this case, once they're realizing here that in these moments, at least when there's only one op, it's most likely Stone and Freak working together towards C. If not now, they know there's one op on the left, one op on the right, on either extremities. So you know it's not going to be as strong in terms of the amount of players that are stacking towards fighting on mound. It might just be a solo hold at this point. And if you're looking at the positioning from LCI after this timeout, it seems to be the case, right? You only have Stone pretty much at this point on mound. So now you have an opportunity to just flood, be quick, and take over that side on C, especially when you have a Rolling Thunder. It just depends if you want to invest in that because you have a much lower buy.
Yeah, but again, you gotta work with what you got. My goodness, what do you mean, where's the Sky Flash?
Well, how is that such a free kill from Stone here onto Mound? There's a fault line, and then where's everything else? Like, there's 2 initiators behind a Raze to try to fight against Stone.
Don't care. Don't care. Simple as that. Don't care. Didn't ask. Plus, you just got ratioed by Stone. There goes yet another kill coming out from Stone. He has 1 more to go, though. Joey. Oh, they're all gone. He literally does not care. 3 kills. All on his lonesome. There for the big boy Jet. As now, again, Cloudy has a 1v4 in his hands. And actually, these players are kind of isolating themselves to potentially make it happen. But Lethbridge, they found themselves down for just a quick second here at the beginning of this half, but they have driven themselves all the way already to a potential half lead going into the next. This is all on Novi right now. They have finally the ultimates that they need. More importantly, like you said, the Rolling Thunder, they could have been able to utilize it if they were able to potentially isolate Stone. But at the end of the day, this is the end-all be-all potentially for Novi.
Right now, they're going to try it again. This time with guns, just to try to get rid of Stone. If there's a flash that we wanted at the beginning, there's the
all the way out in the open, though.
Gets a pick.
And he's still shifting. I thought potentially one player from Novi would have been able to jump on through, but literally, they're giving him all the respect in the world, Vans.
That's why you kind of wish you had that second initiator that could scan here around the fault lines, or maybe a prowler or something like that. That you could just make sure you find out what your op is. But you don't. But you need more utility just to really. At this point, I would unload the payroll just towards the C mount if you want to push that quickly. But thankfully, they pivot back towards the A side. They can Rolling Thunder towards B. It might catch Flame Droid, and no, it won't. Oh, what a nice shot though, at least.
My goodness. At least Novi were able to kind of scrap themselves together around here before they met up with Flame Droid. Sen, I actually kind of like that. I'm not going to lie. He doesn't flick away from the flash, but he just holds his angle just in case he's able to get a headshot there. But, yeah, 2 players ended up peeking out that one. So he could have easily just been gone. But why and how is Lethbridge giving this man a chance? How is he just raw doing this? This might be one of the weirdest clutches you ever see. But Lethbridge does land on their feet. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and now, again, this Rolling Thunder is still available. Money is not, though, on the side of Novi. It started off very well here for their side, and this is supposed to be their specialty as well. Their coach said it. It's like, hey, get ready for a Lotus on the attack side. This is something that we're known for and that we are very proud of and that we're very confident of. But so far, it's getting shut down by 1 player towards the A site. Now they just want to give it up. But as they do that, and towards the C side, they gave it up towards C. Now they go towards A. They have to meet up against the other op, and maybe they're just feeling that Freak is not hitting as much. So they're like, okay, let's just try this spot, and then we'll just Rolling Thunder here from the door.
Oh, this is gonna be awesome. Freak. You already see the setup he's going for right now, and he. I think he's just going to stand on his own right now with a Vandal, but if he ever wants to jump back into sight, he does have an op waiting for him around the corner, but it's not happening at the moment. Instead, Novi, just with 1 smoke alongside the Seeker, is able to give themselves a sight. It is going to be a car crash, folks. You just can't look away. 5v5 retake, and it is ultimate. Kind of spilling right now. Freaky Goop does kind of stand on his own right now, does get himself a big kill, but he's still over towards Tree, and they're getting squeezed right now. Player coming up from behind, it was Flame Droid. Flame Droid gets the big kill. Flame Droid ends up reviving. Now, Stone, 1v2, needs to stay in tall. No, excuse me, Rabbit in the 1v2, has a chance here, but no, can't peek through the smoke by any means. Flame Droid does finish off the frag, but more importantly, that 1 position over towards Tree was just one that Novi couldn't break through.
Yeah, that was a great flank coming in from Flame Droid, and you already saw it from the get-go. Just trying to create that diversion, create ruckus so that the rest of the team could flood from the other side of the A site towards drop. And yeah, it was a car crash you mentioned. Both Rolling Thunders were used, and it just depended on the utility of who ran it better. And it was unfortunate here, Lethbridge, for Novi at least, unfortunately for Novi, that Lethbridge were a little bit more coordinated on that retake. Ravit, so good in the clutches from that first map on Icebox, but unfortunately another one of those moments where he had to fumble through his utility and force the flash instead of trying to swing out for the kill. Understandable. It's a 1 versus 2, and it was just a full stick defuse for LCI in the end, trusting each other in the process. Now they take the lead by 4. They have an opportunity now with this composition to take some heavy rubble control and just hold that spot here and force everybody else to move towards B and C.
This is big moment for Lethbridge over towards the mid side, over towards B. They've all collected themselves in front of Rabbit, and Rabbit has already been forced to get himself away. Rabbit was playing more on his back foot a little bit, looking more for picks over into the B site. From the back, see connector, but instead, here comes a full team retake coming in from Novi, and it is a spill of kills as Travis Scott able to get 2. Freak does get the trade back. Flame Droid just trying to go on through. Spray coming in from Joey. The defuse. Bully going in, but Freak closes it. There goes the defuse again. Freak, he's gonna peek! But the defuse comes in from Joey, and even stronger is the ace in the hands of Joey to kick off the second half.
That's how you want to start things off here. One heroic play after the next, and that's off Joey. Yeah, I mean, these are all very well done in the first place from the other players that walked inside the site and did all that damage to allow Joey to get these trades and also get the full stick towards the end. And we mentioned it, 1 player to look out for. Joey usually playing a Ska on this map, now playing a Breach. While for the rest here for Lethbridge, they're still finding a lot of value out of this Jet in chamber. The plant, though, will not force them to go into a buy. They have a cushion of rounds to work out with, or to work with rather. They're just gonna make sure that they do the objectives instead. Grab the orb, maybe try to get a Tilda Fuss as soon as possible. If not, leverage it on those that can make the space. On your Clove, on your Raze. Especially now that you've come into contact towards a player at the ramp, at the bend. Nice trip set up by Cloudy.
Cloudy picks up Flame Droid. And this is, again, this is that kind of traditional little look here that you want from your Sentinel and your controller.
Grab an orb here.
It is just full coverage, making sure that there's no way that the entry from the attackers can be linear here, can be calculated. But there goes the pass by from Stone as he's gone. But yeah, the orb was there.
That's
you
where
end
it's
up getting
important.
at least some sort of reprieve.
That's what you needed, right? You tried to play the contact play towards the C site. It didn't work out. You still have a player alive towards Mound. The other player is meeting up with you as a teammate. Travis, if he grabbed an orb, he would have been at 5 and 8, getting even closer here to an ult. At that point, it may seem so minimal, but it's something that's so important in the long run, especially when you're only in a lead by 4. This is a great opportunity right now for Novi to come back in the game because they still have a much traditional composition here that they could leverage some good retakes, some good deniability. Like, look at the protocols that are running towards this A side, right? Now for Lethbridge, though, just a full exec orb gets picked up finally, and that's from the Clove. C-side open.
Cloudy. He did have the setup ready to go. But like you said, C-side is completely isolated right now. It was just a one-shot potential from Cloudy. But this is big from Novi. Novi can kind of still scale their way up a little bit, but the Rolling Thunder is going to be there as the cherry on top. You still have 2 players holding on strong, but the Rolling Thunder has left so many players discombobulated. That alone has swept away Lethbridge and taken away their chances for the rest of this round, as Flame Droid needs to back on out, hold on to his gun, and oh my goodness, we have a ball game here in Grand Finals, the very final map of Grand Finals. Novi 1 round away from tying things up.
Dude, how did he get a rolling? Oh yeah, he got an ace 2 rounds ago too.
Yeah,
No wonder he got a Rolling Thunder so early. And that's the other thing too, right? It goes back to what I was talking about. Flame Droid is the one that's picking up an orb when they're executing towards the C site. It could have been Travis Scott. You need to use these ults on your side to create that space. I don't think it's going to. Well, I mean, they have a different game plan, right? That's probably. I won't judge the playbook that they're trying to bring out so far. At least on this end, they're trying to leverage the Clove a lot to create the space instead, so that they could kind of just beat behind it. Which I could go with that. I could go with that. But for this time, it's again like we're going back into maybe more one ways that needs to be thrown. It's a little bit late. There's an opportunity to get through this, and the one way actually missed.
This is such a strong hold here from Novi, though. Hold on a minute. How many players go down here for the CT? I mean, that's another game that I'm doing a little bit later, but still, the defensive side. My goodness. All 3 just fall apart, but you couldn't really see a direction there. The one head at the very top, the Rays, wasn't able to really get any sort of frag there, and Lethbridge still kind of scratching their heads by the very end of the take there. Lethbridge, they now have an advantage over these guns. Cloudy trying to be a hero. He's in a 1v3. The camera, do they expect the camera to cover up the footstep? But I don't think Freak cared. Freak, very well done. And I think he might have heard the footstep too. Anyways, well done for Lethbridge. But that might have been a gift on a silver platter, considering how Novi was so up close.
And that's because of the smoke that missed. They were so up close, but they needed the one way to hit so they could spot feet and make sure that the counter utility that's coming out from Lethbridge wouldn't punish them in their positions. And that's why, like, some teams are even running double, triple controller on this map right now, because they have so many smokes that they could play around and avoid all that utility that's being thrown on a re-hits, that they could just duel and DM behind that. And it's basically what happened. LCI, they leveraged the smoke that was used this close smoke, and got full control of Rubble. And that allows for them to get a 50 round and a first blood this round from Stone.
That's so tough, though. Trident just left completely on an island. Just not really with any sort of target of where he wanted to go off to. He knew that he wanted to cover up this outside area, but oh my goodness, the lineup here from Joey was almost immaculate. As Travis, he had to be the showstopper with the showstopper, but Rabbit still ends up going down to the lonesome peak over towards mid.
Yeah, that was such a beautiful paranoia that was thrown from Baby Dora all the way towards the A site to allow these skills to happen from Joey towards Tree. But that was as he was trying to rotate out, again, not leaving to account the lurk coming through, and somehow Travis Scott gets an entry like that. And just because of that backstab coming through from that ult outside of a trout, yeah, exactly. And from that tour de force, it just allowed here Lethbridge to regain control of this map and now put themselves at 10 Sen pretty much at this point, trying to save his op. Door not broken. Should be able to save it cleanly. But you definitely do see here Travis Scott low on HP, still hunting it down. Oh, the timing on that one.
Yeah, but this is a must save here for Novi. We just saw an incredibly tragic last round where they weren't able to really get many kills whatsoever against Lethbridge. Their eco is going to be fine. Novi, very much not the case with them right now. They are able to get the kill on to Freak, so that at least helps them out in the long term. This, of course, is a must-save for Sen. Sen, does he hold on to it? There goes a nade, but it isn't on point. Ends up hitting a wall. So we're back for now. As I said, Novi on the edge here in terms of a buy. Yes, they're going to be able to buy this round, but in the very near future, that could lead Lethbridge to a 12-7 victory. That is the round now. This is the round that Novi needs to put all their chips into.
And this is where you potentially might not have to play. You can't play scared, rather, right? You have an op that you save in the previous round. You know this is probably the best weapon and your best opportunity to get around. And he's playing it where the same spot where the Chamber did on the first half here for Lethbridge. From where Freak was positioned before, just fully focused on watching towards the rubble. And there's the first contact. The scale comes back from Lethbridge towards this A site. Oh, it just got spotted.
Oh, okay. All good. All good for now. But Novi, they still have one more player who's gotten into this 1v1 just a round before Rabbit. Does evade a little bit of Freak, but it was just Freak baiting in a little bit of utility. Rabbit does have the one smoke to utilize. You did mention the paranoia coming in from Connector just that last round from Baby Door. It could just happen once again, but coming in from the back instead. Here comes the stun from Joey.
Nice.
Joey gets the big kill. Sen collects Stone once again, and Rabbit comes in for the save. Flame Droid stays alive, makes it behind the wall. You still have one-man advantage here for Novi. Nobody here on a flank. Everyone just coming into the A site, and only one person still doing all the work here on site. It is Joey. Joey collecting 3 frags. Rabbit does actually come in as a little bit of a hero, collecting 2 in the middle there, but my goodness, that was the big round. That was the round that could push Lethbridge over the edge, but instead Novi keep things close.
And this is looking pretty good here for Novi. I think they're starting to understand as well. Not only were they trying to step back away from the Clove in their ult, but at the same time, once they're realizing here that they took down Freakagoob in this breach utility, there's not too much left to flood back towards the back of the site with the comp that Lethbridge is currently running. So they have a chance here to just hold better angles towards the back of the site, get posted up and get these picks. And Joey's doing a great job at it so far. And Lethbridge realizing, okay, the amount of sides that we're hitting on the A site not working, but they have a trap play set up here for C. Rolling Thunder out, counter aftershock, and here's the push.
It all just leads into Lethbridge, at least for now, standing tall. You still have one over towards Mound, trying to do something. But again, Lethbridge, they're only going to have one player over towards the A site to try to handle. It's all going to be on Cloudy. Cloudy does not have any positioning here to really stand tall, but oh my goodness, he's definitely made himself some positioning. That cage is crazy. The cage cuts down the interaction into a high-low 1v1, but Rabbit scrambling now.
Looking. Oh no.
No, just a tragedy for Rabbit, but things are not done by any means. Sen does isolate at least one, but doesn't get the kill for it. Can Cloudy actually collect? Can Sen come back and help out Cloudy? Cloudy is in a great position, waits for his opportunity. Beautifully done by Cloudy. Sen needs to somehow play with Cloudy now. Now there's a 1v2. They cannot give Travis Scott isolated 1v1s. He is off to B, where he will be able to plant.
I'm so surprised that they decide to open the door for Lethbridge on a 2 versus 2, knowing exactly where the 2 players were at. Instead, they could have just done this in the first place. Pick up the spike, break the door, and play a 2v2 on the pulse play. The reload's going to get heard. They know his Baby Door.
Travis needs to inch his way up. Both players are going to be in the angle at the same time. And this game continues to just inch closer and closer and closer. Novi, that was the little bit of a break that they needed, though. Lethbridge, they had the time. They had the gap to come back over towards B. They just didn't commit to it.
Yeah. And because they've opened the door and they were still afraid here of Sen on that flank that you were talking about, now you're just not allowing yourself to just focus on one angle, and you're just looking back and forth, and the timing paid off, in favor of Cloud, is swinging out to get the kill. So now, unfortunately, here is a round that you're probably going to want to take back for LCI, but at least, thankfully, you still have a pretty decent econ. Lowest buy is a small shield out from the breach, allowing here for Lethbridge to not pivot as quickly as usual. They want to look at Mound first. Now here comes a Rolling Thunder. Full execute towards the C site. Cloudy's been good on these trap kills, though.
Nothing here for Cloudy just yet. The trip's not there. That is beautiful from Rabbit, though. Barely gets a chance. Joey collects his own. Cloudy does get flashed, but here comes the Seekers just to try to help out Lethbridge. They're getting pushed all the way back towards the outside as Novi once again does have positioning here on site to be able to take away that spike. Lethbridge on these true post plants haven't been able to do much. Novi, they've done a great job chipping down these players one by one, but it's not over just yet. Still 1 to go here in a 1-on-3. Can Freak do anything about this? No, he cannot. Novi already completes the comeback before Lethbridge got any closer to that 13th mark.
And a great spot to play the pulse plant too is planted for Mound. All three of them played on the outside, and there was no smokes actually to cover the defenders on the retake. So basically you're on a 2 versus 3 out towards the Mound. That was all the chances in your favor right there for Lethbridge to be able to win that and then just focus on the last one diffusing inside that site. But unfortunately, you just saw it. Shots just weren't hidden. Like easily put. Novi, sorry. Dude, you said it so many times, and now you got me confused. Novi just simply won their duels, and it just didn't allow here for Lethbridge to really win the pulse plant. So this is a super important timeout now. We talked about the cushion that Lethbridge had at the very beginning. They don't have that anymore. We're tied 10-10, and Flamejoy, I mean, he's going to be able to buy with everybody else, but with a low buy here, half shields, with a Vandal or full shields, Bulldogs, something like that. But I think the timeout is to try to leverage the showstopper and also the opportunities that they've gotten towards the C site. The post plant holds weren't the best, especially when you're playing not to lose and you plan it for Mound with no pressure coming out towards Waterfall or back site. That's where it starts getting a little bit dangerous. I know they attempted to fight that in the very beginning, but after they lost Stoner towards Waterfall, they just turtled back and stayed back, and they paid the price. Now it's an A-side hit once again. 4 players, though, from Novi in this area.
Oh, my goodness. It's all just going to be a war here in the outside of A. That is, of course, that smoke didn't come up, but Lethbridge, they're still looking to re-hit. They're still looking to come out. The sun's ready to go. The flashes are ready to go. Here comes the hit. What a shot. An electric start for Sen. Joey does the same. Lethbridge, we're just getting choked out of A.
And forced to fall back, too. Another smoke comes down. This was what they were punished against last time for Novi. And this time they actually had one player stay inside the smoke and not swing out, and it capitalized on the kill after the first beautiful shot that came out from Sen. But the thing that's missing at this point is from that composition here from Lethbridge. You can't scan to come through against the Omen smoke. The best thing you could do is fault line and try to showstopper just like you did to try to take over rubble and towards the A site. You can't Prowler, you can't Owl Drone, you can't do anything on your end. You can't even Skydog. So you're just gambling here to make sure the trades are good. And unfortunately, it's more in the favor of Novi, and they have a great opportunity to now take the lead in this game once again. And reminding you, this is the last map of this series for the PlayVS Cup Championship. Couldn't get any closer than this at this point when the second map was a little bit one-sided out for Novi. And a battled first map in favor of LCI. Now we go back and forth with this timing from Flame Droid, but couldn't get the pick. At least to get the plant. Nope, no plant. Got to get the
I was
plant.
about to say, maybe the dog actually almost made it to the site, but all good. And it is still looking all good for Novi. 11 rounds here for Novi. But more importantly, this comeback, this streak here in the second half has been something that Lethbridge has not been able to crack through. And again, it is just tough seeing Lethbridge going for more or less the same approach. We haven't seen any wide map approach coming out from Lethbridge at the moment. Nothing to really fake out the approach from Novi. It has all been that early investment in terms of the momentum, and Lethbridge, they go down, they falter to like 3-2 players, and they're not able to really re-hit anywhere confidently.
And it almost seems like because of the composition that they have, they just need to just pump in one way and hoping that
they need to
just
commit.
Commit, hopefully hold the pulse plant.
Uh-oh, here we go.
It's a fake towards B.
But they might have found a gap. There's a player in the back.
Oh, this is the win con. Stone made it through, and they just need to try to take down this Cypher from a pincer maneuver.
Oh yeah, there you go! There you go! Stone actually breaks through and takes down Cloudy, and now C is there. So unorthodox for them to do this, but at least it's happened. Lethbridge may have a successful attacking round for the first time in a long time. Stone around the corner, evades the flash. That's a beautiful kill, but still plenty more to go. 2 more over towards the outside area, 1 more coming out towards Connector. Flame Droid needs to hold it down over towards Ramp, ends up picking up the first, and still from behind you have the Jet coming in strong. Travis Scott from the top of sight takes down his frag, and Sen, who's been so sharp on the op, does not have any time to react to his first one-on-one. It is an 11th round for Lethbridge. It is a tied scoreline between these two teams, and it is an absolute battle between these two to decide the the very first play versus Youth Valorant champions.
What a sick call coming out there by Lethbridge to realize here that there's so much pressure coming in towards Novi on this A side. Usually 4 players coming through. They dash towards the waterfall where it catches Cloudy off guard, and look at the change that they have to do now. They have to place a camera into the waterfall, which means they can't really watch inside the seaside deeply. So now for Lethbridge, they could default the round, try to figure out where that pressure is going to be coming from. They have the same conditioning coming out from Novi, though, with the util, the smoke coming out towards A. But now the disadvantage comes through because the dust has settled, and you don't have an opportunity to really try to find information because you don't really have an initiator to do so. So it comes down to these ops, the plays. You see a Tilda False in the hands of the chamber, trying to find a pick at the beginning towards the B main. The door gets open too. It forces a pivot on that end, but yet Lethbridge are still heading towards C. This continues to be dangerous.
Yes, and they know Cloudy's antics. They know for a fact that this Cypher has been on their tail anytime that an attempt has happened towards this site. That's why we saw such a staggered approach in this last round, but finally,
wait,
there's a little bit of a fake. Finally, Lethbridge is playing with the early positioning of Novi, and this time they have the A site ahead of them. They just need to complete this run. They just need to make their way into the middle of sight. They still have a breach on the other side. They still have a defending breach on the other side. He has a Rolling Thunder ready to go, but is the Rolling Thunder going to be caught up, or is it going to be followed
it's gonna
up?
be everything.
He can use it. He can absolutely use it. But players, they are here. They are here to follow up with it. 17 seconds. The Rolling Thunder is going to deny the plant. The stun comes in. Still holds up the player in sight. Novi might just be closing out yet another overwhelming W over Lethbridge. And indeed, it has happened again. The win condition in terms of the breach ult was there. But for the first time in this attack half, we finally saw a different approach from Lethbridge. It goes to the wayside regardless.
Not the last round that they just lost, but the previous one was a great call. But this one right here was too telegraphed. They did such a good job to sell that first fake in the first play for C, but then look at the pathing that they took. They took all the way back towards rubble. They had to open a revolving door on that side.
Unreal.
I feel they needed to add that extra layer because you already had the chamber inside B and he saw nothing all along and didn't hear anything. This could have been a perfect moment to hit the door, break the baby door, and move towards the B side because you know the rotate coming in from the defender side is going to take the same amount of time, and you know they have the Rolling Thunder. Now they're backs against the wall. They're just trying to commit towards the B site and hoping to push us into overtime, and it works out. Here's the first blood.
No, it just has to be all on Stone. Stone, my goodness, he does not want to go silently into that good night. No sirree. It is getting a little bit late here. Here we are. Novi, they still have Cloudy up in the front, but the Jet comes up big again. The win con for Lethbridge going into this game was hoping that their shooters would shoot, was hoping that the two pillars at the top would go big, and one of them stands tall. There goes the Jet going big right when they needed it.
And now in this overtime, this has been, I mean, labored at least for the first portion of the half for Lethbridge. And it's, for me, it feels like you've run enough reps here on your attack side for Novi to know what the win con is for Lethbridge at this point. They won a lot of rounds playing double up. And now that you're playing overtime, it's going to be very risky to try to play double up in a glass cannon position. So they know now here that the gamble could be that it's a single up, but is it going to be A or C? And I think that's why you're seeing them just staying towards the spawn in the very beginning, probably use a camera, some flashes, just trying to identify if somebody's going to do a pre-fired shot out of this, out of the utility that you may use. But Stone instead is pulling towards the back of the site. Now they know there's no op posted up on this side, and they can start punishing this area.
Stoner again. This is a much needed position here for this team. He is standing a little bit on his lonesome, but it's just unorthodox. We haven't really seen it from Stone like that. He's always either been up front, ready for that first contact, but instead, he is technically that first contact, but he's trusting someone else to take that attention instead. Novi, this is a usual look for them. They're running up a little bit, the attention over towards Mound, but they do have some attention back over towards A. Even if they don't finish over towards A, it is just keeping these players towards this side of the map that is important for this team right now.
Committed, though. Stoner just saw him.
And they're all in. Stone leaves. And just like that, Lethbridge, they see the advantage. This is a much more disciplined look than any other round, than any other map that we've seen so far today. We've seen players try to be heroes. We've seen players just ignore the fact that we have man advantages. This is an adult-looking play from Lethbridge. They take advantage of the man advantage that they got, and now they're spilling onto site, onto the 4, onto the disadvantaged. There you go. One more player remaining, and Flame Droid wipes away Joey. Again, folks, this is 1st to 4 overtime here. This is only the 1st of 4 that Lethbridge would need to close out this overtime. But Lethbridge, what a nice mental way to start things off.
Yeah, what beautiful retake towards the end here from Lethbridge. One aftershock and flash. Joey almost had it, right? He had an orb, a plant, and a kill. Rolling Thunder available, but he was only the last player remaining after everybody else fell. Again, from a nice smoke, covering that double stack that usually Omens like to play at on a post plant. More utilities coming through with the stun. It was just clean from A to Z because of that discipline that you mentioned here of mine. Now they have an opportunity to just flood into, it seems like it was going to be a B site to start, but might be a mid to B towards the end, just to make sure that you're keeping some players at bay, but you're forcing this door to break. Going towards B side might not be the best call right now because you know there's easy rotates coming through and there's strong side on B now. That's why Stone's moving forward towards the A side and he's trying to make a play.
And if he gets this, my goodness, it opens things up entirely for Lethbridge, but oh my. Over towards B, it's not exactly the play that they might want. They have a player around the corner about to peek potentially, but no. Sen, he doesn't even have the gun to peek with. He just still holds on to the shotgun looking for something cheeky. But now that he gets into the one-on-one, Stone had time. He had the space, and he was able to strike. But that, again,
3K?
is another good adult look from Rabbit. But Rabbit
3K
down in terms of the HP, and like you said, the 3K coming in strong because the man just had such a good angle. But Cloudy, he does come in. Yeah, another 1v1 for Mr. Jetman himself, but just like that, we are done. 14-12. It was just a quick overtime. Never mind. Hey, look. Hey, I was thinking about the wrong game. Ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I'm doing that game a little bit later, but the Play versus Cup ends in spectacular fashion for LCI as Lethbridge are your Play versus Cup Youth Valorant champions.
Congratulations to their team. Well done overall on how they also played here in the last few rounds to adapt on the fly here in the third map and make it work for their overtime too. But that's also, once again, a player that I have to highlight from that first map being Stone on, what, 10 first bloods that he was able to get on defense and on attack, and this time just pulled up his pants and said, look, let me try to make sure that I carry us to the victory with some impact frags going through in this overtime. Isolated 3 different 1v1s to allow here LCI to close this series and to be crowned our champions here of the PlayVS Cup Championship. The youth program in Upmine, you asked me the predictions. I think I got it right.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. You did kind of give me like
some hope,
like an outside answer and like some hope for both teams. But yeah, no, listen, you only gave hope for good reason. Both of these teams were confident going into this last map, and my goodness gracious, we saw everything out of both teams. We saw comeback from both Novi and Lethbridge throughout that series, or just throughout that one map alone. And the adaptations, again, just a good mental play from both of those teams finally started to sprout throughout that second half, throughout that OT. But again, you gotta give it to the fact that in OT, the person to give them that spark was their Jet once again. And it's not like we weren't expecting that. It's just the fact that he was such a consistent presence throughout the early round, right? Still putting in such a thorn into the side of Novi. But what an attempt from Novi. What a story from Novi. Novi came into this with 3 subs into the semifinal, and they were still able to be in that semifinal. The team that took down LCI in the Michigan State Finals. I mean, listen, you couldn't write it any better potentially for Novi. They just weren't able to finish the story.
Yeah, a nice attempt for sure. And that was, what, not losing a single map until they got into the grand finals here. And that's something you got to be proud of, right? Wildcats here, Novi rejoice. I think this is still a great run that you did. You know, to get to this point and to even beat those guys at the semifinals with a brand new roster, with subs, having and they also changed compositions on the fly for the grand finals too. So now you have to change your strategies, you have to adapt on the fly. It takes a lot from your IGL to make sure that you're able to make this game competitive, and they did so in great fashion. This is a very exciting second map and even third map that they displayed just to try to cross that finish line, but just unfortunately today it wasn't enough.
Yeah, no more false info from me, because I'm just gonna be done talking from now on. Okay, I'm gonna go away from the child game for right now. I'm gonna go where the adults go and talk about that whole little CT nonsense that I was talking about earlier. I gotta go there real quick, so we're gonna send it back over to the desk over in Charlotte. Boys, what do y'all think about the action? Again, congrats to LCI.
What a day. Shout out to Upmind and Van Silly. Absolutely phenomenal cast from you guys. Thank you for bringing the action on Valorant. And wow, congratulations to Lethbridge Collegiate Institute winning 2024 PlayVS Cup Finals for Valorant. James, across the entire day. I mean, we're talking about Valorant, of course, but like Hearthstone, we went 5.
It started strong, it finished strong.
It was absolutely insane. We saw lots of clips all over the place. Very aggressive Valorant players in that final. Made it very fun to watch. But what was your take on all of that right there?
On Valorant or the day?
All of it.
So the entire day, I just was impressed with the level of competition that we saw. Also, the sportsmanship at the end, the GGs coming out after such a grueling series in Valorant. But I think for me, I loved that we really got exciting matches for every single title. I think every series and every championship for each one of these games had some remarkable moments, whether it was the last second play in Madden, going into overtime, the 5-game, the Warrior deck having to win. There was just so many epic moments today.
Yeah, the goal line stand in Splatoon, the comeback in Madden in game 1 with 3 picks. I mean, there was, pick your moment. There was absolutely tons of them. But the best part about this is we're not even done. Tomorrow, we're going to have even more action. We'll tell you what's coming up tomorrow. But first, we're going to tell you what PlayVS has been up to, what the plan is to keep this ecosystem going and growing. So check this out.
For today's event, we are super excited. I almost couldn't believe it when I found out that the big trophies of European soccer are going to make their way across the pond and then to our little school down here in Lower Manhattan. So it's really unbelievable.
We're here with Manchester City, one of the greatest soccer clubs in the entire world.
It was very exciting. It was like a great experience. Like soccer is like very good, and I've been practicing a lot and getting better at it. It was really fun. It was really fun today. Cause I had fun. It was had fun today because I was playing against this Sean. I was playing with Sean. I got excited to see him and play against him.
For our students, having these trophies here is phenomenal. You know, for our unified soccer team, we've kind of been at the pinnacle of Special Olympics unified sports, competing at the highest level, and they really look up to the players of world football as you know, their idols or their role models. So to have the trophies that they've won that symbolize the best of world football coming to our school is just an unbelievable.
It's pretty fun. I have fun all the time. You know, I'm the type of guy to hustle on the field, you know, be on defense. Play like defense and offense a little bit both, but mostly on defense because, you know, that's what I like to play defense. So.
We're definitely Manchester City fans. Manchester City is definitely the team that we root for over in Europe. They really are undoubtedly the best team in the world. For today, I definitely want to give a shout out to PlayVS for basically keeping us together during COVID and helping us to start out an esports program at our school, which has been phenomenal. Also want to give a shout out to Special Olympics New York for giving our students a chance to play unified and to have a real high school athletics program.
If you haven't heard, PlayVS is now free to compete. Not just high school, but also middle school students now have the opportunity to participate in the highest tier of scholastic competition. Type !fall in the chat and check out the schedule for the upcoming season because we got a new game coming this fall. That's right. Get ready to dominate the digital chessboard. Chess is coming to PlayVS this fall. Gather your classmates and get the chance to compete for free across the country in both middle and high school leagues. Enrollment for the fall season is now open, so go ahead, get enrolled, and make sure we see you there in those tournaments for PlayVS in the fall.
Yeah, and for chess, I think that's always a fun game. It's been around for so long. Chess has actually been a game that has made a big leap on Twitch. If you've been watching, I see so many big streamers on Twitch that are streaming chess. So it's kind of had a big resurgence in these past few years. So I think it's going to be really fun to see the scholastic level because you'll see a lot of times grandmasters can be very young.
Yeah.
So and chess is such a skillful game. So
it's crazy.
It's gonna be awesome.
The game is absolutely timeless. Every developer wishes they had a game that could last that long, but as it is not. But today, James, the day is over. You know, we had an absolutely crazy day of games. We talked about it at the end of VALORANT, but let's go ahead and take a look at all of our winners across the day. We started with Hearthstone. East Mountain High took down La Cueva in 5 games. FCS Innovation Academy.
That was a reverse sweep.
Swept.
Yeah, that was so crazy.
Crazy. And then Towers High School had an incredible comeback in that game 1 of Madden, forced the concede. And then, of course, Lethbridge winning against Novi in overtime. Absolutely insane. On map 3, no less.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for much more. Today was action-packed, incredible competition. We got to also highlight many award winners, which is really cool. And we'll announce more award winners tomorrow. So I think today may have set the bar a little too high, I feel like. Because how do you get over this level of excitement tomorrow? Maybe it can happen, but today was super special.
It really was. And if you're curious what we're playing tomorrow, well, why don't we show you? We start the day with the bread and butter, my personal favorite, Rocket League. And that should be a fun one. But then we got Smash Bros. Not just once, but twice on the East Coast and then the West Coast. And then at least on this stream, we will be capping it off with Overwatch 2, and then we'll be sending it over to the NBA 2K channel at the end of the day where that match will be played. So that's where we will be going. And like you said, we'll be revealing more award winners tomorrow during the day. But what game are you most excited to see tomorrow, other than Rocket League?
Okay, yeah, I feel like you have to say other than Rocket League. Honestly, I think it's Overwatch 2 for me because you have, similar to Valorant, you have all the different selections for characters that you can play with a vast array of abilities. And also we kind of played a few games before coming out here, and Overwatch 2, it's just a fun team game.
Yeah,
So
you're a great tank.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Reinhardt is sick.
I thought you were an excellent healer.
Thank you.
So.
You know, Zenyatta is really fun to play. But hey, we'll see if anyone rocks that Zenyatta tomorrow. But guys, remember to stay tuned on those hashtags. Make sure you're following at PlayVS on all socials, and make sure to use that hashtag PlayVS Cup tomorrow and even tonight. If you're watching the VOD and you want to tweet something out, we're still here. We're still watching. We'll be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time to bring you the rest of the action. We can't wait to see you there. Until then, peace.